inauthentic because people don't lose their accounts for 10 years and then come back, not usually. And so yeah, I think Herm really understands it. And so that idea, it's not about a specific policy that they're trying to get, but to make it so that society just can't even function. Like, we can't agree what is even real, and so we can't do anything. And that's really I think the ultimate aim.
Rosalie, may I add just one fun fact? I think I've had my Twitter account since, I would have to check, sometime in the early 2010s, 11, whenever. I think I posted 4 or 5 silly comments in debating with German friends of mine, some silly stuff, and then later on I stayed in touch on football. And I think up until the beginning of this part of the invasion, I haven't bloody well used it because I just don't use social media. But I'm old. I'm not your demographic.
Exactly the same here. I posted one thing years ago, and nothing happened on Twitter until the war broke out. And I need information. I need to go to Twitter. But between that, I simply didn't use it.
I can look at you guys' account, but typically with looking at accounts, so we would look at multiple indicators. So before I'm looking at, like, is an account inauthentic? Well, first of all, a lot of inauthentic accounts don't tend to have people that are like in here 24 hours a day advocating for democracy. So Axel, you're a bad bot. Like, this is, but there are other indicators that aren't well known.
Of course, I was just teasing, Rosalie, but please go.
No, I know.
It's important.
But there are a lot of indicators that people don't even think of. One of them that I look at is the number of interfaces an account uses. And people are like, how do you tell that? What does that mean? Well, I can't tell you my secrets. No, I'm kidding. The accounts that are in these large, troll farms or bot farms or whatever you want to think, they're using the same device all the time. And their behavior, they don't tend to have sleep cycles. The number of times they tweet is often very strange. I just did an article lambasting Twitter and Facebook because there are accounts that are tweeting 35,000 times in a month about COVID, and they have a computer generated image and they say the same thing over and over every minute. And it's, the different behaviors that these accounts have that you would look at can be really, really wide. And also the aim of the account. So they're not all doing the same thing. There's the reply guy, there's the amplification bot, there's the follower bot, there's all kinds of different ones, and they have different behaviors.
Decoding, go ahead.
Hi. I wanted to add to what Rosalie said. So on the topic of how do I spot this stuff? So for me, if you feel your emotions moving as a result of reading a headline or in a conversation with a friend or with an enemy, then in my conception of trolling, you're being trolled. Your emotions are being moved. And that could be on you or on them. And that should trigger an algorithm. And so in positive trolling, the fifth element is focus. It's incredibly difficult. This is a practice like the Dalai Lama can do, where you're erecting gates on your consciousness so that you're assessing whether or not this particular meme, and by meme, I mean anything, whether it's a word, a sound, or someone raising their eyebrow at something you're saying, whether this particular meme, what is it? Is it a positive, negative, or a neutral troll? And so this is a practice that we can all work on forever. And it's not just about on Twitter or on the internet. And it's not just about Russia's disinformation. It's about every mode of communication that we allow through our gatekeeper and assessing it. And if it does trigger your emotions, then one has to be careful. And it works both ways. So it's not just your disgust, it's not just your fear. It could also be an issue that you liken. So for instance, now everyone in this space is probably is a Russophobe, a proud Russophobe, and therefore, most people in this space, for instance, feel, well, Germany could do more, especially given how rich it is and its history. So if we see a Visegrad headline saying, "Oh, Schultz stops the the tanks again," you feel your emotions engage, and we are being trolled by that. And I watch them very carefully, and I try to watch things which I agree with very carefully, because then I fact check it, and I caught them out on something a few weeks ago, and Kiev Independent does the same thing, but they're ethically disciplined. They're doing it correctly, and the cause is correct. And so that's the same as if you're talking to someone in the street, your boss, or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, as when you're reading Twitter or thing. If you feel your emotions being engaged, then then you have to kind of double check and triple check. Another element in this is, and this ties into, especially if it's someone on your side trolling and engaging your emotions, like for instance Ukraine at the moment, is this a means to an end or an end to a means? And this is again where ethical discipline comes in, which is the second element of positive trolling. Is that my judgment is, my personal professional judgment is, that the means never justify the ends if the means contradict the principle of ethical discipline. And we can argue over what is ethically disciplined or not. But for instance, in terms of Ukraine, it's international law. That's the standard. So I cut my teeth on Russian and Ukrainian trolling on the contact line in eastern Ukraine from February 2015 until January 2018. So I see the continuum between artillery barrages, then the next I witness them, and then I go and speak to the border guards, the Ukrainian border guards or the army, and then I go and speak to the armed militants across the river, and they each give me these stories, this folklore, this kind of mythology about what happened, what didn't happen, and then I have to make a judgment about it. And that's the same practice as, say, for instance, with assessing, say, an example, not to get into national politics, but just an example of, say, you're running a political campaign and you think you're on the right, you're right. So you break the law, say campaign finance law, because you feel you're on the right side. And because of that, you win the election. Or you don't break the campaign finance law and you lose the election. That, for instance, is where ethical discipline comes in. The means, I have decided, never justify the ends if they contradict the thing, contradict what is ethical and proper. And we have a sense of that, say, if it's about law, international law, or if it's just mean. So with Russia, my guard is on, and God willing, I managed to stay on the right side of this, because it's by criticizing, 200 million people or whatever, or a state. That's why I use the term Russia and Muscovy, because I want this to be independent of the state that calls itself Russia. And if you're a Russist, then you're fair game, because you have fallen for the othering propaganda that Ukrainians are Nazis, and therefore you're fair game. But all of us probably in this space have to be really careful that we don't fall into the trap of unfairly or immorally or unlawfully, because we shouldn't be promoting genocide against Russians, but we should be promoting everything we can to undermine and humiliate and do whatever we can to motivate. And other people will have different judgments about that. I've made that choice to do that, to do everything in my small amount of power to undermine, humiliate, to dig away at the foundations of every aspect of the Russist identity. And I have to question myself, is that ethical each time? Is that proper? And yes, Butcher, and this is where they really made an error, because now it's mainstream. What many of us and Romanians, for instance, have known for decades, and people in Central Europe, now it's mainstream. You know, Butcher is mainstream, MryiaReport is mainstream understanding. So all of that means that you don't have to be as generous. Your generosity, which is the first part of positive trolling, the first element, you don't have to be as generous to Russians as you do to Ukrainians. And so I just wanted to add that in. Basically, it's on a continuum. It's not just in the media sphere, but when you feel your emotions engage, and it takes a lot of focus to even be aware, to be self-aware enough to notice that. It's you know, as I say, the Dalai Lama probably most of the time gets it, but the rest of us have a lot of work to do. But generally, people who are trying to, the final bit is the psychological element to what they're trying to do is motivate your emotions, because then, as we know from oodles of empirical tests, when your emotions are engaged, you don't rationally assess issues. So if you tell someone that a fundamental value is at stake, for instance, their national identity or their security, then the next thing you say to them, and this works with all of us to a certain extent, but to about 30% of the population, high right-wing authoritarian, that's a psychological profile. It's nothing to do with whether you're left or right, you know, whether you're a socialist or a thing. It's a psychological profile. High right-wing authoritarian thinkers, about 30% of each population. If you tell them a value is at stake, freedom, liberty, their identity, you know, America, then you are hacking their consent, you're hacking their rationality. And if you are on the lookout for emotionally resonant trolls or communications, when you feel your emotions engage, then you might you're in the zone of possibly being trolled, and then you lose your capacity to some extent to rationally assess the information which comes. So advertising does this the whole time. You know, they play this kind of stuff about going on holiday, and then it switches to buying a new Lada or a new Porsche, and you're kind of lulled into this thing. You're thinking of being on the beach at Varna, and then the next thing you know, you're buying a Porsche because the ad has hacked and that's the same method that disinformation, misinformation from malign actors, whether they're Russian or in our own countries, use to hack our rational thought system. That's all I had to say on that.
I just wanted to add on that, what you were talking about, threatening values. So everybody actually, this particular response can be provoked in anybody, but like you're saying, there are certain people who are more likely to be easily provoked. And it's, if you threaten what people recognize as the sacred values, so the things that will make them behave in ways that perhaps aren't logical in terms of self-preservation. So people, willing to die, for their loved ones. Soldiers go into battle and they risk their lives, for other people. But on the individual level, that behavior doesn't always make sense. And when something sacred is threatened, we can behave in ways that are unpredictable and irrational. And so the real threat here, and what I think that I see particularly in the US, although it is happening in other countries, appears to be this effort to continually threaten sacred values of a specific demographic. And when they are continually threatened, continually agitated, over time, this effect is very worrisome. But I just wanted to add that that's what that's the dynamic that is happening.
I feel a bit compelled to shift the conversation here for at least a moment to the ongoing or developing situation in Crimea, and particularly Sevastopol. There is at least one explosion. I'm not sure of any additional, but it's been kind of making the rounds on Twitter like wildfire. It was a spectacular attack. I hope we see more in the coming hours. I hope this new transition to daytime strikes in addition to nighttime strikes is a continuing effort. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was going to add something to Rosalie's fascinating subject, but I agree with you, and this is big news. Is there any news on the method of delivery of this stuff? And I saw some drones, again, air defense not working, very slow drones overflying Crimea is going to get the commander of the air defense there fired again if he already hasn't been. It reminds me of the guy flying to Moscow in his light aircraft and landing on Red Square. The Russians can't shoot this stuff down. But has there been any news on, was it potentially this new missile system, the Grom 2 that the Ukrainians have? I mean, is there anything the Americans might have provided? Anything any of the other NATO allies might have provided that could hit 200 clicks and above?
It, by all appearances, seems to have been another one of those drones similar to what was used to ignite the refinery, Medvedchuk's refinery in Russia. And if those are flying one way with no intended return trip, then it could easily make that distance. There's actually footage from multiple angles of this thing closing in on the naval command center, but there's actually some footage of it approaching, and you can hear machine gun fire in the distance as though they were trying to down the bird. We've talked about this previously in the past, specifically when this other drone attacked the refinery, and the conclusion we arrived at that time was that these drones are small enough and lacking in metallic composition enough that they don't really trigger any radar, so to speak. They're moving slow enough that they're not really visible because radars are typically calibrated to pick up things of a certain speed and a mass. And if it's made of fiberglass or carbon fiber and it's flying particularly slow, then essentially they will filter out that additional noise from the radar, and it's more or less invisible. It's also kind of difficult to hit it with any type of heat-seeking missile or anything like that, because if it's a prop-driven drone, then it's not really going to put off a whole bunch of heat signature. So it kind of tracks that they would not see it until it was too late, and then use something like small arms fire to try and take it down, which seems to have been unsuccessful.
Low and slow, right? I mean, Ukraine's a massive place, and trying to track these things, even if they take 3 or 4 hours to drive across, to fly across Crimea, is going to be very hard. But still, the people are going to get fired for this. It's hugely embarrassing for Russia again.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to make a bad call to the boss later on today. I will be interested to know if they succeeded in causing any casualties with this, or if it's just a hit to the ego. I'm sure it has struck the fear into any sailors in Sevastopol this morning.
I am going to have to step out because I am not in Europe and I have been up all night.
It's only 2:45, Rosalie. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh. No, it's like almost 4.
Okay.
Anyways,
Well, you must be
It's
East Coast.
always good when you
Central
look
Time.
up from your screen. It's always good, Rosalie, if you look up from your screen, or when you have your, let's say, AirPods in, and find out what the time is. So much appreciated. Thank you for your dedication once again.
Absolutely. And I would encourage you, if you've stayed up this late, you might as well stick around for the sunrise.
Yeah, well, I was going to go try and find Doman. I've been trying to talk to him for like the last week, but he's always hosting when I'm sleeping and vice versa. So
That's the way it goes.
He's going to be here in 18 minutes.
Oh my gosh. This is like the 3rd time this has happened. Okay, I have to go to bed. It doesn't matter. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you much. Please don't be a stranger. I very much appreciate the conversation we had this evening, and I was not trying to chase you off, but when things are going boom in Crimea, I can't help myself.
And could I just quickly say what the person there was trying to do was invoke Rosalie's pride by embarrassing her by wanting to go to bed before dawn. So that was, but it was all in a good cause to try and get her insight. So that was positive trolling, I would judge.
I'm well trained, and for the record, I've had my Twitter account since 2012, and I think I posted on it about 4 times in 2012, and then picked up the habit again a couple of years ago. So I may be a troll as well, but Axel is definitely a troll.
Evidently.
Hi, Rosalie, this is F Sunflower here. If you can stay back for 5 minutes, I can describe the story of Twitter versus Indian government for past 5 years, if you're interested, on social media regulation.
F, I did not mean to ignore you earlier. I was trying to call on you. I think we may have missed our mark earlier.
No worries. Yeah.
And I think you may have baited her into sticking around for a couple more minutes. Maybe not. Maybe she will come back tomorrow.
All right.
I hope so. I mean, Rosalie is the world's authority on propaganda and social media, and I'd love to hear your opinion on Indian social media propaganda.
Yeah, and she has rejoined us.
I remember F was waiting, and then there was something that happened, and I want to make sure to answer or respond to you because I know you've been waiting a really long time.
By all
Thank
means,
you for coming back.
The floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. So social media regulations, right, and its impact. So 5 years back, Indian government realized that obviously there is no regulation as such that is existing for online platforms and social media. So they kind of started slowly with certain things, but then as time passed, they also understood that in India they had full control of the content on movies, because it has to go through a board of censorship board. So and they will ask you to remove scenes, etc. So that was fully controlled. Newspapers through the Editors Guild, etc., somewhat independent, but government could exert some pressure, right? Always. So they understood that that social media is something that they need to do something about it. And it's very interesting the way they went about how to bring online platform and social media into a sphere of influence, right, or control. What they did was that they set about norms that all social media companies should comply to enjoy the privilege of being free from responsibility or accountability for content, right? So I think world over the norm is that the social media companies are not responsible for the content that the users post on. So what the Indian government did is that they set the norm. So the first norm that they set is, number one, you should have a dedicated team responding to user complaints. All user complaints should be responded to within 48 hours. If a user complaint is not responded to within 48 hours, law enforcement agencies can step in and force you to, kind of review a certain content. And then there is another government committee that they will set up, which will eventually be the decision maker on what happens to the content, should it be removed, etc. So they kind of said it will not be the social media companies that will ultimately determine what content is permissible and not permissible. The other term that they said is that all the CXOs of the company and the person who is responsible for responding to user feedback must be physically located in India. And this clause was because the Twitter kind of made, not made, but the Twitter agreed with the CEOs and all to kind of resign from India and relocate to Singapore, because 2 years back this pressure had begun, right? Just a quick mic check. I'm audible?
Yeah, you're perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So
sorry, can I ask a question? When you said they had resigned themselves to Singapore, I'm a little bit more familiar with Twitter's operations and development in that region. As I understand, there is still a significantly large development team in Bangalore working for Twitter on exactly its current application, the one which we're using here, Spaces.
Yeah. So we are talking about the CEO, CFO, COO, the C-suite, right? The C-suite positions.
Exactly. They had to remove themselves into a subholding entity in Singapore. That's true. But the operations team and everybody dealing with the algorithm and the designs, if I'm not completely mistaken, are still all resident in Bangalore.
Yes, but that team is not subject to any of the regulations that India is bringing in, right? They directly report into the headquarters, and there is no move from the Indian government to, in any fashion, to kind of go to this development team. So they're fully independent.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess what the first thing that we are, I think in India, the people who would like to see India surviving as a nation with free speech is that the First Amendment of the US Constitution is playing a huge part, not just for US, but the whole world, right? Facebook chose to comply with these regulations within the first 1 month. I think they gave 90 days or 60 days, I believe. And Facebook kind of said, okay, we will comply. Only Twitter stood up and said that they have concerns, and they took the government to court. So that after that regulation has been passed, I think it's been 2 years or 1.5 years, I think, just before COVID. Things are at a stalemate, right? Which is Twitter has filed, I guess, petitions in Supreme Court or so, saying that complying to these regulations will mean that we will lose our independence. And a committee appointed by the government deciding ultimately on action of the content. will give too much of control to government, etc. And as it usually happens with the courts in India, they have this beautiful way of just keeping things frozen for a couple of years if it is too much of a contentious issue, and let the happenings slowly evolve a consensus kind of. So yeah, I believe it's a stalemate. The latest is Twitter has filed another petition saying that the 6,000 requests that has come from the government of India is questionable, and they would like to the court to investigate and kind of put a hold on these government requests and make them more reasonable. So that's one. The other thing is the WhatsApp groups and WhatsApp one-on-one chat. That is completely unregulated because it is end-to-end encrypted, person to person, right? So I guess a lot of misinformation in India is primarily through WhatsApp forwards. So your family groups, you have college alumni, etc., and a large portion of how opinion is formed through WhatsApp, and we don't even get to know about, right? Nobody gets to know about the impact. It is still being studied, but it is very huge. Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that it is quite tricky if we say that we must keep the social media companies responsible for the content. Some of the governments may misuse that and make them subjugate, right, to it. But at the same time, there is also a bad an undesirable outcomes that's coming out of almost all of it, and especially WhatsApp. WhatsApp is just too bad because the earlier generations who are now grandparents or parents, boomer, I guess as they called, they are new to this medium, and the only input that they get is WhatsApp forwards from neighbors and friends. So it's very easy to shape their mind. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I conclude. Thanks to First Amendment, India has survived to some extent, and thanks to Twitter, very spirited fight, and Facebook chose not to. Right. So I'll pause here, and if there are comments.
Yeah, so I just want to say a couple quick things. You've raised, a lot of really important points that I wish that I could talk about for longer. But one of the big problems that we have with two problems that we have with the social media platforms outside of the US is, like F is saying, this has given people who maybe wouldn't traditionally have a voice, it's given them a voice. But the problem is any sort of regulations that are put on the social media platforms, they can be misused by autocrats to silence dissent and to kind of do the opposite of what our intention is. And this has been very frustrating because in some cases the platforms are complying with autocratic demands to remove things on the platform that they don't actually have to. Like, I don't know why they are. They're also much less likely to act on violence and threats online when it's outside of the Western world. And I find that particularly disheartening. Because it should not matter where people live. What we saw happen with the genocide in Myanmar, like I have trouble seeing that happening without Facebook. And that is on them. and the inaction of these platforms is exasperating. And so, you know, I don't know that giving regulations within the Western countries, even if we had something ideal, we would have to watch very closely in countries where there are leaders who can easily misuse it to quash dissent, and that they're even enforcing things equitably, because this is a huge, huge problem. And I worked on some research in 2021, and you know, it looked like the Belarusian government was using Facebook, you know, to run information operations on the Belarusian public. And you know, this got brought to my attention, and not just mine, but another researchers, you know, and that is what it looked like to me. And then it was like a month or two later that Facebook said, "Oh, we found." I think it's November of 2021. If you look on the Facebook, inauthentic behavior, they busted a Belarusian network. But what if nobody had come to me and I hadn't been able to, you know, become a problem to the platform? And this is the thing, like, and unless somebody becomes a problem, they just, like, they do not care. Like, I can't stress enough to people, they do not care who dies. They do not care what happens, what falls apart. And I wish that it wasn't that way. I wish that it wasn't that scary. But they're either going to take everything that they can from the entire world, or they're going to get regulated, or in some way, just breaking them up might be a good thing. The other thing that I want to address that F said is that, you know, the WhatsApp groups, especially outside of the West, you know, in South America in particular, I'm familiar with the spread of medical misinformation via WhatsApp. You know, they took some steps to try to limit that, where if you forwarded it something on WhatsApp, you'd be limited past a certain number of people, or like it could only pass by 3 people and you wouldn't be able to. I think it was mildly, I can't remember if that was effective or not, but the bottom line is, yeah, like there's different, we may not know what's circulating in these closed spaces, and what is the effect. And I really hesitate, you know, just to recommend kind of these drastic measures when we don't know the effect that it will have on people. You know, one of the things we know that Facebook has done is they experimented on how different things affected our mood and our behavior. You know, and that's human experimentation, by the way. And so it's very, I feel a lot of moral responsibility when I make a recommendation, because people, they know that I understand this subject matter. And so I don't want my words to be used in a way that could hurt people like F, where the situation is very different. And so what I'll say is this situation is very complicated, and what would be good in one country could be misused in another. And that is a huge part of the problem here.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, if it's quick.
Yeah, quick one. You talked about a vacuum that is not filled yet, right? Because the credibility of the mainstream media has probably eroded, and etc. So I just wanted to kind of touch on that, which is I think this is common to all countries and all geographies, right? Which is today, I think that vacuum probably is already filled by social media influencers in respective fields. So someone must be doing military strategy, somebody must be doing fashion, right? Someone else is into a cause, etc. And I believe in a way it has become much more democratic, which is earlier it was easy for governments or political parties to form a certain kind of national consensus or set the agenda, so to speak, right? I think it is, one could argue today that it is much more difficult for today establishments or governments to set the agenda. It's much more open, it is much more unpredictable, sometimes positive, sometimes negative. But I would like to argue that a new generation that is growing up on social media, for them handling misinformation, knowing that almost everybody has some self or some sort of bias or self-interest, especially the people about 10K or so. Today, nobody looks forward to a movie star for a political opinion, right? That age is gone. So I would like to possibly for you to comment on, do you see that already these thousands or millions of social media influencers on each topic, probably already creating an ecosystem where things are much more dynamic, and it's possibly positive, especially with the new generation. Of course, people born little earlier may have little problems. So I would like to comment on that.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I think it's all negative. Social media has been used in a lot of different locations, and inside of Russia, for example, there were protests, and the younger generation, I think it was I can't remember if it was 2021, but there were protests, younger people were organizing that. And then the Kremlin tried to like pay influencers to say like protesting's terrible. Like, I don't want to go out and do that. And it was really pathetic. But this is an example that we've seen in a lot of different countries where younger people are leveraging it and they're using it to have a voice, to organize, to hear ideas that maybe their leaders don't want them to hear. So yeah, it's a very sensitive, it's very complicated, because like I said, what would be good in one country might be misused by a leader in bad faith in another country to make dissidents go away. And so I do think that there's good there, that there could be much less negative effect if these platforms wanted to. It doesn't have to be like this. That's the thing that I can't impress upon people enough. There are people who this is all that they study, and there are really good solutions out there that don't involve censoring people. Okay, like I don't even like to talk about what should be allowed on the platforms, because I think we get really sidetracked with that. Okay, let's say anything anybody wants to say, let's not even touch that. The right to be amplified is very different. It's not a right, it's a privilege. And if we look at it that way, like we do in society, if we're in a town hall, okay, we can't have everybody talking all at once. We agree together that somebody is going to go and they're going to speak and we're going to listen. We've agreed that this person gets to be amplified. And, some people say things and we don't want to listen and we walk out. And I think that there needs to be more accountability. The more influence, the more of more amplification that somebody has, I think that the rules should be applied to them more harshly, not less. They go after these accounts that have like 5 followers and are like, look, we're getting medical misinformation. It's like, no. Okay, well, it doesn't matter, because you've let these conspiracy theorists that have 2 million followers for the last year tell everybody that they're getting microchipped. So I am not impressed. And so I think if we focused even just on like amplification and the abuse that happens with that, we might not need to we might be able to get away from regulations that could be misused in other parts of the world. So.
Thank you so much.
And that is it for me. I've got to go. I will come back, I promise. If you want to, you can write me. You can leave me a tweet. I will try to answer. And one of these days, Axel's going to get me scheduled and I'm going to come and talk, maybe.
What I mean, one of these days, whenever
One
you
of
like.
them.
You tell me when, and we'll sort it.
Okay. I will do that.
Yeah,
Much appreciated, Rosalie.
You have to tell us when your schedule is available at a non break of dawn hour.
Oh, I can tell you. Like, you can just whenever Doman's available, just like the opposite of that. That's my schedule. Is what I've learned.
Got it.
The opposite. Okay. Good night, guys, or good morning.
Thank you much.
We'll sort something. We'll sort something when you're back at and glued at your many screens with a cup of coffee in hand. All right.
Oh, wonderful.
Have a good night. Cheers.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you again, Rosalie. Brad, go ahead.
Hey, so back to Sevastopol. I posted a whole bunch of stuff in the thread, not in the I didn't want to spam the nest, but I posted a bunch of stuff in the thread, including there's like 4 points of view. There's a shot of the building. It didn't really look like there was a ton of damage. Also, it looks like there's a fire at Sochi Airport, which is interesting. I don't know if it means anything, but the thing that I'd call
this is a problem of, as you know, overall operational and maintenance safety. Evidently, why else?
Yes, it's the Attackham's brand cigarettes and trade restrictions, which have reduced the amount of nicotine patches that are flowing into Russia.
Brad, I love it when you decompose it. Very well done. The nicotine patches are the key aspect. I agree with you.
It's all about the sanctions.
I thought it was the Nicorette gum.
Well, they're not getting any of it. So they were like chain smokers before, and then they all got addicted to nicotine patches. So they kind of, they were still smoking, let's be honest, but they were just, nicotine patches became like a party thing. But anyway, yeah, now it's just a mess. But anyway, there's one post in particular which I think is hilarious. And if you go into the thread and you go down, you guys are familiar with Sutton, Covert Shores. So he has a tweet, developing situation, pending updates, attack on Russian Navy headquarters, blah, 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 blah. And then he posts this image down below of the drone. And he's trying to develop, he's trying to identify the drone. I actually think he's wrong about which drone it was, because Ukraine has its own drones that one of which is very, very similar to this. But his possible match, he says, Chinese-made Sky Eye 5,000 millimeter large commercial UAV. So potentially they hit the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet with a Chinese drone. I just think that's hilarious.
I believe the drone that was flown into the now defunct refinery in Russia was also a Chinese model. We suspected it might be Ukrainian at first, but upon further inspection, they thought something in particular with the airframe indicated that it was the Chinese model. So yeah, that would be golden. And it may just be a pricing thing.
Yeah. So that's interesting, because that's the one that you're talking about. I dug into that, and I had assumed that was the Ukrainian version, but it's not my area of expertise, so I will defer to the experts. But if it is indeed a Chinese-made drone, that, excuse the French, is fucking hilarious.
It appears to be the second time, and probably not the last.
It's like the ultimate trolling move. Like, we're hitting your headquarters with weaponry from one of your only friends. It's just priceless. It's great.
I hope to see a lot more in the near future. Luis, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I think Nina was first. I yield the floor.
Yeah, Nina, sorry.
Thank you, Luis. Do you have any confirmation about what I read about 25 minutes ago, that there has been another HIMARS cigarette accident in Bakhisarai, Crimea airfield?
I have not seen that one yet, but it's a little late or early for me, so I am not as on top of checking the updates. So I will take a look.
Okay, but Ryan, because I have not been up all night, so I don't know how many strikes there were in Crimea, or were there strikes in Crimea last night. Thank you.
I'm not certain of all the locations that saw activity in Crimea. I know at one point there was some surface-to-air or anti-air missile fire, and they appeared to have shot down or claimed to have shot down a drone around the Kherson Bridge. But I don't know if there was actually any missile strikes to speak of, at least none confirmed. There was one report and a video of a missile. I think Special Kherson Cat shared a clip of it, and after some inspection and analysis, we had some people on the space, Portland specifically, assuming that might have been a malfunctioning surface-to-air missile rather than an attack by the Ukrainians, based on the velocity of the rocket and its angle of attack, and its the fact that it still had its engine burning. Typically, if a missile like that were operating as intended, it wouldn't have been flying at such a low angle of attack, and it would not have had a flame shooting out the back of it still. So we were thinking it might have been one of those magical boomeranging S-300s.
Thank you, Ryan.
Aside from that, I am not aware of any major attacks in Crimea, but I was hoping as the sun came up that there would be some battle damage assessments or additional information. As far as I know, the Kherson Bridge still exists, and we will have to wait until tomorrow night for that status to change. But given what's going on with drones in Sevastopol, we may not have to wait that long after all. Who knows? Luis, go ahead.
Good morning, my friends. Good morning,
Good
Ryan.
morning.
Long time no see you, or how do we say that?
Likewise.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Axel and the group behind all the invitations of the guests that we have on the space. Yesterday at the evening, it was superb with James Vasquez. I got some shiver on my back as I was listening to him. For all of you not knowing who that is, the guy is fighting at the front lines. Is American fighting at the front lines since pretty the beginning of the war. He went back home a few months ago, 2-3 months ago, sold everything that he had, including his house, and he's back again at the front line. And it's just unbelievable what they are doing for Ukraine. He's not the only one. There are a few guys doing the same, and this is exactly what we need. People that just give up their lives and go and fight for humanity, because this is what we are dealing with in Ukraine. I don't know if you already saw today in the morning. I woke up today in the morning and saw a tweet from Russian ambassador Mikhailov Ulyanov or something like that, saying no mercy to the Ukrainian population, and this is exactly what the Ukrainian population is dealing with. Every single one of you that don't understand this, that it's not only Putin's war, but Russia's war, not only against Ukraine, but against humanity. You should, I don't know what you should do. It's just unbelievable that there are still no mass demonstrations in Russia to stop this genocide that's going on. So every single person that comes to me and says, "Oh, this is only Putin's war," like we are used to here in Germany, because our Chancellor Olaf Scholz keeps saying that every second day. It's only Putin's war. It's just disgusting. Yeah. So I just wanted to give the shout out to Axel. Wish you a peaceful day. I hope we see a lot of more videos today about the Crimea attacks, and that bridge should be gone as soon as possible. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
He
More
has another
HIMARS.
name. It's
More
DJ
HIMARS.
Nonsense.
DJ nonsense. No, but seriously, Luis, thank you. Obrigado. But the thing is, we need more HIMARS during the day. It's a perfect, wonderful, sunny day on Crimea. What could be better tourism or anti-tourism advertisement than another HIMARS strike?
Absolutely. I think we should take off the mask with respect to attackums.
Speaking of which, I'd just like to call your attention to the Nest and our sponsor, Attack'em Cigarettes. So today's Mirror Report is brought to you by Attack'em Cigarettes, the lucky strike of Russia, who wants to remind you to please smoke responsibly. And so I hope you'll enjoy the commercial that's up there.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Axel. Terve, mitä kuuluu?
Kudos Levitt.
Terve. Luis, I also saw this that about was it the ambassador of a Russian ambassador somewhere? It's not Putin's war. It's Putin's and all the Russians' war. We have seen what the Russians are doing in Russia, and if anybody says that it's only Putin's war, it's completely wrong. I just wanted to say that it's the Russians' war.
Can I jump in? and say something to that?
You just did. You just did.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you,
ahead,
Axel.
Luis.
I'm sorry. Sometimes it's difficult to wait because my thumb is always on that button, and I have to bite on my thumb just not to jump in. You are absolutely right, Nina. And this, you guys know me. I came here into the space saying, "Oh shit, this is only Putin's war. What is he doing to his population?" And after a few weeks of the things that we saw in Ukraine that are happening there, I had to admit to myself that this is not only Putin's war, because there is no Putin on the ground torturing Ukrainian POWs. There is no Putin on the ground just firing a tank into an hospital and stuff like that. And I was waiting for the outrage in Russia from the Russian population against this war, and it simply didn't happen. There were a few thousand people that came out, but on a country with millions and millions of people, I was waiting that Putin just would be thrown out of the power, and it simply didn't happen. And then we started seeing all the Russians outside Russia cheering for the war in Ukraine, and that simply gave me the rest, as we say here in Germany. It's not. We have to admit, and every single one of you has to admit, that this is not only Putin's war; it's Russia's war. It's simple as that, and people still denying it today are admitting what is going on in Ukraine. And if you guys see what is coming out of Ukraine, how they are treating prisoners of war, how they are treating people, women, children, being raped in the front of their parents, this is just disgusting. And we have to do everything in our power to stop that. Just if you, James Vasquez, I told it a few minutes ago, that guy gave everything up and went to Ukraine to fight on the front lines, side by side with Ukrainian soldiers. I'm aware, and I'm also a guy that I'm not able to do that. I'm not a military guy. That's why you should stand up every single morning and think about what you can do from the place where you live. And the things that you can do is to contact your government officials, say what is going on in Ukraine, send them 2 or 3 videos of things that maybe you have seen, and ask for more heavy weapons, because that's exactly what Ukraine needs. Stop buying products from companies that are still in Russia, doing business with a country that is a terrorist state that is killing civilians in Ukraine. There is a list of companies that are still there. The money that you give them buying their products is going directly to Russia to finance this war. Yeah, that's the things you can do. Just spread the word, donate to Maria Aid, because the guys are doing an awesome job, a superb job, delivering non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Just go to their Twitter account or to their homepage. You see the pictures of the shipments that they are delivering to Ukraine. A tourniquet, we said it many times here in the space, costs $20-$30, and it can save a life. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Axel, I have a question for you. What is keeping the world or USA to officially say that Russia is a terrorist state? And if Russia is declared as a terrorist state, what would it mean? Like in many, like in which, what would the impact be from the economic perspective and also other perspectives? If you know about this, I would be really interested to hear. Thank you.
I do, but I am currently very occupied here in the garden. If you allow me that I can revert back to this in about 2 hours, I shall gladly do so, because it is a very valid topic. Key aspect there being that there's a host of discretionary and also unintended consequences if and when Russia is declared a state sponsor of terrorism and Russian GREs, government-related entities, are declared either sponsors of terrorism or terrorist actors or terrorist supporters. There's a host of different, shall we say, requirements. One key thing, I can say this now, and we'll do the rest in detail later. If the US were to do so, then diplomatic relations with Russia would cease. That is, whether the US instigates it or Russia does it doesn't really matter, but that's what happens. And that, as our friend Yehuda had kindly intimated beforehand, then triggers a host of other nations doing either the same and or isolating Russia, but that means also that a lot of both diplomatic staff as well as those who are employed by diplomatic missions are at risk in Russia. Now, this is obviously in comparison to the genocide, not necessarily the most or the gravest concern, but it is a grave concern in itself. And it also reflects on a number of organizations which are still manned with Western personnel and operating in and around Russia. We had Decoding Trolls here, who has been with the OSCE. He knows exactly what I mean when I talk about this. This is there is a delicate balance in terms of timing. The process should have been started earlier, then we would be much more advanced in that regard. But if you look at how diplomatic relations were frayed with Japan during the Second World War, and what it meant having, so to say, a government completely isolated, you should relate to that, but we can go into a lot more detail later. But I just can't do it now. It needs a couple of documents, and I think this is just a teaser, but we'll do a little bit more later. That's okay with you.
Thank you, Axel, and I really appreciate, and I will absolutely be listening when you come and tell about this, because we haven't really talked a lot about this, and it interests me a lot, because I just read that, for example, Russians are planning now to kidnap thousands of children, more children from Kherson to Russia. And that just made me think that we haven't talked about this Russia being a terrorist state. So I will be here when you are back. Thank you, Axel.
Unfortunately, I think I will be asleep by that time, so I will miss that discussion, and I regret it in advance.
Oh, Ryan, but you can listen to the. But this is recorded. You can.
Indeed, it is, but
No, okay.
I do not have the time to go back and listen to the recordings because I'm usually listening to the live broadcast.
Okay, Ryan. I will try to write down make notes as much as possible and give you an update when you are back. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
But
you.
Ryan, you have 2 ears, so you can listen to the recording and to the live broadcast at the same time.
I have 2 ears and a teeny tiny brain between them. So I can't multitask like that. There are people talented in that respect, but I have to devote my full time and attention to one conversation at a time, or it just ends up as gobbledygook?
Actually, Ryan, that is really good, because multitasking means that you are not fully concentrated on nothing, because you need to fully concentrate on one thing, and then you will be like in it. So I appreciate your.
And that is a chore all in of itself at times for me. So I do my best to be good at least one thing. Martin, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martina. I'm joining from Germany.
I'm sorry, Martina. It cut off the last part of your
I know,
name.
I know. I saw that, and I knew that you meant me. I just wanted to be so polite and introduce myself, not as
thank you very much.
Correction for you. Yeah, I've been listening. So first of all, I want to start by saying I've been listening for a lot to your broadcast, and I really enjoy it. I always look forward to starting it in the morning because I feel like it's very helpful information, and it's good to have people, on the same side of Ukraine. I feel like sometimes like people I talk to are often not so interested in the whole Ukraine topic, or even like, unfortunately, here in Germany, I have to say that relatively often, like in the public media, a little bit more the Russian narrative is being displayed, which always makes me super angry. And then I'm like, oh, I will hear a little bit the report, and then I feel better. So that's a very good thing. Thank you, guys. And I just wanted to tell Louis, I feel like we had like a little small win just right now. Our chancellor published a small speech, and he said the war Russia has started. So that's kind of the first time that I heard that he said Russia started a war and not Putin. So I think, like, because he always said Putin's war, and I think like everybody always responded saying it's Russia's war, not only Putin. So I feel like if we do it often enough, that very slowly we are making progress. The other thing was that what he said, because he talked about Navalny and that he was like poisoned 2 years ago, and that he is fighting for freedom and democracy, because currently that it's threatened in Russia. So as if it currently is a democracy, but it's a little bit under threat. So I feel like our chancellor always like tones it very much down, what the real situation is in Russia. So that's also something, I think we can influence from a social media perspective. If any time, if he says that, so we kind of correct it, or we say how we feel that it is. I think that there can be a lot of influence by us. So that's what I just wanted to tell you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for coming up. I am happy to hear from longtime listeners and first-time speakers. We very much appreciate you coming up, even if it's just to say hi and let us know that you're listening in.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought, because then you're wondering, right, who are all these people? And then I thought maybe they, it's nice to say hello. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, very happy to have you guys, or girls, step up for that matter. I don't typically scroll down into the listener gallery and see who's listening. I like to pretend that nobody's listening, and it helps me immensely. But I know there are some other speakers in the space who do peruse the list of listeners from time to time. I just pretend you guys don't exist until you step up and grab the mic or send a DM. So thank you very much, Martina.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to defer to Slava next, because he is our resident Ukrainian for the morning, and then I will go to Luis. Good morning, Slava. Heroям Slava.
Слава Україні, героям слава.
Героям слава.
Thank you.
Slava.
Thank you. About the last, I have short comment about the pretend democracy in the Russia. So all this talk about the Navalny, we all know that this is just pretend democracy. This is all like a poisoning. Now he's in a jail. He's like a pretending to fight for the freedom from the for the Russians. He's like a wanted great Russia, but still like saying that Crimea is like a Russia. Ukraine never gonna get Crimea, so it's like he's still like we all know that. I didn't want to like make this big story, but we all know that. Yeah, I just want to highlight is that Navalny is just a play of the Russians on this like a pretend democracy for the West world, that like look at us, we have democracy, but we know that this is just a mafia state and Russia is terrorist state, so it's like a sponsor of the terrorist. So it's like we know. Tozanina, Bakhchisarai, confirmation, official explosions, big explosions. So it's like a good news. In Ukraine we call it cotton delivered. As you may know, it's like Atacam's brand cigarettes. Same things, like a different meaning, but same results. So it's like a working so well. And about the James Vasquez, I think if I repeat it maybe two more times, James Vasquez, he will appear in this space because I saw him a few minutes ago. He was in this space. So I just wanted to say, as yesterday, James Vasquez, another hero for the Ukraine. He's fighting for the Ukraine. And Valkyria also yesterday, I think, great support to the Ukraine. So people, know what they're doing. That like I totally appreciate it in Ukraine, and Ukrainians. It's like not just me. A lot of the Ukrainians appreciate all this like right away people who helping in Ukraine like directly. It's like amazing for me. So just wanted to say thank you again. Thank you for your service, James Vasquez. So thank you.
Luis, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to point out what Slava just said about Navalny. I think if you just dig in about the topic Navalny and see what he's had the past years and who that guy really is, you will understand that it's not the kind of guy that we should want for our government. Like Slava just said, as Russia took Crimea, he absolutely said, I think after a few months, that Crimea is Russian and should never get back to Ukraine again. So I don't think that Navalny is the kind of guy we should trust. That's one thing. And the other thing regarding Germany and the Chancellor, of course, you are absolutely right, Martina. We have to point out every single day, and if that means we are just doing that 1,000 times per day, we should do that, regardless of how many times we do that. But for me, I have to say that I think as long as Chancellor Scholz is in power, we won't see a completely change of politics regarding Russia and Ukraine, because that guy is just, he says things that don't match with his actions, and that's absolutely the thing that is disturbing me the most, and pushing that narrative, Russian narrative regarding the war that could be started if we challenge a nuclear country. It's I have to say I don't like him. I have heard his first speech after the war started, and I thought, wow, I'm proud to live in Germany. I'm not a German, but I'm proud to live in Germany since over 30 years. Germany stepping up is really taking never again as the direction they want to go, but the actions that he did after that speech are simply nothing. So, but we have to keep fighting. We have to keep informing the people that what is going on, and maybe we will have the change from the bottom to the top. And yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
Yeah, Louis, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. I also don't think that change is possible as long as Mr. Scholz is our chancellor. But you know, what can we do, right? So we can't give up. So we have to try what every one of us can influence and,
Well, you
and
can,
do our best
Martina.
every day.
You can talk to the elected officials to sponsor a constructive vote of no confidence. You just have to make sure that you get a majority. So you need the CDU, CSU, you need to find those people in the FDP who have a spine, and a few Greens who are willing to sacrifice their anti-nuclear mythology. In order to fight genocide, that's not a tall order, is it?
No, for me it's not. But yeah. So Axel, you think we could make it happen?
Absolutely. Of course, it's democracy. It's just so simple. 486 to 100 voted for heavy weapons. Where are these heavy weapons? They're not there. So we now have a clear majority in the state governments across Germany to continue the existing 3 nuclear power plants. And we have at least 2 states who are willing to reconnect to the grid 2 of the 3 phased out power plants. We have 87% of Germans who support any and all sanctions against Russia for them having committed and continuing to commit genocide. We have a vast majority of Germans who are willing to do whatever it takes if they are well led by their politicians. If that's the case, one should find politicians in that parliament who are willing to replace the existing coalition with people who are willing to act against genocide. This is not the continuation of the inner German or domestic policy wars about who does what here and can I move the needle there. No, this is fighting against genocide. This is 1941. If we let them, they will destroy more Ukrainian population. They will burn them in mobile incineration units. Now, where did they get this idea from? Mobile gassing units? Does that ring a bell? So there is no excuse. Germans should stand up, talk to all their willing politicians, and tell them this is not party politics alone. You have to change. You have to act now. Support Ukraine, arm Ukraine, fight against the Russians. So simple. It's wartime. What else? Of course we can.
Yeah, I think
no fatalism. Fatalismus ist der Weg zur Schande. Fatalism is the way to shame.
Yeah, I hope you're right, Axel. I hope.
Find out who your representatives are. Find out who your representatives are, your politicians, your local politicians on municipal level. Wer ist dein Stadtverordneter? Wer ist dein zuständiger Bundestagsabgeordneter? Geh zu dem hinten, geh zu demjenigen, der damals die Wahl verloren hat. Sprich mit jedem.
Ja.
Ich weiß, das ist nicht besonders deutsch, aber es ist tatsächlich, was wir tun müssen.
Ja, das stimmt.
Sorry, guys. I just said that she should speak to whoever is her representative on municipal level, so in the city or the village, wherever, or the district, and she should consider talking to the one who is now her mandated member in the German Bundestag, the German Federal Parliament, and also talk to the people who lost the vote last time, who didn't qualify for that mandate, and talk to them, because there's no shame in talking to people and sensitizing them. It's only if we inaction and fatalism leading to inaction is the way to shame. And I also said that maybe this activity, this civil activity, is not very German, because we always, dispense with our democratic, movement by means of voting irregularly or on a regular basis, whenever that is, on municipal, state, and federal elections, and then we leave the politicians alone. But now we can't. There is no reason, no moral in leaving them alone. But it's not a German problem alone. I think it exists everywhere. But just in Germany, it is very, very crucial because Germany is in a pivotal position. And so when, sorry, but I have to go back and do the gardening thing. Otherwise, the whole family will go nuts here. But Nina has done the right thing, for example, in Finland. She's been contacting politicians, media speakers, and the likes, and creating buzz. And that's what we need to do in Germany just as well. So, and with that, I'll hand it to Luis, and I will have to do the stuff here. Otherwise, I'll get,
Absolutely.
get smashed by the family.
I wanted to bring up or remind Luis or compel Luis to recount some of the direct actions he has taken in Germany with respect to Russian nationals who may be residing in Germany.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, actually, I have some good news on that, Ryan. I tried to, since a few days, I tried to come up to speak about it, but I unfortunately, I had a lot of work the past days. For the people that don't know what happened, just a quick recap what was going on. There were a few videos that went viral the past weeks about Ukraine refugees being harassed on the streets of Vienna and Germany, and by a Russian woman. There was a video of a young Russian girl, woman, directly speaking to Ukrainian refugees, telling them they should go home and Russians should make a referendum where they were, and stuff like that, just harassing the people. And there was another video of another woman at the sea, also talking to a Ukrainian refugee that had her kids around, telling her that Ukrainians should be handled like the Jews were handled by Nazi Germany. And there was some investigation online, so people got the information of those two women, names, where they were, friends, and stuff like that. So I picked up the information and filed a criminal case here in Germany. Delivered that to the authorities, the police, and I was contacted by the police here where I live. We had a nice phone call, I think 30-45 minutes, and he was very interested how I found that, what I am doing, why I found that, and I explained everything that we are here in the space. I told him about MryiaReport. I shared a few Telegram channels of people that are in Germany and also in Portugal cheering for Russia in Ukraine. He was very interested in that information. We were talking on the phone. I were just telling him every single word of the Telegram channels. He was directly on his computer, opening the Telegram channels. We went through a lot of videos and pictures shared on that channels. And he told me that he is the responsible person for the criminal case I filed. He is contacting the region where this person is illegally in Germany, and he will contact me a little bit later as soon as everything is in place to pick up that person, and if she's really illegally in Germany, she will be sent back to Russia. Yeah, that was really a nice chat. I had the feeling that he's really interested, as I shared information about the MryiaReport, what we are doing here in the space, or the guys are doing here, keeping up a space 24/7, and just informing the people about the war in Ukraine. He was really interested, and I looking forward for the outcome of the criminal cases. So as soon as I have more information, I will inform here in the space. And that's exactly what you can do if you see something like that on the internet, and you think you can contact officials, police, and just fill a criminal case. As more criminal cases we have, as more pressure we put on the police, on the officials to do something about it. If that helps to shut down Russian propaganda and the harassment of Ukrainian refugees, because we are responsible for them, right? So we have them in our country, and we have to make sure that they are safe, and they don't have to handle that stuff that is going on in Ukraine. We should do that. So just pick up your phone, pick up your computer. Here in Germany, you can fill a criminal case through the internet. You don't have to go to the police station. Just fill an online case, criminal case, and send it to the police. That's what we should do. Regarding what Axel was saying, it's sad that he had to go. I always thought he had personal to take care of the garden, but I was wrong. Regarding what Axel was saying, the problem here in Germany that I see is that we are focusing from the war in Ukraine to the prices of gas, to the prices of things that we need to not have a winter, a bad winter. So if I look at the internet, if I look at our politicians here, Kubitsky as an example, for Martina also, that guy is pushing the opening of Nord Stream 2. And this is what we are seeing on the newspapers, on television. Should we open Nord Stream 2? So we are focusing on the delivery of gas, of energy from Russia, and not telling the people what is really going on in Ukraine. That should be focus number one. And we have to change that. We have to tell the government, I don't care if a liter of gas for my car costs €5, as long as no children is being raped in front of their parents in Ukraine, I'm willing to pay that. And that's exactly what we have to tell our officials. Focus on Ukraine, focus on the genocide that's going on, and don't care, or do not care as much as you are doing now on the energy prices that are rising up. That's my personal opinion. And I think that's the most important thing to do here in Germany.
Yeah, I agree, Louis. I think that's very good points, especially with Kubicki. And then they make a survey, and then 39% of the people allegedly say, yeah, we should open Nord Stream 2. They don't even understand. So they really believe. And I think that's also because, our chancellor went to the turbine and, took pictures standing in front of it. And so I think people really believe that, or some people really believe that, we would get more gas if there was Nord Stream 2 open, rather than, understanding that we already only get 20% through Nord Stream 1. And I didn't think that it was 39%, but it seems to be a significant amount of people who believe, that really the turbine is the problem.
And we absolutely know that that is not the case, right? We know Siemens told because the turbines and the system comes from Siemens, and Siemens clearly told that for a full delivery of the energy of the gas through that pipeline, we need 5 turbines or 6, and there are 7 or 8 that are placed. So 2 are only for replacement if one breaks up. They can replace them with one of those 2. So that's not the case. If Russia wanted to deliver 100% of gas, they would be able to do so, even if one is broken, because they have 2 more in replacement stock. What we have
It's
seen,
a fair narrative. Sorry, may I just jump in very briefly? Luis, you're getting at it, but it's very important to highlight what it is. This is a fair narrative. They play with the German public. As Rosalie earlier said, they keep the German public busy and thinking about gas and that there's not enough gas and all this. Whilst there is no technical reason for it, and it's just important for them to keep this in the public mind. That's all.
yeah, exactly what I'm saying. They are focusing here on the energy and not on the ongoing genocide. And yeah.
Well, and fixating on the energy issue and not the larger problem, which is Russia using natural gas as a method of extortion, is only a distraction without a solution. It's, what good does that serve to focus or fixate on that problem and not the larger cause of the problem? The gas issue is a symptom of the dilemma, and it needs to be addressed by forcing Russia to submit or retreat from its aggressive action in Ukraine. And Europe is going to have to diversify its energy sources inevitably. So, yes, there is a difficult winter ahead, and Germany, among other nations, is trying to mitigate that problem by diversifying their sources and importing LNG and switching over the Nord Stream 2 import hub to a liquefaction facility. But absent a resolution to the problem in Ukraine, the gas problem cannot be resolved. It's not like Germany can go to the negotiating table with people who are actively committing genocide and digging trenches for women and children in Ukraine. And in instances where they're not digging trenches for them, they're burning the evidence in mobile incinerators. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I just what makes me furious and what really makes me angry here is that we as humans have lost humanity. I don't know how to explain that in correct English. I'm sorry for that, but I'm a normal guy. I don't studied in university or stuff like that. I have my job to do. I learned that, but I'm not a studied guy. I don't know how to explain things in correct English. But for me,
you do a pretty good job, I would say.
But for me, there is common sense and there is humanity. If I see my neighbor is being slaughtered, is being killed, tortured, I don't keep thinking on energy prices or stuff like that. I just want what is happening to my neighbor to stop. And if I have to pay something for that and do something for that, I will do it. So that's why it makes me furious when people, not only in Germany, but the same is happening in Italy also. I read yesterday something that energy price rose up, I don't know, 1,000 euros more per year for a normal family. But guys, there are children being raped in front of their parents. I just don't get it, how we humans can be so cruel and so I just don't get it, and that really makes me furious. And I keep thinking, is this the world where I want my children to grow up? I tried since the beginning of the war to explain to my children, because my children didn't knew what was going on, and explain to them that if you go on the street and you see a fight where someone is being beaten up by a mass of people, you should step up, even if that means that you get a blue eye or miss 2 or 3 teeth, but you should step up. And that's exactly what I'm missing from so many people around the world. That's just incredible, and it makes me really furious.
Well, I think some people justify their lack of action or their lack of interest, one, because it is uncomfortable to actually see and examine what is going on, but also because they presume that they're not a public official or someone who has the ability to affect direct change. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's something Rosalie touched on earlier when we were discussing misinformation and disinformation. Part of the aim or the goal of some of the disinformation tactics are to instill a sense of helplessness and an apathetic approach to public engagement or civic engagement in general. And there's a natural bent towards that anyway. The voter participation in my country is abysmally low because we don't mandate it. So only people who choose to engage in civics or voting or politics are the ones who actually take an interest in it. It's to some degree a learned behavior or a learned sense of helplessness, and nothing could be further from the truth. Democracy and democracy is ours to lose or maintain. And if we turn a blind eye to these authoritarian despots, in a sense, they win.
But Ryan, that's exactly the point. How is it even a possibility to go to the negotiation table and talk with the terrorist state that is doing the things that they are doing in Ukraine? How is that even a possibility? That's what I mean. There should be some things in this world that
are non-negotiable.
Yeah, of course.
No, I don't disagree. I think we're on the same page. I was referring to engaging with your elected officials within our own countries and constantly hammering them over the head about why this is an issue in all of our countries and why it matters. Axel has opined on it much more thoroughly than I could, but sorry, I drew a blank here for a second. I got distracted by a little white furry animal. Apparently she needs to go to the bathroom. Decoding, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just writing to the Austrian MFA and reporting the Russia's ambassador to Vienna for instigating genocide using Twitter from their state, gently reminding them that as part of their state, they killed millions of Ukrainians. Again, it's really impolite to mention, but I did read a great interview, which I tweeted yesterday, with one of Germany's most prominent Ukraine foreign policy advisors. And in it, she very humbly concedes she didn't understand, she didn't know about the Holocaust by bullets until 2017. So she had been Germany's leading foreign policy advisor on Ukraine, and it wasn't in her mental model that her state had killed millions of Ukrainians.
Sorry,
And so
who are we talking about?
What's her? It's something Abdel, or I'll find it now. So I just make this point that, again, it's very impolite to mention this, but I did have a sense that this is the case, that many of those who, and I'm an American, so it's never out of my mind what my country has done. Never, all of it. It's there, and everything I do is part of that. It was quite a big step when I did start to raise this issue in early April, because I did sense it. So I was very interested to hear how she admitted it. 2017. What's her name? I'm getting it now. But anyway, that was what I was doing. That just Adler. Do you know of her?
Yeah, but she's not a specialist for Ukraine. That's just crap. She's not. Christoph Heusgen was the leading advisor to Angela Merkel, and he's one of the staunchest critics. I'm not necessarily a friend of Mr. Heusgen or of Ms. Merkel for that matter at all, but he has criticized, the lack of support for Ukraine arms supplies. And Heusgen was extremely well briefed at that time by the German BND, as well as the Americans when they were still communicating with them, as to the efforts undergoing in Ukraine already after 2008, all the way up to the Revolution of Dignity, as well as thereafter. There's at least 30 people I would rank significantly higher than Ms. Adler. Sorry.
Okay, Axel, the point is, here is someone completely tuned in to the German foreign policy establishment, and she doesn't know that her state killed 44,000 Jews in 2 days in Babi Yar. So if she doesn't understand that, then
she is just a useless idiot. I'm sorry.
Then there's 60 million other Germans who are privileging gas because it's not in their mental model. They don't understand. So anyway, this is one of about 80 different campaigns I'm running at the moment.
I would really be careful making that an assumption. I can definitely tell you, my mother is a 1942, so she is what we call a Kriegskind, okay? And she's a conservative. There's no question, always has been. We're from a conservative stretch of land anyway there. And by no means, since 2008, since the Munich security policy speech. I mean, my mother has been in business for all her life, organized businesses, invests, works hard, organizes, does civil engagement, everything. She's just, a mountain of resilience, a mountain of strength, and she is definitely energetic on a level which few people are. I take it. I take that as a criticism. So she does not resemble necessarily the rest of the population in terms of engagement. However, she resembles a large part of the German public, which completely and fully understands, because they still do have recollection of the Cold War, completely understands the threat, fully understands as to why on earth we should fight. And she has been vocal since the very first day of the invasion, meaning since 2014. And she's been ever more vocal since, as have her family members, as have many people around her, as have two parties in the region, in the district, respectively, the countryside where she's in. And the whole countryside is flagged with Ukrainian flags. So there's not 60 million people in Germany who fall into the despicable category of one minor policy advisor of low level of understanding and bad education. If you went to Germany and to German grammar school, for example, in the 1970s and 80s, you would have had a very comprehensive, in detail history lesson. Very, very international at that point in time, and very in-depth when it comes to what happened in the Second World War, how the build-up was. It starts much earlier, so we go through everything from the 1848 revolution in excessive detail through the Second World War, the Holocaust, the likes, and the Holodomor. Actually, that's the funny part. Tragic as it is, but the Holodomor was on our curriculum and quite intensively. And I was in the 8th form, all right? Not at a later stage, very early on. Everybody knows Babi Yar. We visited concentration camp museums as school classes. So please, do not deny that just because there is now a new generation being formed under what can only be described as Schröderianum and the communist Greens and their progressive look forward into the future without knowing the history and without being solidly founded in the present, that this bodes well for the future is a different thing. Yes, it doesn't. Their education system ideas are shit. They are not comprehensive. They are not appropriate. They are completely bereft of history. I get that. But the overwhelming majority of Germans do know this because they are old enough.
Point taken. I'm glad. I mean, I have to say, until March 2022, I never doubted. I didn't know the details of it, but what you've just said, never even, you know, I imagined it was just, you didn't even need to mention it because it was ever in our minds. So point taken. But I just want to say to the person who said we've lost our humanity, just to be clear, and this is another of my 80 simultaneous campaigns, is that there are laws against this. There are laws against doing what the Russian ambassador in Vienna just did. It is illegal. It is unlawful. It is a breach of the most solemn treaties we have to instigate genocide and to promote the crime, to instigate others to commit crimes against humanity, like no mercy for the Ukrainian population. And there are many issues in law which are gray areas, but this is not one of them. And what we have been normalized over the past 10, 15, 20 years is into seeing these things as normal. And they're not. They are, and this is, I learned international law before in late 1990s in a very traditional way at Cambridge University, where we were taught by people who created the charter and the jurisprudence after the Second World War, and it was drilled into us. And that's, I try to use my voice to try and communicate that. So your intuitive sense, you said you didn't go to university, is correct. And a farmer I met recently who just asked me, he just couldn't understand why the West hadn't intervened properly, muscularly in the way they did in Kosovo or Kuwait. And that you don't need to go to university to know what's right and what's wrong, and there are laws preventing all of these things. The issue, it seems to be, is some people, and the people with power and control, have forgotten this, and they've allowed the waters to be muddied for good reasons, and they're just confused. We're all confused at times, but also out of bad reasons. And so you can tell your children there are laws and stuff against this, and I hope someday we will start enforcing them. And anyway, that's what I said. So thank you, Axel. Point absolutely taken.
All right, mate. All good.
I think F was next.
Oh, just before we go to hands, Ryan, have you tried to drive across the Kerch Bridge recently?
Have I? No, I have not. But I think I know what you are referring to, and I love it.
Well, if our listeners are curious, they can cast their eyes vertically to the nest and observe the tweet by a friend of the program, William Tack. So apparently, somebody has rather naughtily changed the sign, electronic sign on the Kerch Bridge on the Russian side, so that when you drive across it, it now says "Welcome to Ukraine."
Can you just quick remind us what the Kerch Bridge is?
That would be the bridge constructed from Russia to Ukraine across the Kerch Strait.
It's how you get to the Crimean Peninsula from Russia.
Illegally.
Yes, illegally built bridge.
Indeed. And was used to interfere illegally with maritime traffic in the area.
I hope they have fixed the sign on the other direction and made it out to say "Never come back."
I was thinking something a bit wittier, like Arrivederci, Fatnik, but sure, that works too.
And right after that, it needs to be absolutely bloody killed. Who needs that bloody bridge in future?
Absolutely.
I mean, we're not invading Russia, and they can stay at home.
Yeah, I think they should have maybe altered the sign that's posted in the nest to say "Welcome to Ukraine, enter at your own risk." F, go ahead, and then Vishni.
Yeah, hello, mic check.
You're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would like to comment on what Louis said, that have we lost the humanity, right? Why are we not standing up united against atrocities in Ukraine? So while what is happening is as tragic it is for Ukraine, I think we are also lucky as overall to some extent that Putin chose probably the worst possible time for himself, and what we see today, if we look back in history, probably is one of the most hopeful periods, and maybe we look at this time, after 20 years, it may be the brightest time for humanity, right? So as a contrarian view, and the reason I say that is that if Putin had decided to invade Ukraine while Trump was in power, or if Trump was re-elected in 2020, it would have been a very different situation, and probably, Putin would have been opening a champagne in Kiev. We are lucky from that point of view. And if we look back in history, people have always been focused on local issues, and international issues have been, far away from their choices when they elect governments, right? So during so I just heard Axel once a little earlier speak about why Bush lost and Bill Clinton was elected, but at that point of time, America probably had the most effective, the most brilliant foreign policy results, right, in history, because it was working very collaboratively with Russia, They were engaging in disarmament. Bush could, get unanimous consensus, I believe, in UN for the first Kuwait war, etc. So it was a brilliant administration from a foreign policy point of view. And if they had continued, we would have probably not had this, Putin phenomena at all, right? But I believe the American population was probably more focused on economics, and probably the opposition campaign won. I also happened to watch about this YouTube video about the Iron Curtain speech of Winston Churchill. I believe he gave that speech in US 1 year after the war, or maybe 6 months or 1 year after the war. And Winston Churchill, as the war was nearing to end in 1944-45, he was advocating a proactive approach in containing Russia, and not allowing it to expand into Eastern Europe, etc. But he was probably defeated in Britain because he was still continuing to talk about war, and people were very eager to move away from war and conflicts, and the peace won. He was voted out, and unfortunately at that point of time, I believe, before Harry S. Truman, we had Roosevelt, I believe, right? He was too ill to take any decision, probably on his deathbed, and Truman also was kind of a peace advocate. And all that we see in the 45 years of Cold War could have been avoided if US and Britain and France and the other European allies stood together and told Russia, keep yourself to your borders. West Germany would not have been under Soviet Union influence. Poland would not have been. Czech Republic would not have been. So I would like to say that probably we are living at a very fortunate time. Of course, what the brave Ukrainian people are suffering is obviously in all our hearts. But otherwise, this may be the best time that humanity has come together, and the history has itself given us a moment where, for at least for the next generation, world security and fight for humanity will be in the forefront of the next two generations. Thank you.
You reminded me what I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted by the four-legged animal here. I was going to remark on the comment from Luis about apathy with respect to the genocide and the atrocities that are being committed. And Axel has very eloquently summarized that the reason that Ukraine is important in countries that don't directly share a border, and or even in non-European countries that don't face a direct threat from, or an immediate threat from, Russia, it is important that we continue to maintain our support for Ukraine and see this struggle through to the end, because what Russia is doing right now is trying to roll back the clock and reinstate an international order that hinges on colonialism. And we effectively put colonialism to bed after World War II. And it's a natural tendency of politicians and elected officials to focus on parochial interests like economics or other things, and ignore the greater issues that need to be addressed around the world, like the end of colonialism. And there are a lot of countries with their eye on how this is progressing and how it will turn out. primarily China because they have colonial aspirations of their own, but also other countries like Iran and North Korea who think that they can achieve their political ends by attaining nuclear weapons. And there are lessons to be demonstrated here by the free world or Western democracies. And those lessons are that might does not make right, and you can't bully your smaller neighbors just because they don't have as large of an army or as big of a landmass as you. And colonialism, one, is dead, but also possession of nuclear weapons does not make you an insurmountable power. And that needs to be demonstrated to the world as well. And that is being done right now. And that is why success of Ukraine and beating Russia is so vitally important to all the nations of the world. And that is why we must maintain a coordinated effort. And that's why it needs to be hammered home to politicians or elected officials or leaders in whatever capacity they have, time and time again, that yes, gas prices are an issue, but gas prices are completely insignificant when you take a step back and look at the larger picture. And I understand that local elected officials have to take into account small things like the price of fuel or food, but they also have to maintain that 30,000 foot view that if we lose, or if we allow Ukraine to lose this struggle, then it sets a terrible precedent for despots around the world. And that is something that is completely unacceptable. And with that, I will cede the mic to Vishni. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. Thank you very much. I just wanted to latch on to exactly the topic of conversation. I wanted to say to Luis that I very much appreciate his voice that he's spreading in Germany. I wanted to say also that to me it seems it does matter a lot that our individual voices that we use them to fight Russian propaganda, that we use them to wake up those people who might not be aware of their impact on the war in Ukraine. And as for myself, for instance, I have a lot of people in my vicinity who at some point said, why should we stop doing business with Russia? Like, for instance, my brother, like a couple of months back, he was very much like, we can't stop doing business with them. Now he's like, we need to finish Russia. They need to be stopped in what they're doing, and Putin has to go. So it's like every tiny person convinced otherwise than what they believed before is a tiny victory, and every voice of us matters. I think that's why this space is so fantastic and important. And additionally, what I see is like, I think it's not only apathy that makes people say like, why do we stop buying Russian gas? Why should we support Ukraine? It's sometimes it's Russian propaganda which has prepared the grounds for so many years. And one example, for instance, is the prevalent anti-Americanism that's like always coming up in the whataboutism, right? When people say, but America has also done bad things, and maybe Putin is right? And I see this up to today coming up in arguments, and I think our task is to fight this. Our task is to say, hey, that is not true. This is what's happening in Ukraine, and we need to repeat that counter information until people are convinced that what's happening in Ukraine is a genocide, and they can do something, and they need to do something about it. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to Luis, and then I believe we have a couple of new speakers.
Sorry, I was reading something.
You're fine.
I forgot what I wanted to say. I just remembered it. To Decoy was his name, I think. That's what he said regarding that there is laws, international laws, calling a genocide is something forbidden. So go ahead, if you are in Austria, report the account of the Russian ambassador, fill a criminal case to the Austrian authorities, and call for his replacement, for his removal. Send him back to Russia if he thinks that Ukrainian population should not be there.
Would he be exempted as a diplomat with diplomatic immunity in that instance?
You can tell someone that is person non grata and take him away from the country. So if someone is calling for a genocide inside Austria or Germany or Portugal, take that person and send them back to their country. That's what should happen. So if you
I don't disagree. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical there. I don't know if diplomatic immunity would even apply for someone who's instigating or suggesting or advocating for genocide.
Yeah, but if you are a listener here in the space, just do those simple things. Fill a criminal case, let your officials know that you don't accept this, and that's exactly the things that you can do as a normal person.
Absolutely.
Can I quickly add to this as an Austrian?
Sure.
Luis, I already yesterday night I lost 2 hours of sleep because I was starting to write to politicians that I know emails that it's finally time for Austria to act because it's unacceptable what happened. And what I wrote to my colleagues and what we will do is we will write letters to Austrian officials. And I think we should not rest reaching out to them until this person is expelled. The only thing that I do not know is who is responsible in the case of this guy to expel him, because it seems to me he's ambassador to the United Nations in Austria, right? So that's what I know.
I don't know if he's an ambassador to the United Nations. I think it's like some nuclear non-proliferation organization, but maybe it's a subcommittee of the UN.
Yeah, so the big question which I have is if Austria has jurisdiction in this case to expel him, because United Nations territory and institutions are not Austrian, right? So that's where I'm curious whom we need to talk to effect change. But certainly I will reach out to politicians. I'm just curious if we should also try to reach the responsible party of the UN for this domain. That's all.
On his profile, I can read permanent representative of Russia to international organizations in Vienna.
I can't read his profile. I'm blocked.
Yeah, I think it's the mission in Vienna to the United Nations. That's what it is. So he's not ambassador to Austria, but he's in the mission to the United Nations. But in any case, we should do everything to get this person kicked out of the country as soon as possible.
Send him to Oklahoma. I'd like to have some words. I talk with my hands. Let's go to Miles, because I haven't seen you in the space before, and I'm a little partial to Elmo. And then we'll go to Chris.
Hey, Yeah, I was kind of inspired by what I'd heard a couple of speakers ago about sort of the larger contextual fight against authoritarianism. I thought I'd try to share a frame that works for me, at least, for thinking about it. But in the last decade or so, we've watched a rapid proliferation of communication technology, whether that's internet and other things. And what that's sort of enabled is a kind of a larger reorganization of human society into like a single global unified organism. And we're sort of just reaching that point now and witnessing it, that the sort of larger competition over how to be take place. At least here in the States, we have this Generation Z that's really an embodiment of like single global connected culture, or not, maybe not global, but at least nationwide. And I think we're seeing that ripple out in different ways around the world. And what's terrifying right now in our current situation as we stamp out the last sort of phases of authoritarianism and colonialism, I think was said before. It's another great frame for thinking about it. What I see is, choice and freedom and respect and mutual like opportunity and growth succeeding again and again. And I think that's we're sort of witnessing the birth of something really beautiful, but it's coming out of a bit of a mess. And on a separate note, after this post Ukraine, like I don't know, Ukraine's pretty much going to succeed and nail this thing. And anyway, I'm pretty excited for that and to sort of move on and then just see what Ukraine's able to accomplish. Especially it's going to be wonderful. And after that, what I think is really curious is India's growth right now. I'm watching India move at a rapid pace towards extremely powerful economic force, especially, but just a global force as well. It's really cool. Anyway, I think we should. I don't know, not we should, but like I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from India as well. I think it's going to be great to witness them become a global dominant force of democracy and cooperation in very new and unique ways, having learned the lessons that they learned from the oppression that we caused, 70 years ago. Anyway, or longer than that. That's all. Anyway.
They're going to need to take a stronger stance on obvious and undeniable genocide. Case in point, Ukraine. Before I start extolling the great advances towards democracy and
it's tough
from India. And I understand they have some economic issues and things they're working through.
Well, I got 1 billion people.
Yeah, but
they're trying to electrify. So it's
yeah,
tough.
they're also buying massive amounts of Russian oil at a steep discount at great expense to the Ukrainian people.
Yeah. I don't have any answers. It sucks. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. But anyway, so.
Thanks, Miles. Chris, go ahead. Kiwi Chris, you're up. At least I hope you're a Kiwi. If not, I may have offended you.
Chris, go ahead. 1, 2. Gone once, gone twice.
We can go to decoding.
The Okie in a red tracksuit.
If not, we can go to decoding and come back to Chris.
Whoop, and Chris has dropped down. Go ahead, decoding.
It is.
looks like it's just you and me, Ryan.
Well, in that case, I have an approximately 200-page tow missile manual that I'm happy to read for the benefit of the audience.
Please do not.
Should I start with the index or the introduction?
If you don't mind, actually, I'm curious about if the India thing, if you're willing to share your thoughts. Sorry,
go ahead.
Oh,
I was going to. I didn't want to dive too far off down that tangent. It's a bit of a distraction, frankly. India has some issues that will need to be worked through, and I don't think any of them will be resolved before we reach a conclusion with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They've got a lot of growing to do, but they are a developing nation and they are a fledgling democracy. So I'm optimistic for their emergence on the world stage, but they have a lot of learning to do as far as leadership goes.
Indeed. As you noted, Miles, India is a large, complex country, and it would take a lot of it's not. What I want to say is that while it is a fascinating and an interesting area, it unfortunately is not really directly related to the complexities of Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine. And I mean, we addressed it in sufficient detail as to illustrate that there are some poor choices that are occurring, but it's really the nature of India today is perhaps best left for another space. So I hope you understand that.
I do. That's fair.
Yeah, decoding. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to comment on the to Vishny. Thank you for saying that about the Austrian thing. I mean, as a diplomat, we were always told, if you break the law, we will waive your immunity. So obviously, so legally you are immune, but basically the head of the mission can waive it, or the head of the organization, or your head of state. And in many cases they'll do this. Obviously, we couldn't expect the Russian to do it, but I just had a quick look at the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. It's a coincidence that it's formed in Vienna, and so the receiving state, i.e. Austria, can declare under Article 9, I'm going to post on this in a second, without having to explain its decision, that the head of mission or any member of diplomatic staff is persona non grata. So that's just, they can immediately do that. And when they expel all these diplomats, normally in an arranged way between the United States and the European Union, that's what they do. So you and the receiving country, which is Austria in this case, it doesn't matter what they're actually allocated to. Austria has 100% sovereignty about who it lets into its state and who it remains in the state. It's an interesting legal question, and I'm sure there's going to be papers written on it. Could this person be indicted there for promoting or instigating genocide? My sense is probably not, but the Pinochet case in the UK eventually showed that the head of state, probably not, basically, without getting into a thing, but they can be certainly booted out immediately, and using Austria to to promote this kind of stuff. And it's not in the interests of Russia or in Austria. So so that's just that point. I mean, we're all inspired by the example of the person who reported these people on the street, and I'm trying to think I'll go out hunting today where I am and see if I can find anything. But yeah, I'm not trying to lay this off on someone who's sitting in Austria, but it would be the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the head of state accepts the credentials of diplomats, regardless of who they're posted to. And so, as we know from the example of the United States, sometimes has stopped diplomats, I think from Iran, I think I'm correct in saying this, from attending the UN. It's a very exceptional circumstance, and the UN is supposed to be inviolate and all of that. But again, genocide. I mean, this is not stealing a bottle of milk. This is promoting genocide. It's also a breach of the laws of war, because he specifically mentions population. He's a person of power. So any Russist soldier today sitting in Ukraine who kills, tortures, does all those terrible things which are happening, as we all know here right now, they are now they feel able to do it because an ambassador is very high in the pecking order, to bring chickens into it. They feel they're free to do this, and so it's also a breach of hate speech. As we know, there's since Nuremberg, but particularly since the Rwanda and Yugoslav tribunals, there's only 2 cases since Nuremberg. And again, these aren't in most people's minds, but they're always in my mind, is that there is unlawful hate speech. There's no right to instigate persecution. If one Ukrainian feels insecure because of this ambassador's words today, then that is evidence of persecution, and that is a crime against humanity. And that's just a legal term of art. It's not like an exaggeration. It's in the case law. So there's no freedom of speech to instigate genocide. And the German legal system has the most amazing. We should be all copying the German legal system in this respect. Anyway, that's all I had to say on that.
As a result of their unique history, they adopted some very strict laws against hate speech. And I think you're exactly right in that we might all benefit from adopting similar laws. I think we have a new speaker request. Frankie, question or... Oh, I didn't add you. Hang on. Trying to add you and it wouldn't let me.
May I just quickly?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
Notorious BRP, aka Italian Bob. Please go ahead. I know you had your hand a moment ago.
It's all right, no problem. In fact, the code stole my thunder, and I'm happy he did so. I will just add that as recently as last February, in fact, the US expelled 12 diplomats. I looked up at the official statement while having my hand up, and the official statement was that those 2 Russian diplomats have abused their privileges of residency by engaging in activities adverse to national security. So there's at least in the case of the US, a very recent precedent.
I suspect those individuals were spies. They weren't promoting hate speech within the US, so they were expelled.
I believe so. I
believe so. If I'm not mistaken, they were probably all based in New York and involved in some sort of espionage, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that was the reason, yes. However, the fact remains that, from a legal framework point of view, you can expel, absolutely, you can expel UN diplomats, no matter, their UN diplomatic status when they're engaged in activity that are adverse to your security on your soil. That's something that the US did, and Austria can, I believe, do so absolutely.
Yeah, and I was only pushing back with Luis. specifically regarding filing a criminal complaint. I didn't know if filing a criminal complaint with the police would really have any material effect, based on my assumption that a diplomat would be afforded some immunity from local laws.
I believe so. It might not have effect in terms of criminal prosecution, but it might still add some pressure overall. I would say it would not hurt, probably.
Yeah, perfectly said, and great point. Any way we could turn up the heat on Ambassador Ulyanov would be a welcomed change. He needs to be held to account for the words he chose, and encouraging a wholesale annihilation of civilians just because of their ethnicity certainly falls under hate speech and promotion of genocide. You don't even have to murder people to commit genocide. Ethnically cleansing them or kidnapping them and robbing them of their identity is enough. And that is definitely occurring in Ukraine with children who are being forcibly removed from their country of origin and taken back to Russia and having their identity stolen from them. Some of them are hopefully old enough that they will remember where they came from, but there are a large number of them who are too young and will have no recollection of their country of origin or their parents or anything else unless these issues are addressed immediately. Let's go to Luis and then Frankie. Frankie's new, I believe.
Just a quick comment on the criminal case against a diplomat. I'm aware of that, Ryan. I'm aware that if you fill a normal criminal case against a diplomat, that would have no consequences on that. But regarding the legal prosecutment of that person, but if you fill a criminal case and you make public that you filled a criminal case because of this and that, and you go to the media and you talk about it and you make it public, that would have consequence on the public opinion. It's not
Absolutely.
about putting someone in jail if that's not possible because it's a diplomat. It's understandable, but if you make it public, and that's my approach to the criminal case I filled in, it's not only getting that person back to Russia, but it's also have something to go to the media and tell them what happened. So make the case public, and it will have at least, and that's the minimum we can get, a change in public opinion.
It elevates the visibility and makes it hopefully nearly impossible for the politicians to ignore.
Yes, exactly.
Frankie, go ahead. Welcome to the
Hey,
space.
what's going on? Yes, what's going on, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, I don't really have much to say. I just I don't know. I just thought to give some perspective on a few things, and I think the one thing I just wanted to give some perspective on is I don't know. It's like it's so weird with the whole way.
Mic check. Can anyone hear Frankie? I cannot.
I can hear you, not Frankie.
Okay, we will have to drop Frankie because he's probably mid-sentence and has no idea we can't hear him. Frankie, if you can hear us now, we lost your audio right in mid-sentence and did not hear anything you said. If you would like to come back up, I'm happy to let you finish. Hang on, let's get you re-added.
By the way, Ryan, if you allow, I also had the last couple of days a few problems with my audio. Then I switched yesterday to I don't use my Bluetooth headset anymore. I use normal headphones with cable, and since then I don't have any problems. If I also use my phone speaker and no headset at all, I don't also have problems. So I think there was a problem with the Bluetooth connection to the Twitter Space app.
It might also be an issue with updated versions of Twitter or the iOS operating system. They have pushed out updates to both of those recently. I frequently alternate between speakerphone on my hand device and using my Bluetooth, and I have been able to tell no differences regardless of how I listen to the space. It's, I think, specifically related to the app and the operating systems. But whatever
Hey,
works for
can you guys
you,
hear me?
by all means.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now, Frankie. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? All right, cool. So I'm just gonna be honest, and I don't want to be like thrown into like listener group, but just like hear me out for 1 second. I hate the way that America, since George Bush led us into Iraq unjustifiably, and I just think that we just have these connections going into countries that we have no right going into. And like, you have to understand something. After 9/11, we went into Iraq. We killed 400,000 people, innocent people. Look it up. It's a fact.
Frankie, this is a space
Yeah, I get
about
cut
the
off all the
current
time when I say
Russian
that.
invasion of
Yeah,
Ukraine.
I get cut off
So
all the fucking time when I say that, all the time, even though it's a fact.
Hang on, Frankie. Before we ever
Always. It's clockwork. I'll mute myself. All good.
Before we ever did anything in Iraq, we went to Afghanistan, and I will be the first to admit that the United States has made some regretful errors in foreign policy. Personally,
How come, can I say something, my man Ryan? How come when I say
Frankie,
see how I
show
get
me.
cut off all the fucking time? We
Hang
killed
on, stop with the
400,000
F-bombs,
innocent
Frankie.
people in Iraq.
What's your language? What's your language? Try to find sense in yourself and express yourself appropriately. If you start trolling, I will put you where you belong, in the deconstructed space for people who have no style and no sense. So,
No style. I'm
do you
bringing
have a
facts,
question,
man. What style? I'm giving a fact.
Sweetheart, do you have a question on the Russian genocide in Ukraine? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm giving
Excellent. Please
context to what
then
I'm
make
saying.
your question short, precise, because history lessons from people are fine when they're concise. How about it? What is your question as to
Fair.
Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Totally. My whole point is this. Understand the American war machine and what's been done recently, and understand the context of what we're doing.
In regard
Yeah,
to
I can't even
Ukraine,
have a
Frankie,
conversation.
please try.
See how defensive you are? Fuck you.
What? Frankie, please try to find some sense in your life.
Frankie, you had an opportunity and you squandered it.
Pity, pity, pity. Now, shall we revert to the genocide which is being currently actually inflicted upon the Ukrainian nation?
Please. I was a little hesitant to bring up Frankie, given the fact that he only seems to be interested in New York Jets American football and has absolutely no interest in geopolitics, as best I could tell. But I decided to give him an opportunity anyway.
I have it. What perplexes?
Not all Jets fans are that bad, are they?
it had absolutely nothing to do with his particular choice of professional football team. Just the fact that he's appears to be particularly obsessed with sports ball in general.
We've attracted the attention once again of decoding, but to kick off the deconstruction of this, what perplexes me is that people produce this historical whataboutism as a justification for doing nothing. Yet, to me, surely it's a justification for doing something. It is a call to action. We should be preventing these things happening, not, in fact, using them as a justification to prevaricate and navel gaze and wonder why, these things happen. It just baffles me completely.
Yeah.
Alex, there's one reason. You're not on the payroll of your own mind. You are a critical thinker. If you're just addicted to your own facetiousness, as some people are, then of course that's an issue. And if you're a troll who believes in the rather insidious and perfidious authoritarian taboulets of the Russian imperialism, such as seemingly are not so friendly and not so, shall we say, appropriately polite New York Jets fan, then we can't help him. But then again, he can always go back to the troll farm in St. Petersburg, where he belongs. Decoding. Before we go to Louis, who is currently chomping at the bits, I completely appreciate and respect this. Decoding. Do you want to give us something on the decoding of that troll?
I'll be really quick. Kuwait was invaded, UN Security Council resolution. So Kuwait is Ukraine in this example. It's not about Iraq, it's about Kuwait. The second Iraq war, though, I did everything in my tiny amount of power to try and stop it, was done on the basis of a UN Security Council resolution. There's no UN Security Council resolution which is in force that enables Russia to do to Ukraine what Iraq did to Kuwait. So that's how I debunk or decode that particular troll.
You're far more generous than I would have been. We've had a slew of new hands pop up. I will go to Luis first, and then we will take the rest in order of appearance.
Thank you, Ryan. What Alex just said is exactly what I wanted to also to say. Something bad does not justify what is going on in Ukraine right now. But on my personal opinion regarding his football interests, that was a perfect example of CTE. You guys, knowing American football know what that means. So,
sadly, not enough know what it means.
Frankie, please stop playing football.
I think the damage is already done. And unfortunately, CTE is not a reversible issue and won't be able to be diagnosed until he's lobotomized.
Sorry, we'll go to Bertrand, then Lisa, then Chris.
So just one quick note on the purely messaging point of view. So, of course, from a critical thinking point of view or from a historical discourse point of view, decoding is perfectly right. I am, however, a little bit concerned that the moment when you accept to engage in a historical conversation with, there is a time and place for everything, right? And I do enjoy immensely historical conversations. However, when talking to a specific type of people that is, playing the whataboutism game, you might potentially lose the very moment when you start, engaging with it is different because. because you're already accepting that there is an argument to be made somewhat on both sides. At least if you are in front of an audience, and the impression that people might get if you are having this as a public conversation is that, okay, people are arguing that perhaps, and that is something that it's not, in my view, always necessarily helpful. It depends on the circumstances. Again, it depends on the type of audience. It depends on what is the purpose overall. But there is something to be said about shutting down stuff immediately and going for what are you talking about? That was something else. We are not in the type of conversation. We are talking about the genocide currently going on. That's all I wanted to say.
Frankly, I had low expectations for that conversation before I added the individual, and against my better judgment, I allowed him an opportunity to speak because we try to be an open space. And just as I suspected, we gave him enough rope to tie his own noose. For some reason, this individual thought that two wrongs will somehow make a right. But under no circumstances should the United States, the most well-armed nation on the face of the planet by probably an order of 10, stand by while genocide is committed against a free and democratically elected country. It makes absolutely no sense. And for a simpleton such as himself to come in and throw around wild accusations like that, I find wildly offensive. Personally speaking, I am an American, and I understand that Iraq 2.0 probably was not a good thing, but that milk is spilled and that ship has sailed, and it has absolutely no bearing with what is going on in Ukraine at the moment. Iraq 2.0 was sanctioned by a vote at the UN, and it was a multinational effort. And regardless of the bad information or evidence that was presented to lead us into that conflict, again, it has absolutely no bearing with.
And that's why we're stopping to talk about this now, because it's irrelevant. We all know it.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you,
next.
Axel.
Sevastopol
Next.
being bombed to bits yet again during daylight times. That's a conversation they don't want to have.
Yeah, and that's the distraction they were trying to create. Perfectly well said. I think Lisa, Chris, and then Sojo were next.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning. I think Sojo, she was before me.
If that's how you like it, Sojo and then Lisa.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan and Lisa. Good afternoon, all. I don't know what just happened there. I put my earbuds back in and heard an expletive. Okay, that's not what I've come up to talk about. I've seen today that if you guys remember, some months ago, President Zelensky announced a kind of patronage project where countries would be helping to rebuild Ukraine. And Denmark, quite shortly after that, accepted the patronage of Mykolaiv. I think it was Mykolaiv. Yes, Mykolaiv with open arms. And I've read today that work could be begun on the project of rebuilding as early as September, apparently. Well, that was a bit of news from Denmark. I just killed the space.
Nope, you're fine.
No, we're just missing Doman. Doman is our, as you know, our #1 Danish advocate here.
Yes, I also live in Denmark.
I did not know that. There you go. Well, that's excellent news. Thank you, Sojo.
Lisa, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, I felt that Axel handled that eloquently, and I don't think you should have any regrets about bringing someone up. We need to hear what people have to say. But I could clearly see that he was just on his own agenda. So I probably would have said the same thing, like, okay, what does this have to do with Ukraine? What it has to do with Ukraine is the genocide. This is a free and democratic country, and the genocide that has been committed there has been atrocious and horrendous and beyond belief. And I do believe it. I see the evidence, and it continues, and it's going on. It has gone on probably every day since they started. And then Russia needs to be stopped, because if we do not help and stop them, along with all the Canada and all the other countries that are pitching in, this poison is going to spread throughout Europe, and it's going to reach everywhere into the United States, and it needs to be stopped now. And I'm very passionate about that. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroin
Heroin
Slava.
Slava.
Heroin Slava.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm sort of in a bit of a pickle here. I was asked up before, but I dropped out because my battery went flat. Now I'm monitoring an 18-year-old birthday party, so it might not be that reliable. But yeah, I was just thinking back. I was listening to Luis and F and Vishny. I agreed with everything they were saying, but what Luis said to me, I mean, to all of us, really struck a chord with me. I just horrified by what's been happening, and wondering how people can just sit back and allow this to happen with the rest of the world. But I have this theory that, you know, I'm on the other side of the world in Australia, but I have this theory that the further we are away from the actual trouble, the more easily we are influenced by the trolls and the whataboutism, the both sides sort of question, argument, and because people like I think, I'm not sure if it's Zeph or Vishnu said, people are generally interested in the stuff that's happening around them, and it's so they don't have the radar. Their radar's not tuned into something that's happening on the other side of the world. So now this is important, because we need to send you guys in Ukraine more help. So, and public opinion matters. It matters. It's incredibly important. So, and I'm really worried about India, because I've been getting sent stuff from India, and the Indians seem to be very, very influenced by RT, Russia Today, the crappy TV station put out by the Kremlin. And, it's a big country. They shouldn't be watching that shit. Anyway, I'll just stop there for a minute and listen to your comments.
Well, if you think about companies such as Mahindra, Reliance, and the likes, who all have multi-industrial.
Hello,
and
did anyone
multimedia...
hear me? Or?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear both of
Chris.
you.
Yeah, we can hear Chris and Axel.
Okay.
Chris,
I was just highlighting. Yeah, Chris, if you can hear me, I was just highlighting. If you think about,
yeah, I can hear you, but I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying.
I did. You spoke about India, and that Indians should not be watching this shite of RT. I agree with you. But if you look at the landscape of industrial companies with a multimedia empire attached to themselves, and the private equity investors and families behind those, if you take a look at Mahindra, if you look at Reliance, and if you look at the influence they actually have and wield within India, in its very multifaceted industrial structure. It is absolutely abominable that those people who have actually capitalized a lot of the know-how of India and who have benefited the country's industrialization greatly are not mustering the moral courage to actually have their media entities and pursue a different route, because they are allowing this programming to occur, and they are allowing their own newspapers and the likes, or those associated with them, to project that. So it is a clear decision, as is in Russia, by the way, by the population to abide by Putin. It's a clear decision of a large part of the Indian elite to pursue such a course. That should give us pause in assessing India's position.
Well, Chris dropped down. I was going to ask him some questions about what he'd observed in Australian media, because he asked a question about it. So, but yes, Axel, absolutely right. The media environments are unfortunately in some countries are just set up to consume these sort of things. So,
we should
Chris,
try to get Ferlane up. I apologize, Alex. We should try to get Ferlane up, because she could talk a little bit about what MryiaReport and the troops have been doing in the last week, specifically in regard to drone work.
That would be excellent. If Ferlane would like to send us a request and would be available to come and speak, I would love to hear about drones. Because if there's one thing Ferlane does, if there's one thing Ferlane doesn't do, unlike the rest of us, it's a drone on.
I'm still low-key advocating for modifying some of the drone designs that are being furnished by MryiaReport. I think we should make one of them look like an A-10, even if it's just a training drone.
Ryan, what does the A-10 say?
Brrr.
Thank you, Ryan. To use decoding.
On the topic of India, I share everyone's disappointment. I travel to India a lot. I'm a Buddhist, so I totally I celebrate every day that India welcomed the Dalai Lama and millions, and to this day they live there in peace with their own laws, millions of Tibetan refugees. I celebrate that India went to war with China in 1962 and lost because of letting in the Tibetans and the Dalai Lama. It pains me to see this, but I can also see, I gave a talk at the second best school in India, Rishi Valley, near Bengaluru. Well, not near Bengaluru, it's in, it's about 3 hours from Bengaluru. And what really amazed me, this was in October 2018. And it's kind of a hippie school, but they get the second best sets of exam results in India. And it's a school for the elite, for the children of the kind of hippie elite. And what really amazed me about this talk that I gave there was all of the children knew all about MH17. It was really on their mind. They were gripped by my tales of my heroism. No, they were really fascinated and interested by Ukraine and what was going on there. MH17 was all on their minds. The questions they all asked were really clever and intelligent. But also the other thing which they were also, which I always remember from that, because I hadn't really registered it before, is the significance of the non-alignment movement, or the non-aligned movement. And that's very much inside many educated Indians' minds. And maybe now I look at the non-aligned movement as being a bit of a Trojan horse for the Soviet Union. But people there, as everywhere else, need to be educated about imperialism and that Russia is an imperial power. And I spoke very at the beginning of the Ukraine, this particular part of the Ukraine war, I was speaking to a very close friend of mine from India, and now we no longer really talk about Ukraine, or Israel for that matter, but they hadn't encountered the idea, as indeed I hadn't encountered the idea until about 3 years ago, of Russia as a colonial power, and that Russia is England in this situation, rather than Ireland or India, and that argument has to be made. And then I suppose, as people always hear point out, there is a mismatch between, say, Modi and, he's got his own 10-cent army, and and he was able to even convince, when China took part of Indian territory when was it, December 2019, in that battle of sticks and stones up in near Ladakh, he was able to convince them that oh no, we haven't lost territory to China. So I'd say many people there do know about it, but we need to educate them, or as we're all being educated on Russian colonialism. Ukraine, it disappoints me a lot and really surprises me, because Ukraine has very strong ties to India now. I mean, India took over as Ukraine's largest agricultural export market in, I think it was 2019, over from from Russia, Muscovy. So I expected full-throated support between India and Ukraine. I could argue that paying $35 a barrel less than the world price for Russia's oil is, in a way, kind of teasing Muscovy, as India is doing. They're really they're basically driving very hard bargains, and then I get back to my fundamental undermining of Russian identity, and to try and promote understanding in India, as I do everywhere else, is that Ukraine is the cradle of their civilization, of Indo-European civilization, and that's a very strong reason for them to support it. So that's my decade project. And my decade-long project is to help people understand their culture, their religion, and their language comes from Ukraine, and that's a good reason to support it. Yeah, anyway.
Thanks, Decoding. Lewis, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick news that Peace for Ukraine sent me a few minutes ago. European low-cost carrier Wizz Air is indefinitely postponing the resumption of flights from Moscow to Abu Dhabi due to widespread criticism and calls for a company boycott. This is exactly what we are talking about. Just boycott every company that still is doing business with Russia, and that will put pressure for stopping their business, and that's exactly what we should do every single day. And thank you for Peace for Ukraine.
Lisa, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Crystal clear.
I was stuck in Twitter purgatory. I love that saying that came from you. But I wanted to ask Decoding, did I misunderstand you when I heard you say you were disappointed in Ukraine? Can you hear me, Decoding?
No, sorry, I should have been clear. I am, despite my semi-defense of India there, because I'm, a huge defender of India and I love it. No, I'm disappointed in India. I concede, I'm really disappointed in India.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were disappointed in Ukraine too. I didn't quite understand that. I appreciate you explaining that. And I wanted to say that I don't know if Sojo got stuck in Twitter purgatory, but she did have her hand up.
It happens to the best of us, even at co-host. Sometimes we have to slingshot up and down from the listeners gallery. So
I don't know if she still wants to talk, but she did have her hand up.
It's okay. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, thank you. But no, it's fine. Thank you.
one of our friends of the space, our resident Romanian, Adrian, tweeted earlier this morning that the hashtag Pedo Putin is apparently trending on Twitter today. And I responded to him briefly a moment ago and let him know that not only is it trending on Twitter, but it was discussed on that infamous Russian television channel. I don't know what it is, the talk show where they're always yelling at each other and they have the big red screen in the background. But it was also discussed on domestic Russian television, and the host of that show admonished, I guess, the panel and the greater audience to not discuss such things. And I thought it was particularly remarkable that if the NAFO dogs or whomever it was within the Twitter space had managed to get such topics to trend on Twitter, it was even more important that this stuff had entered the zeitgeist within the Russian sphere of influence, because if I'm not mistaken, Twitter is currently banned in Russia. So I think it is an achievement in and of itself that the topic had to be broached on Russian state TV.
The name of the guy that you're referring to is Solovyov, which is one of the possibly the chief Russian propagandist on the Russian TV. And he mentioned it last night, and he thinks that he failed to recognize, a chance to keep in mind the strays on the fat. You all know what the strays on the fat is, right?
Yeah.
Basically, he's amplifying a topic that most Russians might not have been even aware of, but now they are, and I'm happy they are.
Yeah, that was something of, in brief, my remark or reply to Adrian was, that's the golden rule of public relations. If you're explaining something, you're losing.
It was the great communicator Ronald Reagan, the first who came up with that particular formulation of the rule. But yeah, that is absolutely an essential rule in PR.
An unforced error on their part. If they didn't want people talking about it, they screwed up by bringing it up on the lead Russian propaganda show. Luis, go ahead.
Ryan, just wanted to remind you that Verlaine is up.
I see her as a listener. Is she not?
Oh.
I have tried to invite her as a speaker. Actually, I would be happy to let her take my spot as a co-host. It is approaching 6 a.m. where I'm at, and I have to sleep at some point.
This lack of dedication to the cause, Ryan, is really astonishing.
Absolutely.
Sooner or later, I'll have to start brewing some coffee, and I really don't want to pull an all-nighter.
Well, 6 a.m., that means from my point of view, you have 45 minutes to sleep.
I can get by on a little bit of sleep, but I don't even know if I can fall asleep in 45 minutes.
Verlaine.
There she
Yeah,
is.
I've been here all the time, but on my screen, I was a speaker. And then you started saying like, you're here, but you're listening. I was like, oh no, that's a Twitter glitching thing. So I had to, yeah, I apologize, guys. I thought that I was a speaker, but apparently I
No,
was in Twitter prison.
No, for
So
Lane,
what?
I also saw you as a speaker.
It's probably an issue on my end. I may need to refresh or restart my Twitter app. I think it's been going for about 13
You may
hours
need
now.
to go and have some rest, which this is more preferable, don't you?
Okay, I'll get in the car in 3 minutes and I can switch you all out. But in the
No rush.
meantime, Verlaine, what's air defense doing?
In my settlement overall, so as far as I know, the air defense forces have been very, very, very busy this morning. We had reports that they have shot 4 caliber missiles above Dnipro. God knows where were those coming. Overall, guys are keeping themselves busy as they can. It's been airy. It's whole morning. In central Ukraine, eastern, and southeastern part as well. So I think we had like 4 or 5 of those interrupted. So I think our air defenses right now are mostly being like eyes on the targets that are coming from both potentially Belarus and Black Sea. But Belarus right now is like high value targets, so to say, because there's a lineup. And as I mentioned before, there's a speculation that there's gonna be some kind of provocation, not only on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, but also before the Independence Day, because probably you have heard, or if you haven't heard, Ukraine celebrates the Independence Day on the 24th of August, which is right around the corner, basically.
Well, if this is a lead up to Ukrainian Independence Day, as far as the accelerated frequency of rocket and drone attacks on Russian occupied territories, then I can't wait for the grand finale.
You mean the glorious downfall of Russian Federation? Yeah, me too.
That's exactly what I mean.
But anyways, yeah, it's been a very busy couple of days for Ukrainian armed forces and for the air defenses overall in terms of big booms in Crimea Peninsula, which obviously Russians will try to hide, but it's very hard to hide it because of the number of tourists that they were trying to send there every year. So, and as you know, a lot of people do have their cameras with them, and they haven't been so exposed to wars. The majority of Ukrainians on the mainland, we like here. It's quite understandable for the majority that whatever was shot, whatever exploded, whatever happens, you need to wait, and then only after a couple of hours and after a couple of official announcements you can post whatever. But for those guys right now, it's something which is obviously kind of new, and they haven't been taught as how to it's good that they haven't been taught on how to react and respond, so kind of playing on our side, sort of. And Ryan has finally gone to have his well-deserved rest. I see that there is a hand raised with Alec Wendy, but before we go, make sure if you'd like to become a speaker to press the left bottom corner of your screen. There's a mic bottom that's gonna bring you up to the panel. Well, technically, it's gonna give us an idea that you would like to become a speaker. Landy, it's good to see you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Verlaine. It's
it's wonderful to see you on the space. I haven't had the chance to be around as much as I'd like to have been recently. I thought I got to hear most or a lot of the segments with James Vasquez yesterday, and I'd like to commend the space, AJ's hosting in particular, because he gave him a lot of it's hard to kind of articulate a kind of vocal support, time. I thought it was really, really well articulated, really some really great hosting there. So thank you for that. Fellaini, I was going to ask you how what are you looking forward to doing for Ukrainian Independence Day? How was Ukrainians and the Ukrainians that you know like to celebrate it?
Thank you for your comment about yesterday's hosting. I hope we'll be able to tell the guys they really did amazing job, and it's great to hear you command. And it was really awesome to actually see more speakers coming. It was like Ryan and Vasquez coming one after one, so it was a really nice transition. Independence Day. Well, let me just give you an idea of how it's going to be this year and how it's usually like overall, like last year. So this year it's highly recommended to avoid crowded places more than ever. B, don't don't stroll around the squares in the capital city. Make sure to keep up with the air raids, and it's just highly recommended to stay as slow as possible, because you never know what kind of provocations might be happening. So I don't know where I'm going to be on the 24th. Might be in Kiev, might be in my parents' house, where I'm right now just resting a little bit. What I do know that I kind of don't have the power and the energy to celebrate it, because we're still fighting for it, sort of. So it's like we're independent, but we still have to prove, I guess, have to prove for the world that we are still like they still deserve this independence, so to say. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like it's a bittersweet. You kind of have this Schrodinger's independence. You are independent, but at the same time you still have to prove that you're independent. It's quite ironic. I don't know what kind of events, maybe online events, will be upheld overall around Ukraine. Might be some kind of like solidarity marathon once again, but we do have one. It's 24/7 marathon of the TV news. So technically, maybe there's going to be some kind of dedicated to the most prominent Ukrainians and their input in our independence. No idea. I actually have to look it up. So the previous Independence Day, let me lead you through the process. So woke up, went to Maidan, to Khreshchatyk, which is the main street where, maybe if you've seen my tweet, there's like an exhibition of rusty Russian equipment and machinery, which is very controversial. But anyways, I went there because the Canadian Armed Forces were there. Their platoon was there for the parade, so I was just expecting the parade to start. We kind of waited, and then there was a lineup of a lot of different units, Ukrainian Armed Forces, foreign representatives. So we had representatives from the USA, UK, Turkey, Denmark, Canada, Sweden. There's like, if you have seen the Independence Parade last year, because it was 30th anniversary, you have seen that we had like air assault companies there on the square. We had the full Air Force fly show. There were exhibition of the heavy machinery and equipment as well. So like usual independence parades are both military parades and a huge like concert. So we spent I think like solid 7 to 6 hours there, just being within the like massive gathering. There was a crowd. President had commended a lot of heroes. Watched the show. We also saw the marvelous flight of MryiA Antonov 225, probably one of the last exhibitions in this kind of put that aircraft took part in. There was also the Slovaks were there. There were pilots who were flying helicopters and bombers as well with the Ukrainian armed forces. And that part we kind of just walked around the streets because there were so many people. It was so crowded, but it was hard actually to navigate the streets, so it took us a while to get there. Then we went to the hangar, like, because I was in the Air Force helping out, affiliated, so to say. So we went to the hangar party, and then we continued to celebrate the Independence Day. And we're like around the comrades and around the brothers in arms, so to say. It was very special because it was like an anniversary. But I was partially working, but I wasn't. It was like a voluntary assistant, so to say.
What do you expect, Fabian, what do you expect to happen this time around at Hostomel Airport? Will there be some kind of a ceremony? Will the people from both Antonov as well as from the Air Force be on site at least, or what do you expect?
Well, I've been at the airport. For those of you who don't, I expect that there's going to be enough security services of Ukraine agents there who won't allow any kind of potential, I don't know, ceremony there. I doubt there's going to be something happening in Hostomel because they haven't cleaned the site.
Elaine, for Ukraine to have made it to Independence Day 2022 without its capital city being occupied, despite the horrors, despite the war crimes, to have made it to Independence Day 2022 without Kharkiv being occupied, this is a historic achievement. So, yeah, I hope it is as, I won't say peaceful, but I hope it is as the best possible day that one can have, given the circumstances.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. But you have to understand, I'm also like being like try being in my shoes. Sorry. Yes, it's Independence Day, but Mariupol is occupied, Kherson is occupied, Crimea has been annexed. There are heavy like fightings in Donetsk and Luhansk region as we speak. The price of this victory is really high every day, like in some of the timelines in some of the applications I do see sorry, like disclaimer, bloody images of either people I know or people I know saving people whom I don't know, but I will know, hopefully. It's yeah, the capital wasn't obviously taken. We still have our country, our government is still functioning, but the fight is ongoing. And there is like this sensation overall. I think I heard on spaces that people are very like terrified that at some point some of the help will be coming like slower, which I hope won't be the case, or that people will feel that it's all like useless, but it's not, and it's not useless. It just takes some time to implement all the changes and to get all the equipment to where it should be, and to train. It also takes time, and it's very frustrating. Like, don't get me wrong. You kind of look like you look back and you're like, oh, I wish that was faster, but this what if doesn't work as well. As I mentioned, when you're doing it, what if you're losing the time right now because you're doing the lessons learned or after action review way too soon. Sorry. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but like from our perspective, it's very, very bittersweet.
I understand, and I can only imagine what yourself and other Ukrainians must feel, that those who walked down the streets of Kharkiv, Mariupol last year and saw it at peace, and how they must be feeling this year. So yeah, thanks again, and I hope you have as best a week as possible.
Thank you, and this time will show us what's going to be coming. I think we have too many hands, but let's go with Poppy, then Sarah, and then I think it was Verb. Okay, so Poppy, please go ahead.
Just a thought to mention, first of all, good morning, Ferlane, or good afternoon. Thought to mention that in this respect, there is a worldwide initiative that is supported by the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine and Ukrainian embassies around the world to celebrate the Independence Day of Ukraine. So there is a website called freeworldgathering.com, and essentially it's a human change in free world cities. It is really well done, and it serves multiple purposes, right? I understand that for anyone who is under the bombs, it might feel a little bit too kumbaya, but it helps keeping the fight in the press in Western cities. It shows solidarity with Ukraine, including displaced people, and it's overall it's the minimum that I feel that people can do. There is another hashtag on Twitter. Every Ukrainian embassies around the world is retweeting that particular hashtag. The hashtag is the Free World Gathering. So if nothing else, if you are somewhere in a town not in Ukraine that is for Ukrainians and also for non-Ukrainians, it's a nice thing to do on the 24th. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Poppy. I think it's worth exploring, even those who are in Ukraine. We do have some time. Like right now, I'm talking with you. I'm still trying to draw something. It kind of gives my mind a little bit of rest, so I'm sketching. I actually wanted to point out, since I was mentioning the Independence Square, the Maidan Nезалежності, and the Day of Independence and the parade, the dear friend of our space and the chairperson of MryiaReport, Colonel Melanie Lake, she was in charge of the Canadian platoon, Canadian representatives at the parade. So if you have watched the parade, you have probably seen her marching there ahead of the Canadian contingent. Yeah, that's also a bittersweet memory. Sarah, it's good to see you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Certainly it's been nice to be seeing your poetry on Twitter, and thank you for that, because Ukrainian culture, highlighting culture is important within the context of what some of the earlier speakers were saying about Russian imperialism, and how public opinion in these kind of armchair spectator countries like Canada, America, and Australia is really, really important. And we get really consumed by this, having to pick a side, having to pick a team on, the whole NATO versus Russia divide, and that when you do that, you negate the Ukrainians' right to be in charge of their own fate. And so when you use the words like colonialism, and at least in Canada, that really touches a chord, because here in Canada we're under this great since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of looking ourselves in the face and what we did to Indigenous people over centuries, and particularly with the residential school system and suppressing their languages, you know, the atrocities that the colonialist state in Canada committed have real similarities around cultural oppression that the Soviet Union imposed on Ukraine for those decades. So I have a lot of questions. I have 5 questions, and so
Yeah,
I
Sarah,
don't know if you want to let me
before you
say
go
them
to your
all
five,
in
Sarah,
yep.
darling, before you go into your 5 questions, let's just make one thing absolutely 100% clear. Russian colonialism and imperialism started in the late 15th century to impinge upon the freedom of Ukrainian people. Okay, so it started very early, and the Holodomor, just as a very late example of the Soviet reincarnation of the Tsarist repression, subjugation, and genocide upon Ukrainians, the Holodomor consumed anywhere between 4.5 and 7 million people. We simply do not have the figure. As much as introspection and retrospection and reconciliation of the suppression of indigenous people is warranted, there is no such thing as a colonialism in North America on that scale in the past centuries. There is no equivocation, no equality,
Yeah, so
no equanimity, zero. It does not exist on that level, because what Russia did is mechanized warfare and total starvation of millions of people in the 20th century. The Soviet Empire did, as a continuation of the Tsarist Empire, to various group, folk, and population. Depending on how you wish to count them, there is between 43 recognized genocides and 216 different people which have been consumed since the Duchy of Muscovy started expanding, but specifically since Peter I and Catherine came on board. The amount of people who perished under Russian occupation and subjugation in what is today Russia proper and Ukraine exceeds the amount of people we believe Mao actually starved and killed in China. It is on a completely different scale. But please go on with your questions.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is that, like, how do you reach the hearts and minds of people over here? Because public opinion over here really does matter to Ukrainians right now, right? And to what kind of help and to what degree they're going to get. So that was
You
my
mean
point.
in the
is that-
country? I agree with you. In the country with the single largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world, Canada, absolutely.
right?
I think
Yeah.
you can reach those hearts and minds easily.
Yeah, so referencing, you know, like, you know, your giant history lesson is important, but it's a lot to consume for people. So just educating people about Holodomor is a big step, and that's something that's easy to do, right? Because a lot of people over here just don't even know about Holodomor, and with younger generations, they do not understand what decades of Soviet oppression looked like. Um, and why what Russia's doing now is part of a terrifying continuum that and things like intergenerational traumatic response, you know, referencing that when you talk about Ukrainian right to defend themselves, has resonance in, I would say, Australia and Canada for sure. So one of my questions is, if Elaine, if you don't mind taking some time to talk about Ukrainian independence year,
like what exact year and what were the circumstances that Ukraine declared its independence? Because I think for a lot of people, we are actually ignorant of that. And that's something worth highlighting.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for your question, and Alex, or Axel, sorry, Axel and Alex, both for helping out. How should I put it? Before speaking about the events that led to the independence, which was firstly, like it came out as a result of like a lot of factors and flow of events, and another revolution, which was called Revoluция на Граніті, the revolution on granite, so to say. So Canada does have the biggest diaspora of Ukrainians in the world, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all Canadians are on board because the diaspora influenced them so much. No, I wish it was the case, but diaspora is just one of the factors that can help out to make people realize it faster. But that's not enough people there. Like it's the biggest, but that's still taking into account how gigantic is Canada. It's just it's nowhere near to be enough. So that was the revolution in 1990s, 1991. This so-called revolution on granite, or the revolution of students. It was like a campaign chain of events, demonstrations in a non-violent manner. The students at that time, basically the youth of Ukraine, mostly students, the Ukrainians, who have been a part of USSR, and they didn't necessarily believe that the path that was chosen to them by someone else, that was imposed on them, is the right one. They have started the demonstration like on the main square of Ukraine, and not only, but mostly in Ukraine, specifically by the Ukrainian students. In October, firstly, of 1990s, they were rebellious youth, just staying there for days and nights, protesting, being hungry, trying to explain why why Ukraine should keep on following the path that was before USSR, as a machine tried to make them follow the Russian imposed imperialism. So there were a couple of points that were like absolutely bizarre to the students. At the moment in 1990s, there was a crisis, economic crisis. In 1990, there were obviously some proof that the reformation or rebuilding, the so-called Перебудова, which was imposed by Gorbachev, didn't turn out the way it was advertised. The communists in the 1990s were obviously in charge of the events that were happening in Ukraine, but the civil society said that Ukraine has its own civil society. Ukraine has enough voices in the party to overthrow, so to say, the Russian imposed and Russian sent representatives of the winner. As a result, there was a national council the Democrats who were trying to oppose the communists had this national council, and the students were trying to kind of support that council that was established in Ukraine. And
Ferenc, can you talk about the roles of Kravchuk and Kuchma during that council?
well, overall, speaking about Kravchuk and Kuchma, it's just like, so if any of you have ever heard about Ukrainian presidents, you've probably heard about Kravchuk, who was the first president of Ukraine, and Kuchma, who was his let's say who was who came after him, but mostly people were still kind of thinking that he was taught by Kravchuk and so on and so forth. Mostly everyone, when they think about Kravchuk, think about that Budapest Memorandum and so on and so forth. So they were the ones who sort of were pushing for Ukrainian independence. Not that hard. I think the one who were.
Why did they do that?
Because I wish I could just jump into their head and know their actual intentions, but I think they were forced by Ukrainian society at this point. They kind of felt the flow of Ukrainian society being able at that point to show that they are not up for the idea of being part of the USSR. Fun fact, if you have ever heard about Ukrainian politicians and you have ever stumbled upon the surname Chernovil, if he was one of the presidents, like now people are speculating, if he wasn't assassinated and there went a car accident in 1990s, Ukraine might have been given another choice. But anyways, Kravchuk and Kuchma were mostly following the will of the society. In their maybe they did have their own agenda, but they just felt that, and their party felt that this was the time when the USSR was on the brink of collapse, because not only because they were like fighting among themselves, but then the party, the communists, didn't have enough support. The democratic society was coming pretty much like basically there was not enough representatives of Ukraine, and it was just perfect time, which was supported by the revolution of Granite, and like the first spark was ignited by those students, and I think that was the beginning of the end for them. And I think there's Slava, who's come. Maybe he wants to reinforce and just explain more details, because I clearly don't remember all the details. Slava, do you want to add something?
Thank you. Yes, слава Україні, героям слава. Actually, Kravchuk, Kuchma, it's all communist, how to say, history. So they always want to still having this communication with the Russia, and they always like have this all big problem, because they was not really like a Ukrainians, like a patriot. They always still looking into how to make more money, and always looking how to still in the power and still keep like a quiet peace. With modern Ukrainians want to have our own place, have own peace, and no compromise. We're not gonna give you some part of our land, and in exchange for some like a peace. It's not gonna happen. It's all changed.
Slava, we were talking about the 1991.
Okay, of course, Chernovil was better option, but he was killed. It's not was accident. It all was FSB. It all was constructed. Of course, Chernobyl, it was patriot, only pro-Ukrainian. No any talk with the Russians, because they know. For me, it's like I was a young child. I not really know what is happening, but I remember Chernobyl, pro-Ukrainian, his party Ruch was really prominent for the Ukrainians, and it was really important. And all this, when you reminded us revolution on the how to say,
Granite.
the granite. Thank you. It's all really important. It was exactly what is like a not really big support in the Ukraine, but it's really important. And a lot of the people who was started all this like a small revolution, it's all now is like a big revolution, big change for the Ukrainian nation. It's now Ukrainians understood in the all parts of the Ukraine, on the east, on the south of the Ukraine, we are Ukrainians. And it's really important. It's all started in 1991 in small, like not brewing, but like a small flowers that started to raise. And now it's flowers everywhere. So it's like a big change. So I don't know how, because I a bit missed the start of the discussion, but it's really started this time, the 1991, and it's now it's like everywhere, and Ukraine is united. So it's great discussion. Thank you.
Can I interject? I wanted to thank you and in maybe for the 24th post about that stuff, just because people are really following you, and that education piece is really important to give that long historical you know, the long game historical that Axel was talking about, but more specifically just what happened in 1991 and this flowering of a remembrance and a resurgence of how awesome it is to be Ukrainian. One thing that I did the other day is I went onto Google Images, like Google Maps, and the images, and I was looking at Mariupol, and there's nothing post-invasion about Mariupol in those images, and that's beautiful and heartbreaking at the same time, you know, because when like you can go as a tourist and pretend that it's still like that, that it's still so untouched, right? And beautiful, like what a shining, gorgeous city. And so I don't know whether it's worthwhile to try to post the images of what's going on in these cities now and what they look like now as a contrast, just for you know the global mind.
Sarah, there is enough information about what's going on. There's some very, very intricate and well-crafted drone footages released in recent days, yet again by Ukrainian activists and by the Ukrainian special forces, who've actually put up drones in the city, respectively also the drones which were put up by Azov beforehand. So as a consequence, there's more than enough information available, and it's just a matter of recapturing the city. Nothing else matters. This is war. We have to win.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I was just talking specifically about these public spaces like Google Maps and the images that are up there. If people want to do that, I wouldn't do that personally because I'm not. Well, I'm half by blood, but you know, it's up to Ukrainians to decide if that's something they want.
Well, it's actually not.
I'm gonna have to go, so I'm not gonna be able to ask my rest of my questions. But big love to all of you. Thank you for the space.
Yeah, it's actually up to Google in this case, because Google is a privately owned company and its European headquarters in regard to programming and content in Vienna take care of that market, as they call it. So we'll have to look to see as to whether the people who they hired into Vienna are capable of making sensible decisions, because so far Google has not been a shining light of information transparency. But there you go.
I'm just thinking that Google Maps probably, knowing how they operate on the ground and how they do the mapping, how they actually send the vehicles to in the not only 3D projection, but just mapping
Yeah,
the
that's
streets.
not happening, of course.
It's just like, yeah, I think it's really hard to kind of extract all the data and just leave it there. Maybe they're gonna do some kind of like remembrance afterwards. I have no idea. Have they ever done something with like that in other cities?
Of course not. That's not their job.
That's what I like.
Their job
Yes.
is to make money.
And
Slava,
actually,
please go ahead.
thank you. And actually, Axel, right. I heard it about this project maybe 2, maybe 3 months ago, that Ukraine is gonna be doing this big mapping. It's like a big mapping of all this destruction. It's like this project I think is founded 3 months ago. Is gonna be big. We're not gonna rely on the Google or Bing on other services like Yandex, who actually during this war, actually what is happening in Bucha, they just cleared up.
Yandex of all places. Yandex.
Exactly.
What is Yandex? Slava, please explain to our American audience what Yandex is.
Yandex, they, I don't know, they even tried, they have even trading papers in the stocks in the United States. So Yandex is a Russian search engine. They big, it's like a Google, and it's big, it's working, it's beautiful, they always portrayed it. But what had happened in
But
the...
not only, they harvest accounts. That's what Yandex does.
Exactly.
They harvest information. They started taxi companies running geospatial data in order to get a hold of traffic streams and credit card information of Westerners in the Baltics and the likes. Yandex is an incisive and utterly decrepit, perfidious information gathering operation run by the Russian government through what we would call civil cutouts, who then supposedly were, oh God, pushed aside. Of course, sure, this is how you do it.
And thank you. Yeah, exactly right. This is like they cover in this like under great series, but they all doing this for just for themselves, just one purpose, just to spy, just to gather information, just to use it for their own purpose, just on this war. This is all another internet special operations that they doing. Those completely shame. Completely controlled by the FSB, like other companies in the Russia. So this is like a Mail.ru and other companies. They also had the office in the Kyiv, in the Ukraine. So this is all was prepared for on single purpose, just to attack Ukraine, just to occupy whole Ukraine. But Ukrainians did not allow it, and also all this Yandex was how to say blocked in the Ukraine year maybe before maybe in 2021. So this is exactly all informational war is also important. So Yandex was completely on the also working with the terrorists. It's like a completely terrorist company. I don't want to accuse it, but it looks like what they're doing, discovering that what was obvious. Some journalists in few first months showed that how different looks Bucha in the Google and how it looks in the Yandex. In Yandex is fine, nice, nothing worrying, but in the Google it looks like a really treasures what happened. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Slav. Actually, it's worth pointing out that after the sneaky invasion of Russia in 2014, I think in 2015/2016, Ukrainian authorities have implemented this banning of Russian hosting websites. So we kind of didn't we lost the access to Russian websites. It was done. Now I kind of do the rewind, and probably done to limit the access of propaganda and brainwashing on Ukrainian territory. So there weren't like a lot of those websites to say it was like Russian hosting emails, Vkontakte, and Yandex, which was the primary source of that. I think we have, I hope I don't butcher it, Pirip and then decoding. Pirip, please go ahead. Or maybe not. Decoding, are you here?
I am, yes. You were. I just wanted to tell the story very quickly, because I've got it, of the day Ukraine's parliament voted to leave the Soviet Union. Just very quickly. I know you were dealing with the general, what went up to that day, but this is the day. So at midday on this, my source for this is The Economist, a supplement that was published several years later. At midday on August 24th, 1992, Ivan Plilysh, chairman of Ukraine's parliament, read out the next item of business: Ukraine's independence. Pandemonium broke out, and Plilysh announced a 20-minute break. Communists trooped down to a cinema in the basement. They would decide the vote, for they controlled 239 of the 450 parliamentary seats. The atmosphere in the cinema was emotional. A putsch in Moscow had ended in farce only 2 days before. I'm halfway through, so I'm not going to go on for hours. A putsch in Moscow had ended in farce only 2 days before. The deputies were torn between fear of Moscow and fear of mass Ukrainian nationalism. I don't see why we should be independent. We've done nothing wrong, said one MP. Eventually, Stanislav Horenko, party head, stood up and said slowly, "Today, we will vote for Ukrainian independence, because if we don't, we're in the shit." His deputies loyally obeyed him. When Parliament voted, 392 deputies voted for independence and 4 against. On the mapping, yeah, Apple Maps still has drama in MryiaReport as you see it. So I did a post. I've just posted in Myria thing to show the contrast. And I noticed that Google, that wall of remembrance along St. Michael's monastery in the middle of Kyiv, where the photographs of all the Ukrainian armed forces members and volunteers who have been murdered by Russians since March 2014, all the pictures or the photos are there. I noticed that on Google Maps, the picture there is from 2012. So again, I've just posted it again here because it's very poignant. And for anyone who's been in Kyiv, they'll understand how poignant. Even, one of my first time in Kyiv in January 2015, when the wall was only, there weren't that many people on it. But I think it's really important we find these images and continue to show the juxtaposition between then and now. I did the same with Bucha, because I noticed just after Bucha was liberated that the website in the Hromada, the district that runs Bucha, had stopped posting early in the morning on 24th. So I posted the images of that. And I mean, this is one of the little tools I use to try and create interest and sustain interest in what's going on. Yeah, we can all try and do that, or any of us who know a bit of Ukraine.
Thank you, Dakota. And yeah, it's worth mentioning inevitably that Remembrance Wall close to St. Michael's Cathedral, which is right now close to one of the exhibitions of the rusty equipment. It does make an impact on those who come to Kyiv for the first time, because you kind of start walking and it's like the feeling of people who have perished, like staring at you from afar, and just, it feels like it's never ending war, so to say. And the eyes of people who are brought there, they just keep like running through all of the faces, and it just takes a while to process what's happening. Slava, would you like to add something?
Thank you, Slava Ukraini, Героям Slava. Actually, yes, I just wanted to add that Kontakte was a big thing in Ukraine. So it's like I'm not never use it, never have an account, because at this time when this expansion of the Russian social network and all this social services, internet services expansion on the Ukraine. I already, someone has open mic, I'm sorry. Perip, I'm sorry, open mic. And I already use Google and other Western country, and it's like a better application. But I have seen people who actually used heavily Vkontakte, Odnoklassniki, and other like a Russian, because at this time it's like 2014, 2013.
Yeah, it was like Facebook, sort of like it was like Russian Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a replacement for the Facebook. When the Facebook started to boom, right away, Vkontakte, Odnoklassniki slipped in the Ukraine just to like replace Facebook. For the people who don't know English, they like easy to speak into the Russian. Someone has open mic. So yes, and what is happened?
Slava, isn't it? It was brought to you by the people from the 5th Directorate, and we know that. We know who created Vkontakte. We know exactly how it was created, and that they played on this anti-Americanism and ideal of doing something your own. And we know how it was actually advertised in most of the so-called near abroad, specifically in order to showcase Nashe. That's it.
And I missed it because I have different focus, but I who brought it, but you may share it because I don't know who brought it. But I noticed because I know people who heavily use all these Russian services, internet services. And for me, I saw it that in the war start in 2022, those people was really totally not aware what is really happening in Ukraine, because they on the west of Ukraine, they heard the air raids alerts, they still checking all this Vkontakte and nothing happening. What is wrong? It's like really people living on the west of Ukraine, totally tuned into the Russian channels because they were watching Russian TV and Russian social media, and there is nothing happening for them. But they living in Ukraine on the west. This is like how Ukrainians' brain was like not strict, but was influenced by the Russian operation in the internet. This is I witnessed it, and for me it's like crazy how people have the terrible time to switch to Ukraine thinking, even though they even like was really happy when the Ukrainian sites know before what is gonna happen, started to block all this Russian social media, all these Russian sites, and they like saying, "Oh, I can use VPN to avoid all this blockage," but they totally going back to this trap, Russian trap, that keep using this Russian trash, and this is how they've been tricked. For me, it's like I see how these people just don't understand what happened. And you cannot, it really was hard to me to explain to them that you using willingly these traps that are gonna be used against you in the future. And this is what's happened. So this is like a really not so harmless. Vkontakte, Odnoklassniki, all was a part of the weapon, part of the invasion to the Ukraine. So just wanted to highlight it. It's really important. Internet space is really important, and still using this power. So thank you. It's maybe less damage now, but I see that it's changing. But still, a really, really important thing. Just wanted to highlight. Thank you, and Slava Ukraine.
Absolutely correct, 100%.
Yeah, I do remember. I think Pirip. I hope I don't butcher this name. Is coming back. Wanted to say something. So, in regards to
Yes.
Klasnik or contact. Yeah, you're here, Pirip. Please go ahead.
Great. Greetings this morning from Cincinnati. We have our Ukrainian festival today, big Ukrainian festival. I was wondering if you had perspective, because Wednesday is Day of Independence. I was thinking that this should be, Ukrainian festival should be big across the nation, everywhere. Do you have any perspective on that? Should everybody be aware of that? Are they having it in other towns? I'm really proud of Cincinnati. We've got electronic billboards up every day, every night, supporting Ukraine. I wanted to get a perspective on that. I had another question also for Axel's perspective on something else.
Yeah, thank you. I think right now the people who are outside of Ukraine, who are in other countries, or the supporters of Ukraine, we would really appreciate showing the support on the Independence Day and having some kind of festivals or fundraising events or just meet up. But for Ukrainians, I mean, someone can be bold enough to do this like small concert / celebration thing in, I don't know, like Western region, South, Western region, but like I just don't see, I don't see us having a gathering. Like people might have a gathering in the small circle of their friends and families in house, knowing that they might potentially then be some kind of consequences if they just walk casually around the street, or for that sake, like have some kind of concert. Like you remember the Vinnytsia attack, which was pretty big and devastating, and they slaughtered a lot of people. There was actually a concert that should have been held the next day or the day after that. So there was like a stage being erected, and there were like performances and rehearsals. Our authorities right now, and just common sense, tells us like if you're within the borders of Ukraine, 24th is a potential day of just them being cynical enough to attack us. So like even my friends who are right now like not on the front lines but supporting the trainings in the central part of Ukraine, they are trying to get their families out of the capital just to be safe, because better safe than sorry. Slava, do you want to add something to this?
Yes, and if you, thank you, and actually decoding trolls, your hands are not really visible, maybe change color, and actually maybe Fraulein, you got this information like a note from the our like a government that actually on the 24 we should be really cautious, because it's like we see preparation in the Belarus with all these rockets, so it's like a I also don't see any celebration big in the west of Ukraine. So it's like we still war is going on, still going, and what is we can totally expect from Belarusian, even though they saying, "Oh, we're not gonna attack you," we are, but still preparing all these rockets right away for the independence in Ukraine Independence Day. So it's gonna be preparation for situation. So Ukrainians preparing not to celebrate because there is no big date to celebrate, but date is important, and really some like just reminding for us is that is important, and where we are going and why we are fighting. But Belarus is still like a danger, and all Ukrainians was notified that danger still exists, so we should be prepared. Thank you. And decoding hand, you're not visible. Thank you.
Yeah, I just saw him. I will reach out to decoding. Yeah, Slava, I mentioned that there is the Belarusian lineup, and that we're still like kind of proving that we worth this independence. So we're still fighting for our independence. So it's like Schrodinger's independence. Like joking aside, it is, but it's worth fighting for, and it's a day for us to remember what are we fighting for. Decoding, and then Tim.
On the topic of VKontakte and Durov, who founded, of course, Telegram, which most of us will know is not reliable and is part of the Russian state. However, Ukraine has turned Telegram on its head. Some of it on purpose, and some has just happened by accidentally. So obviously the targeting of the Russist base in Popasna last week as the result of a Telegram posting on behalf of the godfather of Russist disinfo, Prigozhin, is hilarious on so many levels, because this is a tool Muscovy invented, Telegram, and uses, and here is the host, the curator of a page on this tool, which is supposed to be promoting Russism and to keeping control, and that tool enabled the targeting for the destruction of that base. And of course, this happens all the time. Russists, the soldiers, are posting this stuff. It's like Putin specializes in wounding people emotionally, and that is what Russism does. It words that wound, and it's like Russists are wounding themselves by posting on Telegram, easily accessible by all of us and Ukrainians, the wounds of, for instance, the destruction or the explosion of the naval headquarters in Crimea today. So they've created this tool to promote Russism, and yet it's out of their hands. And I noticed very early on in the invasion, the Ukrainian elected officials, for instance, in Zaporozhye, in my area, Melitopol and Eurodar, and in village level, they moved on to Telegram almost immediately. And there was no way the Russist state could destroy their capacity to communicate without also destroying Telegram. And I suspect it creates many different headaches in Moscow, because from very early days, the governor of Zaporozhye, the legitimate mayor of Enodar, Dmitry Orlov, who I know, and especially of Melitopol, who's been to the Elysee Palace after he was forcibly disappeared and all that, they become the legitimate voices of announcing operations and explosions and horrific issues that the Russians are doing. And they're using Telegram as their main tool to do it. And Moscow can't stop that. And so this is a wonderful case of, if you decide to create a fascist state and you create internet tools to pursue this fascism, then be careful what you wish for. I'm sure papers will be written on this. I'm sure I'm not the only person who's noticed this.
Yeah, decoding it absolutely backfired for for better or for worse. It did backfire. Do you have a follow-up, or can you go to Tim? Oh yeah, please, Rip, go ahead.
No, that's it. Yeah, no, backfire. I did post, remember that missile in Alchevsk? I love the name. Alchevsk the other day.
Alchevsk. Come on, you can do that. Alchevsk.
I can do
Yes.
Alchevsk. Where the missile, they sent it off and then it boomeranged, and I made a meme out of it, and everyone did, I suppose. Yeah, that sums up the whole thing, really, basically. Yeah, self-demilitarization. But anyway, I'm sorry your country has to suffer for the rest of our. You're providing great services to the rest of the world. I know that's not much help, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Anyways, I think Period was the next one. For God's sake, tell me how it's pronounced.
Yes, it's just Parip. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't mean that Ukraine should be making parades. I meant outside of Ukraine. That there should be festivals from Chicago to Philadelphia. Of course, I'm rather U.S. centric, but I was hoping. I mean, because obviously you can't party on Wednesday, but our Cincinnati festival is quite big, and it's a big fundraiser. I've been going to it for years. I'm just an American who started studying Russian in 1982. And as my university required you to study foreign language for 3 years. So yeah, I just did Russian, studied over there when the communists ran the place, and studied over there last time in St. Petersburg. Obviously I can never go back. But that opens up a wonderful opportunity to. I got signed up at Kansas University for their Ukrainian program language this fall. I've taken my family to Kiev, and we have wonderful friends there that just happened to meet, and we're supporting them through the war. But actually, then, okay, if nobody wants to talk about the festivals around the world today, I wanted to ask another question of Axel. He's
Actually,
really good on.
Periab, could I just interrupt you there while we're talking about Ukrainian cultural promotion?
Yes.
Beg your pardon. I just wanted to point out that up here in sunny Estonia, Vyshyvanka Day was very much a thing. Back on, I believe it's, what is it, 20th of May, 18th of May? 18th of May here in Tallinn. You could barely move for Ukrainian embroidery. It was absolutely brilliant. So I just wanted to point that out. Ukrainian cultural promotion abroad, it is a thing. We are following it. We could do more, but
we're sitting next
it's happening.
We're sitting next.
Wonderful. Yeah. Oh, does anyone else want to say anything about Ukrainian Day here? Or I actually, so the next topic, which I wanted to ask Axel's perspective on, is a little more depressing. But anyway.
Just on that, I see huge potential for Ukraine Day to become like St. Patrick's Day, where the president of Ukraine doesn't have to announce bogus investigations in order to get to the White House. Like the Prime Minister of Ireland, he visits the White House every year religiously. It's in the diary. All the Irish politicians go all over the world, and Ukraine will be looking at that, and they'll follow that model. And I see that as soon as so there's going to be huge scope for that. Like Puerto Rico Day in New York City. I remember being there for that once. It was amazing.
Yes, St. Patrick got rid of the snakes, and the Ukrainians are getting rid of the brown shirts of Russia.
The devils, yeah.
Okay. Now here's the question on perspective. As I say, I'm just a American citizen that started doing Russian 44 years ago. And so I'm a little bit depressed. I can never go back to Putin's country. So I am a little bit frustrated the way the U.S. is. I mean, I saw the military aid announced yesterday, but I'm a little bit depressed. It's not more. And then I'm thinking, is there some strategy here that, as tragic and horrible it is for the Ukrainians, that the U.S. is actually, or the West, well, let's say, they're maybe bleeding the Russian military down, and it's terrible because of the losses in Ukraine. But that there's if this is a longer war, they deplete the Russian army, and at the expense horribly of Ukrainian soldiers. But actually, you want to give a perspective, or others? I mean, it's just, could this be a grand strategy? It's tragic and horrible, bloody. Is this what's going on? Anybody want to comment? Is this already been discussed and I missed it?
Are you here? Well, firstly, I think not everything that's being generously donated or assisted is broadcasted. As we see, a lot of things are done in the shadows. So hopefully it can keep the way it is. I mean, because loose lips sink ships. But about the greater strategy, I mean, Adrian wants to say something. Adrian, what's your opinion? And Decoding wants to say something. Adrian and then Decoding, please go ahead.
Well, I always qualify. Hello, Verlaine. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all
Good
of
afternoon.
you. So I always qualify my statements about military matters that at the National University of Drama and Cinema of Bucharest, we definitely did not study anything related to the military, so I'm just speculating. Honestly, it was also my impression. It was my impression that the West was basically giving Ukraine enough weapons to defend itself, but not enough to win. But I think there's more to it, and it's more nuanced than that, because let's face it, Ukraine has grown from a military of 100,000 people, or what was it at the beginning of the war, somewhere at the escalated invasion in February. What was it, around 100,000 to almost 1 million people in uniform, men and women. And that means a lot of training, a lot of logistics. I was speaking with Ukrainian soldier in the south, in the territorial defense, and he started out on Kyiv on the 24th. He volunteered, and he basically said that he went to the north of Kiev in a position to defend. On the first day in his army, he went on a position to defend. He was given a weapon with basic instruction of how to use it. That was it. And I think it was an experience for many soldiers. Now Ukraine has proven it can defend itself. Unfortunately, as Verlaine noted earlier, we have tragically the tragedy in Mariupol, the horrible crimes the Russians have inflicted all over Ukraine. We have loss of infrastructure. We have many horrible things, and my heart always breaks when I'm thinking about what's happening in the occupied territories. But we have a standing government, and we have an army that is getting stronger and stronger every day, and we'll have a military that is getting more equipment. Now Ukraine even has a surveillance satellite, I hear. So Ukraine is growing stronger as Russia is growing weaker. So although I share your frustration that things aren't happening faster, I think it's an issue of just gathering momentum. And from what I've seen, the momentum has been gathering when it comes to weapons. People are getting better equipped. When I told you I had a friend in the East, in the National Guard, and she was complaining about so many things that were missing when she was in Luhansk. And now it's less, like they're getting boots, they're getting medicine, they're getting different things that she was really missing only 2-3 months ago. So the momentum is gathering, but it's slow because it's a huge army and logistical effort to equip such people, to get so many people, to get them to their base, to get this aid to their bases in wartime. Also carrying it by trucks and railroad. When I was in Ukraine last week, like in the border where I crossed, there was, I'm not exaggerating, it was a 20-kilometer line, because the driver told us, of trucks just waiting there for days and days to clear the border. So you also have to feed a country. So it's not only the logistics of bringing in a military, you also have to feed and supply a country of civilians, because even though 5 million Ukrainians have left, I think it might be more, please correct me if Verlaine, there's still 37 million people who are still in the country, and many of them are coming back. So you have to keep the country alive while also keeping the military alive. I honestly think it's gathering momentum, but I agree with you that it's frustrating to watch, because it does seem slow. Like they should get more HIMARS, the pilots should be training, I keep yelling about IFVs, like not enough infantry fighting vehicles and not enough armored ambulances. I mean, that's why I keep yelling all the time, because unfortunately there are thousands of Ukrainian wounded who probably wouldn't have been wounded, or legs could have been saved or something like that if they had proper armored ambulances to be back. So I definitely blame the West for not giving them enough armored vehicles, especially because there's so many of them in storage. So yeah, those were kind of my thoughts. Sorry if I spoke too much.
Yeah, let me just say, I mean, we've got a 3-star in the family, Lieutenant General, and he says it should be 10 times the amount. That's just a quick off the cuff. It should be 10 times the amount.
Oh, I agree with you completely. It should be 10 times the amount. I was speaking strictly about momentum. So I believe it's not, I hope it's not, I believe. I hope it's not a deliberate strategy by the US to bleed out the Russians slowly. It's because if you send, I don't know, if you send 10 times the amount now, won't you still defeat them in the field? Won't you destroy all their tanks still, right? If you enable. So I think it's strictly a logistical issue and a momentum building issue. Or at least I hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Yeah.
I wish it was just defeating Russians, but it's also saving Ukrainians that are right now captured by Russians. So it's getting more and more complicated. The more the war drags on, the more complicated the situation gets, the more factors kind of affected. Decoding, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry, can I just
You're
before
still
decoding goes
here,
ahead?
Alex. I thought you
Oh,
were
yep.
sleeping.
No, I'm still awake. Just to add some perspective to Perea, just to put it in context. So the US joined the Second World War in 1942. Yeah. So when did we actually start retaking Europe?
1944. Well, 43. Italy. Okay. 44.
Yeah. So, but I'm assuming you know enough about history to know where I'm going with this. Like this is a seriously huge endeavor. Like that hasn't been seen literally since the build up to D-Day, right? So this is something to consider. It takes time. So it's always a perspective to consider when you're thinking about this. So take heart, don't despair. That's what I would say, and just make sure that you're doing what you can, as we all do, to advocate for Ukraine as best we can every day. But yeah, I'd just say to people, it took 2 years for the Allies to build up enough strength to start retaking Europe, and this is on a similar scale. There's figures out today that sort of demonstrate that. So
yeah, it's just that it's
just
going to take 10 years to bleed Russia down to the Duchy of Muscovy size, which is about what it should be.
Yeah. So as we were all sort of, as Adrian hinted at, or as Adrian spoke to, and as I'd speak to as well, this is really just about enforcing the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine and its sovereign right to exist. That's all this is about. This is not about bleeding Russia dry or anything like that. This is about making sure that Ukraine exists as it is internationally recognized and as it has a sovereign right to do so.
You're right. I'm just wondering if that's the actual agenda. If that's why it's been, as Lincoln said, the slows.
So
if I may interject, I think, sorry, Alex, I'll just say it briefly. I think it is more in the US's interest to guarantee Ukraine's borders and for it to recover its borders as they are internationally recognized than bleeding Russia. Because the US also needs a win here, needs to defend to show that it actually defends democracy. Just bleeding Russia with a stalemate, that's gonna be long-term a bad look for the US in the context of the past. I think it will be more beneficial. First of all, it's beneficial for Ukraine. That's the only benefit we should care about. But if we speak about the US as acting in its self-interest, I believe it's more beneficial for Ukraine to be retaking its internationally recognized territory as fast as possible rather than drag this out for bleeding the Russians, which is a bit ambiguous. Thanks. And sorry for interrupting.
That's an argument to give them more faster.
Yep. And so then we end up back at my point. It takes a long time. It takes time and effort to build up to that point. And so we seem to be in a bit of a circle here. So we might throw to decoding, and you might have something to say here. Go ahead, decoding.
So my understanding of the Kosovo War, the choreography of what happened, France, America, and the United Kingdom decided to intervene prior to the images of tens of thousands of IDPs and refugees traipsing, which many of us here might remember, traipsing across the mountains. People who looked exactly like you and me, in the same way that Ukrainians look exactly like you and me. That decision was taken, and the casus belli was that those images created the public support for NATO's muscular intervention. And since the very beginning of this escalation on the 24th of February, I have hoped, predicted, forecast, stoked the fears which Russians have that they have made the same mistake again by with Bucha-like massacres to create the public opinion which wasn't there, let's face it, on the 24th of February, but is getting there. I'm very happy, Adrian, to hear you think there's momentum. I agree. I think there's momentum. I might even, with a little stretch, suggest that the will now is there on the part of France, the UK, and the US. I've no doubt if the US and the UK could find partners, that the will is there, and they're just waiting for the right moment, and they're preparing for the moment for a very muscular intervention. It is glacial slow, but as you point out, Alex, it's just such a vast country, and the Russians have done exactly what they did in Kosovo through the Serbs. They have overplayed their hand. They have done everything they could to create the public opinion in the rest of the world, which matters, which has the military might to execute this. And we are seeing this slow ramping up, and agonizingly slow for people in Ukraine and for the rest of us. And we can help promote this will and this need to intervene. So the Kosovo example, not only is the Kosovo example used by Russia and Russians and Muscovy to justify taking Crimea, they've just taken the wrong lesson from it, which is you can get away with a little bit of genocide, but if you really go for it, you overplay your hand. And by the time Bucha was liberated, it was clear to me they had overplayed their hand, and I think it's inexorable what will happen eventually. And we're seeing this the rolling out of it. Will it happen in the next month or two? Who knows? If there is any sort of release of radiation from Zaporozhye, from Enerodar, I have high hopes that will do it. I see a senior UK Security Service member of Parliament citing it, which I've been doing for months, that Article 5 should be invoked with any. I believe Article 5 should have been invoked on the 2nd of March, as the Russians first shelled the plant. So I'm glad others see the momentum. I haven't seen any. I'm constantly scanning for early warning signals which are non-ambiguous and which are definite. I think Macron's speech a few weeks ago about Russia's imperialism was important. His exasperation with Putin in all of these things are good signals for me that we might be moving towards a Kosovo situation. And Slava Ukraine.
Adrian, do you want to add something? Because I see your mic is not mute.
Oh, really? No, I think your interface is something. It was muted. Or were you hearing my... anyway, doesn't matter. No, I think it was summed up pretty well, and I don't want to go in circles. I share the frustration, obviously. I mean, I've talked to my friends in Ukraine. I've been there. I've been to Kharkiv. I've seen plenty of destroyed buildings. It breaks my heart. And especially when it comes to universities, it comes to institutions of culture. I mean, every building breaks my heart, but just this idea that it's a attack against Ukrainian culture just because Ukrainian culture was getting out from under the Russian boot. And I believe in Ukraine's future, and I'm upset that yes, people are flaky sometimes. I'm upset when I read bad opinions or hear people in the West saying it's not our problem. I hate when I hear whataboutism. I get angry, of course, frustrated. But I am optimistic because I know the Ukrainian people, or many Ukrainians, my friends, the people I care about. And I know they're not going to give up. I see the tools that they are getting from the West. They know very well how to use. They're making good use of them. I see their stoicism in the face of pain. I see their humor in the face of tragedy. And I see their strength of character. So as long as they have that, no matter the suffering, and there will be more suffering, I believe they will build a great nation after they win this war. So what we outsiders have to do is talk to our politicians and make sure that they don't flake on this support and they keep sending support, and always cut down someone who says it's not our problem, because I believe it is our problem, all of our problem. It's 1938, maybe it's 1940 already. I don't know. We can discuss it. Yeah, whatever if you live then, whatever you're doing, you know what I mean. You know the euphemism. We've used it a lot. It's time for choice between freedom and tyranny, and the people who try to defend tyranny for the sake of gas prices or, oh, why don't we have healthcare over here, are complete idiots, and they should be called out for it. And even worse, they are genocide enablers. So, Slava Ukraini.
Heroям Slava. Thank you, Adrian, for your comment. Yeah, I know that you've been to Ukraine a couple of times. Thank you so much for doing this once again, and thank you for speaking out once again. I think it was Poppy and then Decoding. Poppy, please go ahead.
Decoding had a direct follow-up. I basically just wanted to ask Adrian, how is currently the public opinion in Romania, if you have a feeling for that. But if Decoding has a more direct statement on the topic, then I will park my question until later.
Well, up to you, Decoding. I can just say it really fast. So generally, I even spoke about it earlier. I think support is there. Maybe it's not as loud as it was in the beginning. Maybe it's not as fueled as it was in the beginning. People are worried about prices, you know, the economy, yada, yada, yada. But I see a lot of Ukrainians in Bucharest and around the country. I see most people I interact with think the Russians are scum. Sorry, but they are. We have our own history with them. I'm more optimistic because before the 24th of February, Romanians didn't know that much about Ukraine or had some bad opinions that were fueled by Russian propaganda. And those things were dispelled. I think it's clearer who the enemy is. And I think Romanians are generally happy with the support. Some of them also think we should give more. Some of them think we should give less. That's always a debate. But just to be brief and not take too much of the microphone, I would say the support is still present. It is a bit sleepier than it was before, but also I think long term it will be constant in spite of economic problems, just because Romanians remember really well what the Russians did in our country and to our country, and also because the scenes of war crimes I see they touch a lot of people, because there is this connection is pretty close to us. you know, Kherson is 200, 300 kilometers from our border. Odessa is very close. Like all these, the Black Sea is really close. Snake Island is just off the coast of Romania, so it's pretty close to us. So we understand who the aggressor is, and plus, like, the authorities still offer aid to Ukrainians. We are the last country in Europe, I think, who still offers free train tickets to Ukrainians if they travel here. There's still significant people, volunteers at the borders, helping people find houses and so on. So yeah, the support is still there, and I'm pretty proud of it, actually. I expected less from my countrymen, but this invasion has also given me a little bit more hope in my own countrymen that, yeah, we can do better. And I hope that after the victory, relationship between Romania and Ukraine will be stronger, and we'll get to know each other way better. Thanks.
Thank you. That would be actually really cool. And yeah, it's
Can
I
I
think
ask?
the main message right now is just like do whatever you can, just don't be indifferent. Yeah, please. I'm sorry
Can
for
I
the
ask for
interruption.
a little bit of hope on, the Russians already have a foothold in Georgia, and my wife asked me at dinner last night, as we're supporting also a pensioner in Georgia. The way the Russians had a foothold in eastern Ukraine, I didn't know how to answer my wife about the risk to our friend in Georgia and whether we need to bring her back here. Anybody got any hope for me there, or is it just that the Russians have to be bled dry?
What's the question? If Georgia has a...
I can speak to this. There is little or no chance of any escalation in Georgia at the moment, I would say. I'm not particularly close to the situation there, but fundamentally, Russia is unable to project power in the near abroad at the moment, fundamentally. So the question is, would the current regime in Georgia do anything about it? Probably not, because of the political conditions that are within Georgia. I would say that Georgia is probably, it's really a zero-sum issue at the moment. The situation hasn't substantially changed since the beginning of the year. There's no real change there. So that's what I would point out. And again, I know you're probably not conscious of it, but this language of bleeding dry, I think it is probably a little bit misplaced. And I just, words matter, and especially when we're having conversations like this. So, yeah, decoding, go ahead.
I was just going to add to Adrian's list of things which Ukraine has done brilliantly. And the Georgia example is a perfect example of what not to do when you get in a war, when Muscovy is looking for a war. And Ukraine's diplomatic game has been impeccable. And this is the point which I continue to pursue, because I think it's one of the most important points. On a mythological level, it really helps that President Zelensky understands. He works on a mythological level. He understands mythos. He understands arcs, not just in the terms of a really populist TV show that captivates hundreds of millions of people, but in terms of the war and from the beginning. And that's not to say if President Zelensky wasn't president, we wouldn't see a similar arc for this war, because there's many people in government who get it as well. But it really helps that he and the people around him and the people in government have been, and it's no accident, they've been playing this unbelievable diplomatic game, because this war will be won in the hromadas of Ukraine, on the battlefield, but also in the capitals of all the powers. And on all of those fronts, Ukraine is defeating Russia's again and again every day into the ground. And Georgia's example of how most people, including myself, were very confused. I think it's clear now. Basically, they rose to the bait, and Ukraine never did, and Russia did everything it could to persuade the world that Ukraine deserved its fate, and Ukraine is beating them like on every front, and that is an amazing. I mean, it's already won, and this goes to the thing of peak disinformation, and it was clear within a few days, especially when people in the rest of the world started putting Ukrainian flags and all this stuff. Within a few days, people who had never heard of Ukraine before had encountered Ukraine, decided what the story was, who they were supporting, and there's never been a reaction like this for anything else in my lifetime. For any international affairs issue, where people will put up, city councils all over Northwest Europe put up flags, Ukrainian flags, and all that stuff, and just genuine welcoming all the refugees, and all of that stuff. It's just, and that's all part of the diplomatic game, where each individual Ukrainian refugee, or I know they hate that word, is a diplomat for Ukraine, and promotes their position. But it's also in the UN level, every conversation President Zelensky has. They haven't put a foot wrong, and this will be studied for decades, not just militarily, but in terms of comms. Because Russia, this could have gone the other way very easily for Ukraine in terms of public opinion. Nazis, all those narratives or vectors and meanings could have persuaded Ukraine deserved it, which would have driven me nuts. But I get great joy that they haven't put a foot wrong, and that this could have gone another way, and that it is only going one way. Again, I accept this is very not much compensation if you're sitting in Kharkiv now, or in Melitopol, and like Adrian, I think of this every day, all day long. In fact, it's what motivates all of my work, is the people in occupied territories. So I'm just adding to Adrian's list of where Ukraine is winning.
Thank you, Decoding. Yeah, it's gonna probably sound a little bit ironic, but we're lucky that they have underestimated not only Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainian army, Ukrainian society, but also the global civil society, because they were so sure that they would rather trust whatever Russia is saying than just thinking for themselves. I think someone told it to Storm, it's like they've been lying for such a long time that they have started to believe in their own lies, so to say, if that makes sense. David and then Poppy.
Hello, Ferlane. Thank you very much for hosting, and Alex. And MryiaReport, if you're listening to this, everybody, you should retweet and share the space. Do your part. If you're not in a position to give $1 or $2 or euros or pounds to MryiaAid.org, probably as valuable would be a retweet and a share to get more eyeballs and ear holes in here listening. If I might, Decoding, forgive me the temerity, but perhaps refugee is a loaded term because it has a specific definition. And perhaps displaced person is a more accurate term, but I know when one is in the fluent flow of speech, it's difficult to often find it. So more as a little jab, maybe. Although it's wonderful to hear you speaking, I wonder, had you been aware that there's a move afoot here to get geospatial experts and global information, I think GIS technician people on board volunteering to sift through bodies of data? I don't know if you are aware of or connected to people who are like that, but if so, I think drop Yehuda a line or MryiaReport a line. They're looking to recruit folks. To speak to the question from our friend, I think he's gone down now, who asked about Georgia being a potential second front for the Russians to try and open to fail again elsewhere. Yes, I think it's probably something they really hope we fear. They've exported around 20 or 30,000 so-called dissidents or intelligentsia who are being planted in Tbilisi since the start of the war, they being Russia. So they're now Muscovy planted in Tbilisi, Georgia, which we're all supposed to be very afraid of. And really, I think it's a knife that cuts the other way. I think the Russians have made a mistake. They've exported the most intelligent and quote unquote intelligent and probably politically connected or upwardly mobile folks to a third country where now they fall prey to the temptations of the West. And I'd say they're very welcome. I hope they give in to temptation. Always good to recruit a Russian. I think that more interestingly in their near abroad is the shift we've seen this week from Kazakhstan, not only in opening the gas pipeline, as small and all as the flow is, it's a certain elbow in the face, as is their announcement at the end of the week. I think they're officially kind of laid their cards down and have taken a decidedly anti-CIS or Ruski Mir turn. So I think, yes, Georgia, they would love for it to be a point of concern, much as they would love occupied South Ossetia and Ingushetia to be a place of concern, just as like they would prefer Azerbaijan and the occupation in Armenia and the Armenian occupation in Azerbaijan to be seen as something for us to worry about. But I just don't think they have the legs. They can't even get bullets and beans to guys who are 20 miles down the road from their own border, literally. So I think they'd love to be mixing up this stew of worry and fear and spraying it like slurry onto Western media and for us to consume it, but I just don't think they have the legs. I very much like, Alex, your remark about bleeding them out. I had really indulged in that kind of language for a long time, and it gave me great comfort. But I think it's accurate in what you said. It's not a wise use of language, because it allows it to be used against us in turn, which would be, you know, taken out of context. So I think that, yes, Russia certainly are fighting as well as they can in the information space. But their problem is they only have one type, and it's the same type, and they keep pumping it out, jazzing it up, putting on a funny little hat, putting it on in a little costume. If you ever noticed, their actors here in the West often have a little costume, and jazzing it up and pushing it out again and again and again and again. And the problem is now people are wise to it. So I really appreciate, I think it was Pierre who was up asking, I really appreciate Pierre asking. I'm sorry he's dropped down again, but yeah, that's what I wanted to come up and say, and to say retweet and share the space as a public service announcement. If you're listening to MryiaReport, you're very welcome. If you just found us, welcome aboard. Please retweet and share the space. Put in a little message in the tweet so we can turn the algorithm for our good use. Thanks very much. Slava Ukraini.
Heroes Slava, David. Thank you so very much. Poppy, would you like to add something?
Yeah, maybe it's just a small aside. The Czech people are today collectively, at least many of us, I'm not Czech, but I live in the Czech Republic, and many are sending 1,968 Czech crowns to Ukraine because, on this day in 1968, Soviet tanks invaded Prague, the town where I am currently residing. So that is a tiny symbolic thing that the Czech people are doing. 1,968 Czech crowns is about 80 euros, and yeah, it's a good reminder of what happened a few decades ago in this part of Europe. But I want the effect to quickly respond to the coding regarding the hearts and minds in the West. So I don't disagree with his assessment overall. I will still not underestimate, frankly, the depressing fact that there is a significant pro-Russian political and media presence in the West. It is a minority right now, but it is there, and we are all aware of that. And one of the things that keeps me awake at night is, frankly, the fact that shifting political winds in a few key Western countries can happen and can make things significantly worse for the world and for Ukraine in particular all of a sudden. So is it likely to happen in enough key Western countries? I would say not, probably not. Is it an ongoing battle? It definitely is. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so very much for that comment. Dear listeners, if you have any questions to the speakers on the panel, please come up as a speaker. Just press the left bottom corner of your screen. There's going to be a mic button, and we will try to bring you up. If you have done it and there is nothing happening, apparently there is a Twitter glitch, so I have to bring you up manually. Just send me a DM or to whoever is co-hosting, and I'm going to try to do that. And if you are too shy or it's inconvenient for you to speak, maybe you're listening to us on your laptop, just once again, send your question via DMs. I hope I will see them and read it out loud for the speakers on the panel. So either way, we can work it out. And I think David has something to add. Please go ahead.
God bless for that. Thank you very much. It's not really on topic, but it's to the part into the conversation, but rather to the point you've just made about glitching Twitter. It's morning here on the east coast of America, and overnight or late last night, there was an update for the iOS platform for people who are working on an Apple device. So just a shout to people who are listening in America, if you've just woken up, make sure that your phone or your device, iPad, laptop, whatever device you're using, if you run iOS, make sure you have the most current version. I've had to download a version, update the version this morning. And usually that irons out a lot of the glitches. I don't know if other people have had that experience here this morning, but I know to speak for myself, I know I have. So yeah, there's an update available, download it. Thanks for them. Retweet and share MryiaReport for good health twice a day.
Thank you so very much for that comment. Indeed, retweeting will help you not only share this space with your followers, but also will keep us going, having more followers, having more listeners, having more opportunities by doing so to raise awareness into what's happening in Ukraine on a relevant day-to-day matter, because here it's happening in real life. It's not so to say outdated as in the TV, because we are clearly days ahead of the public announcements that you can see, because we've been monitoring what's happening on the ground, and some of us are here in Ukraine, so that's on one hand helpful, on the other hand a little bit sketchy. Anyways, please share me with the space, and don't forget to come up as a speaker if you have anything to add, any questions, comments, concerns, or maybe some ideas in terms of the discussion. I think Luis is here. Finally, I was able to bring him up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Verlaine. I just want to remind the people of something that I think we are not talking enough in the last days or a few weeks, not only here in the space, but in the public, in the normal public. What is going on with the UN and Red Cross regarding the Azovstal defenders, prisoners of war, the heroes that are in Russian captivity? Have you guys seen some action from those big organizations in trying to resolve the situation and get those guys back home?
Hello, 1, 2, mic check.
I can hear you.
Obrigado.
De nada, amigo.
I'll give it a stab, Lewis, if you want. I don't know if you're waiting for Alex or someone. I think he's probably better read.
No, go ahead, David.
Share your concern for sure, and a certain amount of your dismay, but I do see reason for hope in the most recent move by Senor Gutierrez. I see this as a institution that is not really a monolith. It is a huge global institution of many different faces. And as a person who I consider myself an internationalist, and I don't mean some shoddy socialist, I mean an internationalist. I think, don't know about the Red Cross, can't speak to it, but for the UN, I don't think it's a lost cause. I think it's very much a contested cause. And the fact that we see it so pulled or so abused and misused by the enemies of freedom probably indicates to us the value of it, and also probably shows, hello, good morning, and also probably shows that not only is it worth our enemies' effort to conquer it, but also implicit in that suggestion is that they are failing. For it's almost as if they have a little victory, and then they can't help but over celebrate it enough. Over celebrate it to such an extent that they out their own achievements. For example, this lady who lives in England and was a UN employee and then currently an Amnesty employee. I mean, it's a propaganda victory, and they did so well, and the pain they must have caused the Ukraine and those who love freedom and people in Ukraine. Yeah, but they've now just burned her. She's no more use to them because she's obviously a charlatan, and now the world and its mother knows it. So I think it's probably it is a bloody shame, and it's terrible that such wonderful global institution as the UN and what it could be represents. It's a fucking shame that it's been tattered and torn apart. But I would say, let's not throw out baby with bathwater. And I'd also say that the fact that they're so eager to push out and burn their own well-placed friends shows that they're drowning, in my view. Now, I've been accused of being over-optimistic before, but I think that's a fair thing to say. I'd love to hear anybody else, Tim or Decoding or Axel or other folks here to comment, because I think it's a great question and should be dealt with. So thanks. Retweet the space if you're listening.
The problem that I have, David, is, and I don't know if you saw the images of what they are preparing in Mariupol.
I did, yeah.
With the cages and the fake trial.
Just like the 30s, man. Oh yeah, the old kangaroo courts and the trappings of justice. Sure, it's an obscenity, Louise.
Yeah, and when I look at those images, I keep asking myself, where the fuck, and sorry for my French, where the fuck are the big organizations?
So the problem is they're as good as what we put in, right? So at the moment they're being infiltrated and poisoned by Ministry for Intelligence folks from China and whatever organ of Russia is currently pushing out disgusting people. And, they're good at what they do sometimes. And it's disgusting. So what I mean by that is, it is at the moment being bound to look as if it's ineffectual for us to lose faith and turn away from it. That's what I suggest. I'm not saying it's excusable, but what I'm trying to say is that is my attempt at analysis.
I think Decoding has been having his hands raised. Decoding?
Yeah, I'd agree with David. I have this image in my head. I obviously don't know if it's correct, and I am, despite my pessimism, a bit of an optimist as well. And I imagine Schultz and Macron's definitely over the line on this, thinking, we gave you half of Ukraine. You could have, if you were not so incompetent, Moscow, you could have done this. We gave you enough to do this, and now you're humiliating us. And so that's how I imagine them. And this goes back to how well the Ukraine has played the diplomatic game, in that obviously Muscovy has helped, because it's unbelievable. It could have tried to create a paradise in these places, but it's done exactly what it did in March 2014 and April.
Can't help themselves. They can't. They're just.
it's Ruski Mir. In terms of the UN, yes, the Secretary General was humiliated when they when he came to Kyiv in April. When was it? When they sent the missile which killed the journalist, the Russian journalist whose job it was she was working for a Ukrainian outlet, and she was trying to hold Russia to account, and they sent a missile into her building and killed her while he was in the city. So yeah, it's a pity. I mean, the UN is a function of ourselves, but yesterday I spent a bit of time looking at the Yalta Declaration and the terms of surrender, Germany's terms of surrender.
Light reading.
And, light reading, yeah. But I mean, the argument, I've made it in a few tweets, is pretty clear. The United States and the UK have supreme authority over Germany. The USSR no longer exists. Ukraine was part of the USSR, and it was a state. So Ukraine signed the UN Charter as a state. So it's really annoying for Muscovy because it claims Ukraine has no record of statehood. However, it was a state in existence in the Yalta Declaration. It says the Yalta Declaration, just to give you a bit of a commentary.
Did Stalin
Basically,
sign that recording? He did.
Yes, he did. And
pretty strong signature.
Yeah, no, exactly. And in it, I didn't realize this, even though I studied international law, that the Yalta Declaration itself sets out the veto on the Security Council and all of that, which is interesting. But the terms of surrender, so basically Germany surrendered to Ukraine as part of the USSR, and the Yalta Declaration is the only parties to the Yalta Declaration are the US, the UK, and the USSR. France is there as an observer, so it's not really part of it. And you can construct an argument which is of propaganda value and is honest to say that Ukraine is entitled to obviously the Security Council seat for the USSR, but also Ukraine has supreme authority, along with the UK and the US, over Germany on the basis of the Yalta Declaration and the terms of surrender. So yeah, the UN is
that's exquisite
of all of our complexities and stuff. And the Muscovy is really, as they say in Ireland, cruising for a bruising. And I don't know how that bruising will come. And we can just make positive propaganda value out of it. But they've put every step wrong. They could have played this. There was a path through this for them, but they've messed it up.
Poppy?
Yeah, I do love the argument from a legal point of view. The problem is that behind national law there is a system where, at the end of the day, there is someone that has a monopoly of force, the state. That type of argument works in a national type of setting. In international law, there is. And that's one of the weaknesses historically of international law. At the end of the day, there is no single entity that has the monopoly of force. So disagreements end up being settled by, whoever has at that particular moment in time
Have we lost him? Because it was broken for me.
Hello?
Yeah. I think we've lost Poppy because I see the connection
or my Twitter is glitching again. I have no idea.
I'm loud and
David.
clear. I can hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah, Puppy was
Luke,
lost.
yeah, Bertrand, if you could come back up, I really want to hear what you were about to launch into. Fascinating what you were saying so far about no authority able to enforce. I would say maybe except for those people for those parties who have signed up to it, and that if the United Kingdom and the US were to, I don't know, it's an interesting breadcrumb you've left explosions.
I'm a born propagandist. To continue the thought, was it Adrian? I mean, he's right. Yeah, this is the essential problem.
Bertrand Russell, our Italian brother in Prague, I believe. Yeah.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah, we just call him Puppy because that's the easiest way to call him, because the full name ends with Puppy. Yeah.
He doesn't sound like a puppy to me. He sounds more like a
He
Rottweiler.
doesn't.
That's the old dog for the hard road.
I mean, he's right. And this is the Russian view of international law, and I know this because I've had these discussions with them, as I know that Macron has as well. That ultimately they believe might is right, and they take a very cynical interpretation of international law, which one can take. However, it's really clear on very many issues, and the UN Charter embodies that clarity. But there is no force enforcement mechanism, armed enforcement mechanism that automatically is triggered if there's breaches of against the law of aggression, or to defend Ukraine, for instance, self-defense, which is enshrined in the UN Charter. And there was lots of discussions at the conference for it, but the great powers didn't want that in the charter. But again, the fantastic thing about self-demilitarization is not only will and is the Muscovy increasingly unable to project power in actual fact, but gradually, even people who don't pay attention to this, especially say when they see these pictures tonight, maybe hopefully in the media, of the attack in Sebastopol, this is all part of growing the awareness on normal people who don't tune into this stuff that Muscovy today is not the USSR of yesterday, and that it doesn't have this kind of force left. So let's hope this unraveling in people's perceptions of Muscovy's power as the second military. Ukrainians are great with these memes, with there's constant refrain to, every time something stupid happens, so the Russians do something stupid, they refer to the second military in the world, and all of these Soviet era tropes, which even the dogs in the street can see now, are unfair. I mean, where is their air defense? What have they been doing while the US and everyone else has developed all these weapons? God, I spent years listening to this stuff about S-300, S-400s. I've seen the systems, and you would have thought they could shoot stuff off the moon the way all these old military Warsaw Pact and non-Warsaw Pact military guys would go on and about it. And now we see a Chinese drone, hopefully it's a Chinese drone, can overcome all of this. So let's hope that no one will be feared of it anymore.
Hope has yet to fail us. I think you're right.
And I think we've been joined by We'll Be Back, which has a TikTok Twitter handle. Do you have comment, question, point to improve or sustain? Or it probably was an accidental switch to speaker request.
Hi, can you hear?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, excellent, thank you. I was wondering, is anybody looking at the Kharkiv area, because that seems to me to be the last big push that Russia could possibly do before the end of the year, because it's closest to the border. So I was wondering if anybody had any views about that.
From what I know, Slava Ukraini, from what I know, Kharkiv is protected very well. So it's like I even heard maybe a week ago from the head of the Kharkiv. He said Kharkiv is never going to be taken. So it's like a good protected zone. I believe in the Ukrainian forces. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that information.
And I have a question. Oh, sorry, David. Go ahead. Thank you.
No, Slava, please carry on, mate. I'll wait.
No. I have a question for the coding trolls. It's like not important, just funny. So go ahead there. Thank you.
Your move, Slava.
I think your courtesy, guys, right now is making waves. let me be the adult in the room. Slava, please go ahead, and then we're gonna have everyone else.
Thank you. Actually, as yesterday, all this Crimea explosion started to happen, and I did some posting, and I noticed. So actually, it's really funny for me that a lot of the officials in the Ukraine started to heavily use this Ukrainian funny pun on this cotton, on this chlopok in Ukraine. So Ukrainians really know this, that Ukrainians using this like a trolling of the Russians with the cotton. And I had a question for this, the cotton trolls. When did he notice this, and when he decoded this like this pun on the cotton, chlopok, explosions that Ukrainians have fun of it? Because I yesterday noticed, from what I started to post, that a lot of the Western people started to repost it and also making fun of this like a cotton, because it's like a fun for Ukrainians. Thank you.
I noticed it quite early on. People who, if you're noticing it being repeated now in English-speaking media, they may not understand the significance of cotton or the wordplay, but it works well because cotton is soft, and people can imagine it with the clouds. You know, it looks like a cotton cloud or something. So I noticed it along with Russism, orcs. Obviously, everyone knows goodwill gesture now. All of these are really important memes, which are, you know, America was always amazing at, you know, Donald Rumsfeld would say something, or George W. Bush would talk about misunderestimate, and immediately this would enter the English language. Ukraine has likewise been able to mobilize, demine, and then reignite against Muscovy these linguistic memes, which have entered the blogosphere. So yeah, so I'll see. I mean, I posted something in a family thing, and one of my siblings asked, "What does cotton mean?" Oh, it was from the Defense Ministry, Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Now, I haven't seen an official Ukrainian government use Russism, which is interests me, but I have seen the Defense Ministry talk about cotton, and a family member of mine asked, "What do they mean by that?" And then I explained the meme to them. But it interested me that they asked me what this meant. They didn't just assume, oh, it's like a cotton wool ball or something like that. So yeah, ownership of language is really, really interesting, really important, and it's also a unifying force within Ukraine. I think you can unite around Russism, and it's really interesting the way these memes immediately take off. And the goodwill gesture is really powerful, because it just means people remember Snake Island, and those who say, oh, Muscovy will never will never retreat and all of that. You know, same people were saying they'd never retreat from Kyiv. They'd never retreat from Snake Island, you know, give in. And so a kind of the goodwill gesture is great. It's wonderful. It makes me smile every time. It's kind of an in-joke, but it's also a really powerful weapon of language.
Actually, while we're on this, Olga Kosharna, the nuclear safety expert who's been on space yesterday, I had the privilege translating her. She was saying that when Russians leave the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, it will probably be done on this goodwill gesture agenda, because that's how they usually roll. And as to the cotton or chlapok or bavovna, as we call it in Ukrainian, Operator Starsky, the spokesperson for the Rapid Response Brigade, had uploaded, as far as I remember, a YouTube video explaining how Russians started to downplay the word destroy with the clap, and then how it was translated improperly because clap and chlapok in Ukrainian also means like cotton. So it was like this upside down-ish wordplay, which has like multiple meanings. And it's probably someone will, like, joking aside, but someone will definitely write their PhD thesis on this. Trust me, that's gonna be happening. That's how we usually roll. Anyways, I think joking aside, we have Tom on the panel. It's good to see you, Tom. And I think Tom had a glitch, and I'm gonna try to bring him back. Also, there was a glitch in bringing Nina up to the panel. I sent her request manually. Once again, if I can't bring you or co-host can bring you up when you request it right away, there's probably a glitch, and it's a better version of Twitter Spaces. So bear with us and just maybe switch off, switch on your application, and we'll be able to bring you up as soon as possible. Tom, I hope you are here.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and
Oh,
clear.
great.
Did you say good morning?
Well, yeah, I've been very, very lazy today. I was out till about 2 a.m. last night, so it still feels like the morning.
Axel,
Like 2 in the
morning
afternoon.
is not a time, it's the sensation of when you're awoken. So whatever you are awoken, the morning comes.
Thank you for
That's the
empathizing
wisdom.
with me, Verlaine. You're very kind. Yeah, good afternoon. And maybe good morning for some Americans. Maybe I was talking to the Americans, Axel. Yeah, this morning when it actually
Smart man.
I had a chat in a little fella space, you know, with lots of fellas, and I got to speak to V, who's the Australian lady fella that did the cartoon of is Putin a psycho? It's probably true with Stinky Putin. Has people seen this one? There's one or two.
Please share it. Put it up in the nest. If you can.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Actually, I don't know how to put stuff in the nest. I've never worked that out. Can anyone that's up to speak put stuff in the nest?
Yeah, so the speakers have the possibility of placing something in the nest. So you just have to find the tweet in the Twitter feed, then press the share, and there's going to be an option right beneath. Send it to, like, it's going to be the first one to share it in the space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was looking for an option in the space rather than in my feed. Yeah, I'll put it up in a bit because, you know, some of these fella memes, although they're silly, they seem to really get under the skin of the Russians, and I think that's a good thing. The other one that she and others did that started to trend for a little while was there was a report that Litvinenko was killed because he knew something about Putin possibly being a paedophile, which I don't know if it's true or if it's just bullshit propaganda, but, you know, could be true. And so they got pedo Putin trending for a while. So I'm just in a mood for trolling today, and I'm trying to think, like, psychologically and emotionally, what what will piss the Russians off the most? I'm in a mischievous mood. So if anyone's got any ideas, maybe that's something we could do today and get the fellas on the case.
I don't know what can be more dangerous in online spaces than a clinical psychologist going into trolling mode.
Yeah, maybe. I normally spend most of my time trying to be really, really kind and empathizing with people, even if they're not the nicest of people. So it's a bit of a break for me to rest my empathy for a little while and be a bit of a troll instead.
Don't be rebellious. That's extraordinary. I think that's contagious. I think you've been with fellas and with us for far too long. That's our contribution to balance out your empathy.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're all allowed some time off from our job and to be a bit mischievous. I was thinking what we need to do is learn some Russian language phrases, because I think if we control them in Russian back, that would be better. So there was something that Kamil Galeev wrote about Russian prison culture and how if you're asked something by a prisoner in a Russian prison, if you start to explain, so they say, what are you here for? And you say, oh, well, I was here for tax fraud or whatever, then it shows that you're weak. And apparently the thing to do is to say, for what reason are you asking this question? And there's a specific Russian phrase, and it's actually a meme, like a Russian meme. I'll see if I can find it. But it would be the best thing to respond with whenever the Russians ask any questions. So if a Russian ambassador comes out with something, we should say, for what reason are you asking this question? Only in Russian, but with like a meme picture or something. The other one was in that same thread, he was talking about how the lowest of the low in Russian prison society are referred to as like a cock. And he had a picture of like a rooster and stuff like that. So these are the sorts of insults we could use that would really get to them in a way that sort of British or European insults might not. Does that make sense to people? And do people know what I'm talking about? Have they read that thread?
I think we need a little bit of brief on that, Tom, if you would be so kind.
Okay, I'll try and find B's cartoon meme, which is funny, and then I'll find Kamil Galeev's Russian prison culture thread, and I'll try and stick them both in the nest.
And while Tom is looking for the information that he wants to share, once again, thanks for joining to MryiaReport Twitter space. Been running 24/7. If you have any question, comment, concern, please send us DMs or press on the lower bottom corner of your screen. There's a mic button. Or if you're listening to us on your laptop, consider installing an application so you can come up as a speaker. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard and almost impossible to join the panel. Occasionally, we do have experts, subject matter experts on space here, either by chance or pre-scheduled. So if you would like to see who's going to be coming in the next days, consider following MryiaReport account. Sometimes you will see the cards with the public announcements of who's coming. It would be really great if you have someone to listen to. We do have experts who are on the ground, journalists, military experts, analysts, financial analysts, investors, and even nuclear experts. So consider coming up. And if you are an expert in any of the fields, and if you have something to share with us, maybe your knowledge, expertise about Ukraine or Russian invasion or all the other things related, please don't be shy, don't be too modest or humble. Join the panel, and hope we can make the discussion as fruitful as possible. Meanwhile, Slava, I was actually gonna ask you, how have you been, my friend? How is the situation in your area?
have not been in the rural areas, but it's quiet. Thank you for the question. So one upsetting thing for today is that sunny day, great weather, great, but all this errors alerts is just breaking my flow. Because it's like my plans. I wanted to walk around, like I catch some sun, but I don't know how in like a Kiev, but in Western Ukraine, if the area alerts, you cannot be staying in all this like a big buildings in like a markets. It's like forbidden because it's like what happened in the Vinnytsia. So it's like breaking my flow. I wanted to go like maybe just relax for a day, and they like all this errors alerts is just break it flow. But it's like a nice quiet, not a big thing. A lot of energy, coffee, all stimulating, like a change of the, I would say, from yesterday to today and maybe week before, some changes like good positive feeling on the air. So it's like something's changing and I just feeling it. So I'm just like preparing for something good, not for some bad, but reading a lot that is happening a lot of different things in different places. But west of Ukraine is like starting to wake up in major way. I don't know how to explain it, but people really started to be active, starting to move around really fast. It's like really optimistic. Last week, maybe two, like a big changes in the west of Ukraine. So I'm really happy about it. So thank you. No, don't know some specific details, but it's really optimistic. So I hope it's gonna be spread around the whole Ukraine. But reading a lot of different news, I read about the Mykolaiv today morning. Is like a sad news. What happened? That again terrorist act from the Russia resident building. Kids injured. A lot of the destruction. So. But on the west of Ukraine, it's like different feeling. So, thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Well, actually, in Kyiv and Oblast, yeah, once you hear air raids, everything closes. Everyone is kind of forced to leave the building or enter shelters or bunkers right away. Most of the facilities do that. I would say. Especially the most, they are the first one to actually force everyone to safety. It's slightly more tense in Kyiv and Oblast because once again, I mean, we both mentioned with Slava because Belarus is so close and the lineup is there. It's definitely a fact to take into account when you kind of plan the next couple of days. If you have the privilege of making some plans in the next couple of days, you always make sure that that factor is somewhere in the back of your head. And it's really intense in the eastern regions, but overall, as Slava mentioned, we are just trying to stay positive because if we're gonna be pessimistic, that won't gonna help, and you can now lose productivity. So whatever you do is to stay focused and be sharp. That's my overall advice, I suppose. Tom, would you like to add something?
Yeah, so I found the threads. The first one I put up is Kamil Galib's thread. It talks about the war in Ukraine in an American context, but within about 3 tweets, it starts talking about the Russian prison culture. And the link is that the West has got this idea a lot of the time that what you should do is appease people, which when you're dealing with normal, nice people is, of course, quite a sensible thing to do. But when you're dealing with awful, evil people, it's complete suicide, basically. And so Kamil Galiyev talks about the Russian prison culture and how if you try to appease the kind of violent criminals that you encounter in a Russian prison, you rapidly identify yourself as being weak and then you become a victim. It's pretty grim stuff. It's not very funny, but they talk about like the lowest of the low in a Russian prison is like called a cock, right? And they have like a picture of like a rooster to represent this. So it says a lot in there about why you shouldn't appease, and that's quite serious. But I was thinking from a trolling perspective, if we know what the Russian word for cock is, and we had them as like roosters, you know, like a male chicken, maybe, you know, the West can be these cute cartoon dog fellas, and, you know, we look like we're soft, but actually we're really strong because the Russian soldiers are all cocks, right? And that would just absolutely infuriate them to see memes like that, I think. I think it's something that would really get under their skin. And then for some light relief comedy, I posted the tweet by V Fella, which is a cartoon that she's done, and it really should be seen more because it's really, really silly. It's just made a lot of us laugh and it's quite funny. So some comic relief.
Thank you, Tom. I think that was another meaning to the word rooster in Russian. I mean, someone being very arrogant, I think, like Pitu. Slava, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, in English, we would say like
Yeah. I
So,
know,
yeah.
I know. I'm just thinking
Does it
this
mean the same in Russian? I don't know.
multilingual thing. I'm thinking. Anyways, while I'm going down the drain of my thinking process of multilingual perception, I think Axel wanted to say something, and you can interrupt him with the question to Slava. Axel.
Yeah, no worries. Whilst you were highlighting the fact that we have guests from time to time, I mean, every second or third month, of course, and actually next to no one ever coming. And last time, I think we spoke to the Prince of Zamunda. We've now decided to up our ante, and that means Tuesday morning, Brisbane time, 8 o'clock, which is 10 UTC or 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll have General McRyan making yet another appearance with us, and I presume that anyone who has ever had the experience of having a very precise, focused, superb explaining the state of play, then McRyan is that man. So, Alex, make sure that you're there.
And we need to make sure they use the spell, the magic word, the urban warfare, and we will magically have Colonel Spencer on the panel.
I am quite certain that both Chuck Ferrer and Colonel Spencer will actually be joining us.
That's because I just used the word urban warfare.
Want to now,
go ahead.
just now posted the funny news that hackers in Crimea hacked the TV.
And it just takes down a website. So it's like one of the easiest levels of hacking. You just download something from behind a proxy, and it just does it. So they took down a whole bunch of Russian websites like really, really early on. But then obviously some of them are hackers, and some of them did hack into Russian cable TV and start playing the Ukrainian national anthem and like real news from the West, telling people what was going on. But you're right, I haven't seen anything else from them. So I just assumed that they'd gotten bored because, yeah, I think their attention span is quite limited. But maybe some of them are still doing things.
Actually, Tom, I'm a bit afraid of you, for you, because you actually listed every thing that actually applies to all this anonymous possible hackers, because it's like from the history of the hackers, it actually teenagers, maybe even younger, that actually have this short attention span, but they're really active, they're really productive, and they don't have limitation what to do. So they staying anonymous. Still, someone is hacking it, because yesterday news that someone hacked this sign for the Crimea bridge. This is how this brain works really fast. They actually, all news for them really moving fast. So it's like you're completely right. But actually it can be described this way, that this is like a group of really, really active young people that taking the side of the Ukrainians, which is really positive, really nice to hear that they choose the Ukrainian side, not the Russian side. I not heard from the Russian hackers who hack something. I heard from the bot farms that attacked Ukrainians government sites, but did not heard this what anonymous doing this, like trolling this. So possibly it's a trolls, possibly some hackers, but some results was visible. And as yesterday, and just what posted today, that hacked Russian, not Russian, but Crimean TV channels that placed Zelensky appealing for the people to return, for the returning to the Crimea. So something is happening. Someone is doing this. It's not so, but who doing this? No one really knows, and I don't think we're gonna know this. So be careful, Tom. Don't anger hackers and anonymous people trolls. Thank you.
Decoding.
Yeah, if you go to, I just did it now, distributed denial of secrets and the file data sets, they're still going. There's 59 data sets there, from the Central Bank of Russia, from Russian state TV, from, there's one very intriguing one of 108 gigabytes from the dark secrets of the Kremlin. There's basically, they've unearthed years of research material into every way Muscovy works. It's an incredible job. I mean, I looked at some of the stuff from the TV company, and it's just, I mean, it's everything for the past 8 years, all about how they worked, how they promote disinformation, their deals, and a law firm, very important law firm, oligarchs law firm. The Anonymous got all of that, so it's really interesting material which hasn't even begun to be processed, I think, hardly. So yeah.
Thank you. And actually, while I'm speaking, I get note, not from Anonymous, just announcing it. Verlaine, please check your messages in the Twitter. You have some surprises, so be careful checking it. So it's all good. Don't worry, but just about this topic. So thank you. And yes, I think is Anonymous may be active, but they still in hiding. So it's like to do the job. So we hope for good work to see soon. Thank you.
I know Nina said she wanted to comment on Anonymous. I don't know what the queue of hands was though.
Elaine, if it's okay, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
Oh, okay, thank you. Actually, at the beginning of the war, I was in contact with some of the Anonymous, and they were helping in some things. I will not go into details. And also, I know that they were not a bunch of teenagers. There might have been also those, but they were actually like professional people in their way, and they got quite many things, good things also done, as you saw at the beginning of the war. And also I know that some of them got banned from Twitter, so and not only some of them, I think quite many. So they are not they have not disappeared, but they are not as active. But I know that they are still doing some jobs. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the anonymous ones that just download the computer program and do the distributed denial of service attacks, I think those ones are the ones that are teenagers, and they're probably more common than the older ones that are more professional and actually know how to do computer hacking. But I mean, clearly there's some very, very skilled people, as Decoding Trolls has mentioned, about just how much information they've hacked and downloaded and made it freely available online. So I think they're a mixture. I think for a while there was like fear in the media that Anonymous was some sort of cyber terrorist organization back in 2007. And Anonymous are more like the fellas, like it's just a grassroots thing that anyone can join. Anyone here could just do something for Anonymous and we'd be part of Anonymous. It's just like that.
Well, those I was in contact with were really so fully for Ukraine and wanting to really make a difference and helping whatever they could do, and they could do many things. But the problem was that at that time of the war, we had, or I have to talk about myself. I didn't understand the Russian propaganda thing as much as I know now. So how to influence the Russians is not a very easy thing, and yeah, so it some of the work went kind of wasted, but at least they were on a good cause.
Christopher and Lisa and Bertrand, thank you.
So I want to thank Marlene for reading my mind about asking about Anonymous. Sorry, can't speak. But yeah, when I was showing the Crimea Bridge stuff earlier today, I'm like, is this a work of Anonymous or someone else? But we'll never know, maybe. But I have two other questions if you guys want to hear them out before answering them.
Yeah, go ahead, Christopher, although there's a lot of maybe crickets in the background or something, a lot of background noise.
Christopher, are you frying crickets over there? Because if you are, please raise the temperature, then they sprinkle more clearly.
So right now I'm walking my dogs and there are cicadas everywhere right now. So sorry about the background noise.
No worries. Is this Florida?
No, Virginia.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I remember that sound then.
Yeah. So my two questions are, one is relating to Crimea, and what's any update with what's happened over there? I saw that the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet got hit earlier last night for me technically, and then also question about Zaporizhia and what a congressman said about how if Russia decides to do anything, that does qualify for Article 5.
No, there's no Article 5 invocation. You said about Crimea. Did I catch this right, or did I understand this incorrectly, please?
So my first question was, what any update about what's happened over in Crimea, especially after
Crimea has had 6 additional hits since I think you last looked at it. So, and it's getting more. And there was a rumor about an hour ago about a daylight hit, but that could not be confirmed yet. I wouldn't be surprised. The weather is good. It's a fantastic day. It's nice for tourism advertisement. And I heard from our, say, friends at Atacam Cigarettes that they are planning for a great splash. And what was
On the
that
article,
about the Article 5?
I could. So Tobias Elwood, there's a certain species of British MPs who are from the security services, and then they became ruling party MPs, and their job was to keep the British state secure. Fortunately, some of them fell for the Brexit troll, but that's another day's work. But Tobias Elwood is not just a random British MP. He speaks on behalf of the security establishment, or a very important part of the British security establishment. So he made an argument today, which I, in my humility, have been making since the 2nd of March, 2022, which is an armed attack on a nuclear power station. When the Russians first approached Enerhodar, that could be interpreted as an armed attack on NATO, and the argument rests on 2 limbs. One, via the Black Sea, which would impact Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey, and second, from the air quality level. And so I would still argue that the armed attack already occurred. However, thanks to appeasers, etc., everyone's tried to ignore the armed attack, because, as I say, there's millions of tons of radioactive waste in various forms on the site in Zaporozhye, and this is within meters of the Dnieper River. Within a few hours, that would be in the Black Sea, and would be impacting on the territorial waters of Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey, not to mention Greece eventually. And so, as well as the air. So it's not even a stretch of an argument. It's quite clear. And so if you, in law, if you do an act which has a foreseeable consequence, you're responsible for the foreseeable consequence. If you get into your car when you're drunk and you kill someone, you'll get done for manslaughter or human slaughter, because getting into a car when you're drunk, the foreseeable outcome of that is, and there's a whole jurisprudence on, what's foreseeable. Armed attack on a nuclear power station.
Gross negligence, by the way.
Well, gross negligence is a different element, or that's actually a different. You'd be done for a different thing. But if you get into a car, that might be part. You might also be done for negligence, for a form of negligence. But you would also be done for manslaughter, because you didn't intend to kill someone, but the foreseeable result, the chain of causation.
You need to first have to be sufficiently negligent in your actions whilst under the affluence of alcohol to have incurred such an event in order to trigger somebody dying. So it comes from insurance law, which has impacted common law and then filtered through. And now various other non-common law jurisdictions have adopted this. You're completely right. It's manslaughter. And yes, they are liable for it. My key aspect about this is that at the moment, is there a possibility that they can construe an economic, say, a catastrophe? Absolutely. The possibility is always there. Is it likely? Very much not so. Because at the moment, they would hurt. At the moment, they would hurt their own troops. meaning about
But that's
70,000 of their own troops, their occupation army, would be extremely impaired. That's the whole point. At the
I
moment,
wouldn't even get in.
militarily, it makes no sense. I only come from the military sense. I know, because we can't find the narrative and the threat of the other, because there is no concerted action, as you just said. I'll go 10 steps forward. Is there a military necessity or likelihood that the outcome would be beneficial to them? No. As long as that is the case, scrap it. By the time Enoudar is actually freed by means of a mixture of artillery attacks, precise strikes by rocket artillery on positions which are not triggering an environmental catastrophe, and the fact that there will be infantry action by the Ukrainians to free the plant, encircle whoever is there, and get them out of there. By that time, the potential for that destruction is gone, because we'll put a Patriot battery or something else, or a NASAM there, and thank you. So we can take that plan. When I say we, the Ukrainians, with kind assistance from sensible intelligence, can take the plant, eradicate the military calculus, and by that time, that risk is gone. So it's a purely military calculus. Everything else is just threat matrix, and of course they are liable for it. I'm with you, but it is a secondary issue.
Well, I would
issue
say
to take the plant.
The primary issue. Well, I mean, you're analyzing it from a military point of view. I'm looking at it from international humanitarian law.
In war,
and
that's
so
the only point of view.
occupying a power station is a breach of the Geneva Conventions.
And
Firing
who's going to try them for that tomorrow?
And one bullet is a breach of the Geneva Conventions. And the decision to invoke Article 5 is a philosophical
Has
decision.
Nothing to do. Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
So,
we'll
so the significance of Tobias Ellwood, this particular person, indicating this, and in the party of record of the right-wing government in the UK, is it's not just me, Decoding Trolls, writing this on the 2nd of March 2022. It's an indicator of it's an early warning signal which should be picked up, of thinking among the people who will make this philosophical decision. And everything you've said may be right according to a certain logic. I'm looking at it from a legal point of view. The first time the Russian state approached Zaporozhye power station, they triggered a whole load of breaches of the law which still stand.
That's fine. I agree with this.
And
but, how does it help us? How does it help us? How does it help us? We have to take the damn thing. This is a military action. Welcome to my world. It's a completely different ballgame.
Axel, my dear friend, can you give Stephen time to explain himself, please, for God's sake?
I did, Charlene. I did. And he has explained himself for the past 2 hours. It's completely fine. I'm with him. I agree with him. But we should not constantly harp about the law and the fear and the narrative. Mr. Ellwood is completely fine. I'm with him. I like the guy. All right.
Well,
the key point is how to take the damn plant back.
No, for me, the key point is, and it has been since the 24th of February, how do we convince either NATO or the United States and the UK to do what they did in Kosovo, in Libya, and in Iraq, and in Kuwait? And that is a multi-sectoral approach. You're looking at a tactical level on the nuclear power station. And I have been speaking about the nuclear power station from the beginning, because I know people who are genuinely frightened of it, and justifiably so, because unlike most people here, I've actually spoken to the people responsible for it. I've studied it. My job was for 3 years to advise on environmental security in that precise area. But from a legal and political point of view, I will use any argument I can to encourage a more muscular intervention. And if it takes one stray bullet going into one tank of 1 liter of uranium enriched water leaking into the Dnieper River, and a few hours later, that passes through into Romania. That constitutes an armed attack from a legal point of view, and then we have to get the political will to provide a muscular response. So had Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey sent in paratroopers on the 2nd of March, as they should have done, if they'd taken my advice, then all of this would have been prevented. Are they going to do it tomorrow? Who knows? So I'm happy that
I can
Tobias
definitely
Ellwood has raised,
assure you it's never going to happen.
has raised the issue, and that at least they're beginning to think about this, because I remember from Kosovo, the will and the decision to go in happened very quickly, and the Russians didn't. They're still suffering from it. They didn't know what hit them, and the Serbs as well. And so when I hear Tobias Ellwood mention about this, I think it's great. Glad he's thinking about that, because I've been thinking about it for a long time. But also, this isn't just a random person thinking about it. It's a warning shot across the bows. So that's it.
Can I jump in on this? Decoding Trolls, I don't suppose, did you see the nuclear thread that I've tweeted that was based on the discussion I had with Mark Nelson and Eugene Schwanger in this space? Did you see that by any chance?
I did. And so, and again, I've expressed here my disagreement with what I see as complacency about this thread, because remember, what I'm trying to do is provoke the political will among the people who be sitting around the Article 5 tables, and whatever it takes to do that, provided it's ethical, I will do it.
Yeah,
And
but scaremongering and fearmongering don't help. This is a special forces operation. Can I finish, please? Can I please finish, Decoding Trolls? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Let's make this very clear. This is a very sober discussion here. This is, in that regard, probably not the forum, because we're not going to go into scaremongering and fearmongering here. We will highlight what is feasible, exactly as we said, on a tactical level to take this back, because strategically, there is evidently no consensus whatsoever amongst the NATO nations which matter, meaning the United States and Great Britain, to take action in a force-on-force conflict. That is not going to change because of that power plant, because the power plant can, now it comes, operationally and tactically be taken back without a hitch. That's what it is.
I think the other issue as well, though, is that, like, if there was a situation where the Russians could do something in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that would put significant lethal amounts of radiation into Romania and Bulgaria and kill people, then yeah, arguably you could say that constituted an attack and you could invoke Article 5. But not only do I think it's very unlikely that the Russians will do anything, because it would be far more lethal to them right next to the power plant than it would to those countries, but it's just simply not the case that there'd be a level of radiation getting into the Dnipro and the Black Sea and harming significant numbers of people in Bulgaria and Romania. It's just not that much radiation. I mean, look at how close Kyiv is to Chernobyl, right? I mean, you didn't have significant numbers of people in Kyiv dying from radiation when that happened. Excuse me, my dog is harassing a family.
I think there's a misunderstanding here.
Sorry, there's not misunderstanding. I'm not quite sure what you've researched on site, but I spoke to Mark Nelson about it. I spoke to Olga Kushana about it, and I spoke to the people who are currently in that region and doing the work on the Ukrainian side, who are in Zaporizhzhia at this point in time, meaning not in Enardar, of course, they are on the other side, who are preparing for all these matters. And I can definitely tell you that they are reasonably calm at this point in time.
I am extremely calm. So the misunderstanding, Axel, is from a legal point of view, it doesn't matter. I'm not scaremongering. Personally, I worked beside it. I lived beside it for fine. It's fine. What I mean from a legal point of view if a modicum of radiation leaks as the result of the armed attack on this key core civilian infrastructure object, and you can prove that impacts on the territorial waters of a NATO state, then you have a cogent argument to invoke Article 5. Will that invoke Article 5? I don't know, but I'm interested that, so I am not scaremongering by saying one, zillicentiliter of radiated water from there reaches the territorial waters of Romania. It doesn't even have to kill one fish or give one fish 3 eyes. The breach and the harm has been done. So that's where I think there's a misunderstanding, Axel.
Yeah, I think
I'm not saying that this will kill
is...
even billions of people, but by virtue of occupying a civilian infrastructure object, and I recognize we can both disagree on this, but I hope you will respect the fact I was the OSCE's environmental security advisor for this area. I know many of the nuclear waste dumps particularly in Dnipropetrovsk, and I'm not making the argument that tens of millions of people will die. I'm looking for the political argument, which is legally triggered by the emission of radiation. And I argue, from a legal point of view, the armed attack occurred on the 2nd of March, the first time the Russians unlawfully occupied by force that civilian object. That's all I'm saying. It's not scaremongering. I'm just stating facts.
No,
you mixed
one thing into this, which I do not think is commendable in this regard, because the legal argument, of course, in its impact and timeline is tenuous at best, and you know this, because it requires, from what you described, at least 4 interdependent steps where people can make decisions A or B. So it's highly unlikely in terms of probability analysis. Let's start from the very basics. Then further on, you highlighted or you stressed that there's a possibility that something could leak into the Dnipro basin. Now, I think we both have a good understanding as to where waste is stored, how far away, how it is stored, and what would need to occur, and whether that waste, even if it were to be disseminated into the Dnipro basin, could have a more than, shall we say, sinking benefit. I think we should be very careful as to what we say, and that's where I think the argument is slightly more exaggerated or exhilaratingly portrayed than it should be, because the legalese amongst it is fine. I don't demand that that should be withdrawn or retracted. I just think it is seminary and therefore less impactful. What we should do is highlight, and there you're right, that the original sin has already been committed. They attacked a nuclear power plant. What do we do about it? We should only highlight it. And then again, it has been done. And see, as you said, I think a week ago when we discussed it here on the space, the Russian narrative has already disseminated to the point that it has completely desensitized people. And that's fine, because it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing which matters is action. That's what I'm stressing. Nothing else other than action matters. The rest is really exposed. We can debate this 2 years after. What would have happened? What did have happened? It's like talking to a JAG lawyer. No, please, shut up. We go in and take it. Next.
I think for me, it's all about the impact. I'm sure that, Decoding Trolls, knowing much more about international law than I do, is probably right in a technical sense that technically radiation going over the border, could be grounds for doing that. And I'm sure that's possibly why Tobias Ellwood tweeted that. However, I think just in terms of the impact, given that it wouldn't lead to people dying because it would be such trace amounts of radiation, I don't think it would lead to that. I mean, how many people died in the airliner that was shot down in Donetsk? A lot of Dutch citizens, I believe, over 100. I don't remember the exact figures. one could have possibly had an argument that that was an attack on NATO citizens, but nothing was done. So I think I think perhaps decoding trolls and Tobias Elwoods are technically correct. I think politically, I'm not sure that something that didn't lead to significant death would actually result in that happening. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
You made my point just now again.
And succinctly.
Well, of course, and you should, given the fact that you heard my point before and the argument. I agree. I could summarize that then again too, but the key aspect, yet again, is left out. This is a military operation, people.
Sure, but as military as it is, there are, legal and political considerations as well. I suppose it's just what is possible and what is political is probably going to trump what is legal, given that, multiple laws are being broken every day by the Russian horde.
And I think we should focus on that, and that is what Decoding Trolls has been highlighting very successfully and very succinctly, that they are breaking any and all laws, that they are constantly committing atrocities, that they are definitely Mordor.
May I speak?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you,
Okay,
Lisa.
thank you, Slava. It sounds like you. I can't see you on here, but
Slava Ukraine.
anyways, yes, I'm Slava. Sometimes when you wait in line to say something, we go from one topic to another. So I just want to say very quickly that my identity was stolen when about midway through this time period, and the proper authorities have been notified, and the bank has returned they have put back my $1,000 from my one account and $1,000 from my other, and they're doing an investigation on my credit card because they ran it up to 20,000. But I will not be responsible for that once they complete the paperwork. So, anyways, and I've received some very interesting messages. I'm not going to go into it because I'm not going to spread that kind of, propaganda or fear mongering. But one thing Axel stressed is the action. Taking action to stop this genocide. This is the most important thing. And to stop the Russians from doing this stuff to us, and to try and, the things that they've done are atrocious. And I know my father, he fought in World War One. I mean, not World War One, World War II, to stop things that were happening. And that was ingrained in me. My brother was in the Air Force. I can't say what he did, but it was all to stop things that were going on. But as far as the nuclear plants are concerned, I feel that I have seen some pretty amazing things behind the scenes that we really don't know who's behind them. So in my mind, I figure that they are going to do something to stop them at the nuclear plant. And sorry about that. Hopefully it will be successful. And until then, I don't get into the politics of it right now. I just pray that they're successful so that it stops it. But other than that, please take action. Donate to MryiaOrg.com or not that. You know what I mean. And write letters to your congressman, to your representatives, also with the data analysis. I'm contacting some universities that are from around us. And I told my son, and he's like, oh, they don't care. They probably, I said, well, you know what? You need to care because this involves the future of your son. So I just made him aware to take, this matter seriously. It's like in America, so many people are living such a good life, and it's like they're so absorbed in themselves and their parties or whatever they do that they just don't even want to think about it. So I'm trying to make people aware of it that I know will listen and help take action. And that's the most important thing. The human life is a precious thing, and we need to help preserve that so that those children, those babies and those children can grow up to be adults and be in a peaceful, loving environment. And the world is not perfect, and there are cruelties, but we have got to stop the genocide. Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава. Actually, then John, I saw you have hand, but do not see you now. Nina, go ahead. And don't know what Fernand doing. I think she's busy. So Nina, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Can I change the topic a little bit, Axel? I don't know if you already talked about this when we touched the topic of the terrorist, Russia being a terrorist state, and I actually Googled what is the definition of a terrorist state, and I couldn't find any clear answer to that. How to define a state to be a terrorist state, and this is also really strange that there is no clear answers, and you maybe have it. And also I would like to know, let's say that Russia would be declared as a terrorist state, would it be possible then for the UN to kick Russia out if Russia would be a terrorist state? Because how could a terrorist state be in the UN? Thank you.
Well, as you will have heard, I am still running errands and driving, so it is a tricky thing, but let's try to disassemble that quickly to start with. There's no such definition of a terrorist state per se. The original definition is the state sponsor of terror. You could thereof create the verbiage terrorist state. That's fine, but there's no such thing as a legal terminology necessarily. I'm sure you can find some woke young legal student from whatever Ivy League university portraying that, but it's not the fact. It's state sponsor of terrorism is the typical verbiage, to the best of my knowledge, which has been used in the past by the United States, and that was applied, for example, to Iran for good measure, because the terrorist junta, the theocratic suppression of other nations and opinions and women in their state, junta of the Ayatollah Khamenei and all his followers in their Islamist setup have been conducive to and later instrumentalized terrorism as an approach to their own power preservation and then expansion of their influence, or as a necessary tool for preserving their power by distributing terror across both the region as well as the world, because their reach, as we know, has gone as far as Buenos Aires and Venezuela. The Russian Federation
as a continuation of the Soviet Empire, has sponsored terrorism all across the world. And that there is no whataboutism, because their specific form of Marxist terror included supporting, by the way, social revolutionaries, so to say, or so termed by Western media often enough, who then committed acts of violence, terrorism, and various atrocities, including massive war crimes. Che Guevara comes to mind. As a consequence, naming a government such as Iran a state sponsor of terrorism is absolutely correct. And since the data was presented at a very early stage that organizations such as the Hezbollah had been instrumentalized by Iran as their extended arm in the region, that moniker or that term was absolutely correct, and it has been used by the US Congress, and therefore Iran was named a state sponsor of terrorism. That Iran exerts terror on its own population is very well known. So if you, as a journalist or as someone like a bystander like me, would say then apply the moniker of a terrorist state, you would probably not be wrong, but that is more semantics. Now, your question was, what kind of tool set is available if and when the US government, in this case, the extended arm of the White House in Foggy Bottom, sorry, the State Department, Mr. Blinken, were to decide that they should state that the US declares the Russian Federation a state sponsor of terrorism. There's a whole host of issues which goes with that. The key aspects on the positive side are vested in the executive powers then wielded by organizations such as the IRS, such as the ATF, such as the Treasury, as an overarching power, by means of preventing anyone collaborating with, cooperating with, being conducive to, being an agent for or of, being a intermediate beneficiary, or shall we say a tankista, someone who hides another beneficiary, a trustee thereof, or being a beneficiary of the action of an agent acting for such a state sponsor of terrorism, becomes liable. That means you can actually intervene both in civil contracts as well as in state activity supporting contracts or people's actions. You can see where this is going. It becomes a nuclear umbrella for action by the US government to interfere with any and all contracts and any and all commercial activity of the Russian Federation and anyone who is involved with it. As a consequence, this is a very important tool set. It is absolutely that is Thor's hammer. Now, there are discussions amongst certain ivory tower universities, we're back to Yale and the likes, people who, in terms of national security qualifications, probably need to be reviewed on a regular basis, but there you go, it doesn't matter, because there are other people at Yale who do the Lord's work, as you've heard, in terms of the professor and the tag team who are actually going after companies who are still cooperating with Russia, as we know. We've had Mikhail here on the space twice. But if you were to go away from the theoretical voodoo science of legalese in that regard, and you just hand it to the government that they have a discretionary tool, meaning that they can choose where to put pressure on, then that moniker and that labeling of a state sponsor of terrorism is a good one. You could, however, start tying this up by first naming certain GREs, government-related state sponsors.
Maciek?
Yeah, we
Yes,
hear you, Fermin. We lost Axel.
yes, Axel. Then John, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Slava. Okay, so well, I'm not as well versed as Axel on this, but I think even if this would be a U.S. unilateral decision, I think, meaning wouldn't have any impact on the UN status of Russia, even though it would be a fine thing to do. I don't think that would have to go through the Security Council for them to be kicked out.
I don't know. This is a purely US thing that we are talking about, John. Here, it's just it's not. If you're talking about the designation of a state as sponsor of terrorism, that's not something that has to do with the UN. It's
exactly. It's a US unilateral thing. That's what actually is talking about, and that wouldn't have any impact on the UN status of Russia. That has to go through UN.
So Picasso, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Hi, Ferlane, and hello, CJ. Good to see you up here. CJ, we had a earlier discussion. We were talking about the nuclear power plant and the risk, and there was a gentleman here who was discussing the legal side of it, and if some radioactive material flowed down into Romania, that, you know, NATO could enact Article 5. And I just thought that was just kind of ludicrous. If we get to that point, it's too late. But I'm really interested in your opinion, CJ, on, I know there's a lot of complexity involved, but what are your thoughts on a multinational force being able to go in and secure that nuclear power plant? I know it's highly dangerous, but is it doable? Is it feasible? If not, what other solutions do you see out there? Thank you very much.
Well, I would start off by saying, you know, luckily we don't have much to worry about in that regard, right? And, you know, even if there was a way to rig any one of these nuclear power plants and have it explode or damage, you know, NATO forces thousands of miles away, you know, from external shelling or anything like that, I think Russia probably would have done that long ago because they knew how disruptive it would be. But as far as I'm aware, of course, listening to experts in this space, you know, it's not really quite possible. And I know from the weaponeering and explosive side, you know, these power plants were designed to take nuclear blasts externally. So artillery shelling and other things which could be dangerous and perhaps, you know, cause a lot of damage that's very difficult to repair, but also, you know, of course, hurt the people there too. We must remember that there's, you know, Ukrainians being forced to work at this power plant every day at literally at gunpoint. You know, they're the ones I'd be most worried about, and everyone else I wouldn't be as worried about. What I would be a little bit concerned about, I guess, and not to fearmonger too much, is just what Russia's going to claim, right? Because we know no matter what they say is happening, it's not necessarily true. But if they use chemical weapons or something like that, that's something, of course, the world must be ready for. And I don't mean with a military response or anything like that, but there hasn't been you know, widespread chemical weapons usage against another military. You know, of course, we know about, you know, how Russia and Syria colluded in regards to Syria, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about against a military force. This is something that literally has not really happened in about 100 years. And it's not something people are really well trained for, unfortunately. And there's not really many good ways to respond. So, because, you know, if Russia does a chemical attack, you know, the West and NATO aren't going to give chemical weapons to Ukraine to retaliate, right? That would make no sense. So that would be something I'd be more interested in discussing, because I think that's much more likely than people getting hurt from this power plant blowing up. But again, I'm not trying to.
Thank you, CJ. Really appreciate it.
So CJ, do you have any additional information about what happened in the Crimea yesterday and maybe today morning? Thank you. Слава Україні! Героям слава! I'm not really sure what's happening, but looks like I'm talking, but everyone is listening. Nina, Lisa, please. Oh, thank you. So anyone, floor is open, I think, because I don't know what happened with the Verlaine and Axel busy.
I'm
Axel busy.
trying to bring
Thank you.
CJ back and fighting Twitter Spaces, and I'm also trying to reach out to decoding. It's just a big misunderstanding, so I do apologize for everything that was going on. Nina, are you here? Lisa, are you here? Because I'm
Yes, I'm here.
okay.
I just lost Axel, I think, in the discussion.
I actually don't see CJ, even though I have approved him. CJ,
Not
just
yet.
please.
Not yet.
It's like the war is not enough. You're imposing this kind of things.
I see by my Twitter that a lot of people like this hack of the Crimea Bridge sign. People really like it. That welcome to Ukraine. And it's really interesting that people like showing this support that for a lot of people, Crimea, it's like far land and not so sure what it is. But no, I see that people just really like showing that Crimea is Ukraine, and this is like a great. I see it, and it's absolutely fantastic. So thank you, everyone who may be listening, because I see on Twitter what is happening. It's crazy. So thank you.
Slava, where did you put this? I would like to see it.
Okay, I will send you DM. So it's like a post about the picture from the car entering the Crimea Bridge, and on the on the electronic sign, which shows like a temperature, some additional information. Hackers hacked the sign, and when you enter this bridge, Crimea Bridge to the Crimea, toward Crimea, it says "Welcome to Ukraine." So I will send you. So it's great. Thank you.
Nina, it's the
Thank
third
you.
post in the nest. If you want to see.
Oh, thank you, CJ.
Yeah, I know people were joking that they should have said, well, welcome to NATO or something, but maybe one day.
Mic check. Are we infected by some nasty Twitter bug here?
It's I can hear you, Poppy. CJ, can you hear us? Because Slava was asking you a question, but I'm pretty sure you didn't hear it because of the glitch.
I think I dropped down before I got a chance to hear. Go ahead, Slava. Sorry.
No, it's not important because I saw it's like so maybe you have additional information about what happened yesterday, and maybe today in the morning in the Crimea. So maybe you did some investigation. So it will be maybe interesting for the listeners. So thank you.
Yeah, so there's so much going on, and what's a little bit difficult to parse out is the fact that there's definitely there are explosions in the sky from definitely Russian air defense, explosions on the ground, definitely from presumably Ukraine either dropping a bomb of some type or using a missile or doing putting explosives down on the ground. But in my opinion, there would be really no reason for Russian air defense to be shooting at nothing. So clearly there's some air component going on, whether it's ATACMS, long-range drones, whatever. It doesn't really matter exactly what's being used. It matters that it's causing chaos and panic and confusion in the Russian military that's illegally in Crimea. What seems to be interesting is the best I could guess, and this is kind of an assumption, but what Russia says is happening at every one of these places in Crimea is that it's Ukrainian drones. And, basically when people that are in Crimea are reporting what's going on, they're reporting explosions and they're reporting maybe some drones, but they're not reporting
these things as massive missile strikes, right? Except in the case of the Saki Air Base, of course, which was much bigger explosions, but everything else other than Saki has been much smaller. And so it seems to me that Ukraine is trying to probe the defenses of all of Crimea, especially from the air, right? Around the Kerch Strait Bridge, there's now been 2 attempts by Ukrainian drones to kind of see how Russia would react. And what Russia did was, well, they tried to shoot a bunch of things down. Doesn't look like they were very successful, but they moved air defense either from Russia or from the Kherson front to Kerch Strait Bridge just to defend that bridge, which in turn takes away that air defense capability from other parts of Ukraine. So, whether it's a distraction, whether it's preparation for a future attack, I don't want to just guess, but whatever it's doing, it's making the Russians react in a pretty major way. On top of course, so many Russian civilians fleeing from their 8-year vacation there. So I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of attacks increases. I mean, even today, early this morning in Ukraine, we saw right outside of Sevastopol, the Black Sea Fleet headquarters, there was some sort of fire or explosion nearby. It doesn't look like the headquarters exactly. And, people in the city said that basically it was a couple drones. But what's really puzzling to me is what kind of drones these are, because this part of the battlefield is very far from the front. It's about 220 to 250 kilometers. And there's not many drones necessarily that Ukraine has that can make that kind of journey and back, or even on a one-way trip. So I do wonder what exactly they're using. And really the only way to maybe explain it is that, of course, it's Ukrainians in Crimea in coordination with, the Ukrainian military doing this special operations, things like that. But at the end of the day, that was a long one. It is good that we don't really know what is going on, because if we don't know, then the Russians probably certainly don't know as well, because they haven't been good at figuring this stuff out. And it means Ukraine has a lot of different options to disrupt Russian activities there, which is a great thing that they have options. They're 250 kilometers ahead of the front line, which means, they're the ones making the decisions, not Russia anymore. So hopefully that helps, but it's still pretty vague on the details.
Thank you for that. And actually, sorry for Lynn, just for information, I also remember I saw this today drone, and it is exactly same drone, the same type of the drone that hit a Medvedchuk oil factory in the Russia. So it is exactly the same drone. So it's, don't know, is it Chinese or something, but exactly the same. I remember completely clear that it's in exactly same type, same like a structure what was hit today in the Crimea. So maybe it will be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing with those, CJ, sorry, the airframes, CJ can correct me if I'm wrong. The airframes are like, I think like 6 or 7 airframes look pretty much identical. It's like when you see the system, when you can only realize what's happening. Am I right?
Yeah, and it's so funny you bring that up for Lynn and Slava. I think you're right as well. I saw the clip of that. But in the Kerch Strait Bridge area, or in Kerch, I guess, the drones there were just observing. They weren't necessarily blowing things up. But those happened first. And so what happened is when the Russians saw or got wind that there was maybe Ukrainian drones near the Kerch Bridge, the Russian military found out first, of course, and they freaked out, right? And you have to presume that they sent all their aircraft to that area. They sent the AWACS, or basically the planes with radar over there. They maybe even moved air defense over there. All eyes. I mean, they got very focused on that because, yes, they can still use their Navy and move around, but they don't want that, sort of land bridge going away, because it is a vital lifeline. And in that effort, while everyone looked basically to the east, Ukraine came in with these loitering munitions, which were absolutely not there to observe. They're there just to blow stuff up. Military targets on the western side, of course, where, southwestern side of Crimea, where more people live and more military infrastructure is. And so it seems like Russia pretty much fell for it because they're so scared about losing that bridge. But that's just my kind of speculation.
Thank you, CJ. Actually, guys, Rosalie, I'm trying to bring you back, but because probably the space has been running for a while, probably like more than a day, I suppose. It really glitches. So log out and log in, and you should have like a speaker request or invite. I think we have done John and Nina. I don't remember who was the first one. Nina, please go ahead.
Then John, you can go ahead. I can come after you. Thank you.
Okay, tack Nina. So, response to Slava Ukraini. You said that you were sort of felt warm at your heart that so many people around the world is now recognizing Crimea as Ukraine and so on. But I think what you should know is that probably Ukraine is the, I mean, people around the world, they know more about Ukraine than they do about their neighboring country. I mean, I know more towns and cities in Ukraine now than in Denmark or Finland or Norway. So don't worry. I mean, we know a lot. So and I think that's a good thing for Ukraine going forward.
And absolutely, and I love it, and it is good that we are trying to do exactly what is you confirming the result is. We trying to promote Ukraine to everywhere is possible, because we know that for not long ago Ukraine was not existent in the minds of the people. But thank you for confirming it that Ukraine is now well known in Ukraine, and I hope it's like people are happy that they discovered Ukraine and Ukrainian people, and it's really good country and good people. So it's like a good for both sides. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing about Crimea? I think you better get prepared. It's for a long time for Europe. It's been Mallorca. Sorry, Nick, but I think going forward it might be Ukraine, Crimea. So you better start building hotels as soon as possible.
There are wonderful hotels in Crimea, and they are all empty right now because the ones that were occupying those hotels, they had to hastily get out of the place. So, in a liberated Crimea, I have no doubt that there will be an inflow of tourists from the free world. Let's hope for that.
Nina, would you like to add something to this, and do you have any other comments?
Thank you, Ferin. I have a question for CJ. And I think I asked a similar question yesterday, but I would like to ask you because you went there when I asked this yesterday. Imagine that the Kerch bridge, somebody is smoking like Heimar cigarettes or drone cigarettes or some cigarettes on the Kerch bridge, and the Russian people are like stuck in Crimea. What would it do for the war? For example, the Black Sea Fleet and for Donbass, I'm trying to see the bigger picture. For example, now we have seen that the people, Russian people on Crimea, they have been panicking, and not only panicking, but of course they are really sad that their holiday is destroyed. But we have seen them starting to move away from Crimea. So I wonder what this does to the army in Donbass. Also, I'm sure that they hear about this. Thank you, CJ. And I'm sorry if this is like a really complicated question, but if you can see the big picture, thank you.
Well, I mean, I can only talk a little bit about the military side, I guess. Basically there is sort of two things going on, as from what I could see. The first being, of course, Russia moving back their rotary wing aircraft, so their helicopters, and their fixed wing aircraft, so their fighters, from from Chaplinka, where a lot of these sorties were coming from after the, of course, the 35 plus the strikes on Chernobyivka and Melitopol. They were moving it back to Chaplinka, which is, in southwest Kherson, a little bit closer to Crimea. And then once Chaplinka started getting hit by either, Gimlers fired at max range or other long range missiles from Ukraine, they were in the process of moving all the equipment, once again, into Crimea itself. But with the Saki Air Base, basically, what we have to recognize is, it's now confirmed by both Ukrainian and Western officials and even Russia themselves that attack was so devastating, it basically wiped out half of the capabilities of the naval air forces of the Russian military. So, the Russian naval air forces are not super substantial part of their military, right? They only have, one aircraft carrier that always seems to be on fire. And it's nowhere near this. But in any case, it's still, a significant degradation of their capabilities. So once Saki was hit, which is in, basically northern Crimea, pretty far from Sevastopol and other places, they were in the process of moving it once again, all these aircraft and everything, to either the most southern part of Crimea or actually back into Russia itself. And with the different attacks on Belgorod and, obviously all the sabotage in Kursk, basically, Russia has to keep reacting and being on the back foot, as I like to say, or, they're not the ones making the decisions about where to put their aircraft, right? Because, Ukraine can hit them now pretty much wherever. Again, it doesn't really matter how, but in this situation, the Russian military is slowly but surely, pulling back. And yes, they can still be very deadly, of course, to civilians when they're flying from, Russia with these strategic bombers. But at the same time, they're so far away from the front that they're not really having the same impacts on the Ukrainian troops as they once did, which is, the most important thing. And so I think, even though the Russian people, don't really aren't really told the full information about what's going on, they kind of know when, obviously the Russian military is pulling back. And I think with a couple attacks in Crimea, that was all the motivation they needed to, pick up and leave Crimea. And so I know there was a curfew announced for the Kerch Bridge. And basically it was, for emergency use only. But as I just saw from the military administration of Crimea, the Russian occupation authority, as it would be, they just put a release out, allegedly. Again, this is, I have to actually get some confirmation on this, but they basically said, if you're on vacation in Crimea, you have to go now. Also, it says, do not smoke 1 kilometer within military facilities, because again, this is the information they're putting out to their people there, is that basically, Russian soldiers keep smoking, and it's causing these catastrophic explosions, which is just the silliest line of thinking. So again, I don't really know what the Russian people are being told, but I got a feeling they have a good sense that it's not going well for the Russian military. But maybe for Lane or someone who follows, Russian media and Ukrainian media a bit better can give you a better answer on what's being actually said and what they're feeling.
CJ, can you actually imagine any kind of force, I don't know, air force, land forces, anyone, like any kind of soldier who isn't going to smoke on the base just because he's going to be fearing of the potential explosion of the ammo in the storages? Can you imagine, there's signs on the bases, don't smoke anywhere in vicinity of 1 kilometer close to the unit because you might be potential. It's just so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, I know from personal experience, people in the at least the American military and the other NATO militaries, they don't really smoke necessarily near fuel depots, which is, pretty self-explanatory. But I think, Ferlin, you would know best. It sounds like maybe Ukrainians smoke a lot more than other NATO countries.
Just the smokes in Ukraine are fairly cheap, so to say. So it's I think it's like zillions of times when the guys were smoking, not close to the storages, obviously, but within the base and the unit. It's just the whole idea is so obnoxious, surreal, and just retarded. That when the first time I heard that explanation, I was like, they did run out of ideas. They just ran out of ideas.
And I think to avoid these catastrophic explosions, a lot of people in NATO countries, at least soldiers, will, they use chewing tobacco or other things like this. So they're still doing nicotine and tobacco, but they're not certainly smoking as much as I think Ukrainians and Russians also might, because I think it's a lot cheaper to get cigarettes, as you said. But yeah, even that cannot account for all of these catastrophic explosions. And Russian smoking does not explain why their air defense is active every night in Crimea, right? That doesn't line up at all, and it's very easy to prove and see. And I have to imagine, all the Russians on Telegram see this as well. That's what I guess maybe I don't understand. Why Russia would go out and claim, make these ridiculous claims that are just so easily disproven. I mean, their people know. But I guess, Verlaine, my question for you is, I sort of thought if Russia was very serious about trying to defend Crimea, that they wouldn't let all of the people that have come over the last 8 years just leave so easily. Can you sort of explain why they might do this? Because I just assumed that in order to justify, their wacky justification that, Crimea is part of Russia, they would try and keep as many Russians there as possible, but they don't seem to be doing this. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think Crimea has been such a hot topic in Ukraine and Russia over the last 8 years, but more than that. And so many different people from many different regions of Russia have come there, not only on via the bridge. There's also the airports that they've been using. That if something does happen there, it's going to be much easier to spread the honest truth than the lie that they've been sharing with others. So it's just going to be easier to debunk. Like the last people is like the last of the citizens of Russia from different regions is there. The easiest for them to share lies like those smokes or whatever is happening, because there won't be a chance to prove it otherwise. But now you see they are sending pictures and videos and whatnot. So I just think they're thinking to contain it there, leaving a chance to the guys to flee, thinking that, there's going to be less eyewitnesses, there's going to be more chances to cover it up. Does it make sense?
No, definitely. I mean, it's just, yeah. Again, I think there's so many people, from the West and NATO who were so concerned about, basically Crimea being involved in this war, and it would be a bridge too far, excuse the pun, and it would be just out of the question. And I just think it is so kind of hilariously, morbidly funny that Russia, entered this phase of the war in February this year with the hopes of capturing more territory, and the reality is they're going to be way worse off in the long run than they were initially. Which again, I know it's it's not too funny, because of course it's devastating on the Ukrainian people. I don't want to minimize that at all, but if you think of why a country decides to go to war or escalate in a war, it's certainly not with the thought that you could end up so much worse off than you were when you started. So again, it's that was always my thing. My even from November, looking at the numbers Russia had brought to bear for this phase of the invasion, it didn't make any sense. It was just always destined to go bad. It's just a matter of when, and I think that when seems to be actually sooner than we may have hoped. So all these strikes, the Russians leaving, Russians declaring a state of emergency there, it's all good news, I think, for Ukraine. And the really great part about it is, in this case, Ukraine doesn't have to expend any lives, right? As you know, Verlaine. And I really want to make it clear for the people, of course, that Ukraine cares about its soldiers, not just more than the Russians, but more than most other countries, right? They've taken so many incredible losses. It's so clear, but it's all for the purpose of getting their territory back. They're very deliberate with it. So the fact that they can cause this much panic, chaos, and confusion in Russia, for Russian soldiers in Crimea, without even harming the civilians there or their own soldiers, is just an incredible use of tactics, and I just have to applaud them.
Thank you, CJ. I hope they were able to seize Crimea almost without any losses on their sides. Let's see how it will go for them this time. I think we have Poppy and then Lisa. Poppy?
Just wanted to say, Ferlin, that you sound almost literally like General Ben Hodges a few days ago on this space. I'm not sure if you were there. So one thing that General Ben Hodges was very strongly emphasizing a few days ago is that the catch bridge beyond the military or logistical value has been possibly the most visible symbol of the presumed success of imperialism, Russian imperialism in the eyes of Russia. So the fact that if one day we see, hopefully soon, we will see that thing blowing up, that would have collective psychological consequences that possibly outweigh the operational damage, right? So that view has been familiar for people in Moscow and St. Petersburg for years now, and it would really make them feel that it cannot be hidden that Crimea is in play, and perhaps this means that things are not going as well as Soloviev and friends are claiming daily on the Russian state media. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Poppy. Actually, I was asked by a 7-year-old. So I was in the subway station and waiting for the train, and we were sitting on the bench and just chatting with the family. And there was like a 7-year-old, and she was asking like, why? And her parents were explaining something about Russia, that it's like the biggest state, but it's still like invading. And she's like, and if they're trying to explain it for a 7-year-old, because it was very like, in a very simple terms. And she was like, why are they so greedy? They have so much territory. Why are they being so greedy? And it's like the mom was like, honey, no one knows. No one knows. Anyways, Lisa, please go ahead.
Yes, back to the subject. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, back to the subject of smoking. Usually, if Finance is around, they call him up to do his little shtick about Atacam cigarettes, cigarettes, and I don't know, that just cracks me up every time when he does that. But I am an ex-smoker, thank goodness. But my husband died of lung cancer, but he smoked like 2 packs a day, and I would smoke maybe a half to 1 pack. But we were hunters, and that was the only time he never smoked. But he said if someone does smoke, they need to know which direction the wind is going, because the deer are very sensitive to smells. And so I would figure it would be the same thing as if you're out in the woods in the battlefield, that you would not want to smoke. And if you had to be very careful about which way the wind is going. I don't know how much they observe. I can't even say the word. I don't know if they make that observation or think about it or are told about it. I know that they are supposed to strip their cigarettes down, not just like put out their butts and leave them there. But yeah, I just was wanting to say sometimes we need to be a little lighthearted, and when Finance does that, it just kind of makes you laugh. And I know it's a very serious situation, but at times we do have to laugh and make good of it to get through it. And I'll end with that.
Thank you, Lisa. Actually, on this more serious note, before we go to CJ, so sometimes I did help with the procurement of smokes to the unit, because it was harder for them to get on. So they just asked if I can send some blocks for them. So on their harder day, one of the OCs smoked 4 like 4 packs of cigarettes. Like he wasn't sleeping, he wasn't drinking, he was like water. He wasn't drinking water because they didn't have any there. He wasn't eating, but he was smoking 4 packs of smokes per day for 5 days in a row. But on like usually it's 2 packs of smoke per day per heavy smoker, and that person who smoked 4 packs per day was within the recce platoon, and technically that was his way of coping with things, and he didn't smoke before. He had to start smoking because that's what kept him going. Cigarettes, and then like on the second, the third day, they received energy drinks. So that was the combination to keep them going. Anyway, CJ, please go ahead.
Yeah, and speaking of smoking, I put up in the nest here the full page and also an English translation. I would ask our resident Russian speakers and Russian readers to take a look at it and see if the translation is missing anything too critically. But it's quite clearly says do not smoke. It also has a couple of interesting details about real estate price fixing. It seems as if the Russians are concerned that as people leave Crimea en masse, they're going to inflate their prices in an attempt to gouge out people. What we saw in the first couple of weeks of the war, it was interesting because some Russian intelligence service personnel and also VDV members that had been in Crimea illegally were selling their real estate en masse up front, and it seems as if there's another big selling spree going on as people trying to get rid of their property there. That's going to be pretty worthless when the Ukrainians come through and kick them out for being there. And so a couple other important pieces of information is the Saki Air Base, which we all remember from about a week and a half ago, which was hit by something, maybe ground forces, maybe missiles. There's been a couple of interesting flights today leaving, which is IL-76 is taking out presumably weapons parts, aircraft parts, and aircraft ammunition. So where they're going, not quite clear. My guess is they're not going to go closer to the front. They're probably going to go back to Russia. And additionally, there's been a lot of activity from the Black Sea Fleet, not only after their